Welcome to the Read Shop period. In our read shops, we read entire texts out loud to have them in the ear and on the tongue. Thus, the discussion is always current to what is being heard and read, sometimes electric. The reading in this instance, recorded for the marathon, is from The Midnight by Susan Howe. The Midnight is a rich, dreamlike collage text fitfully incorporating insomniac memoir, ghosts, family photographs, bed hangings, unfinished lace, the fly leaves of old books, Robert Louis Stevenson, the Yates brothers, Lady Macbeth, Michael Drayton, Frederick Law Olmsted, among other elements, confronting, absorbing, and refracting memory and language. The readers in this session were Jenny Penberthy, Chuck Stebelton, Maureen Magee, Tonen O'Connor, Tinker Greene, Michael Wendt, and me, Karl Gartung. We invite your participation in the upcoming reading of Charles Resnikoff's testimony beginning February 5th at 12:15 p.m. Sign up on the Woodland Pattern website.
Hangings 2. Lady Macbeth, to bed, to bed. Secrecy, let me light you in shadow something other, echoed and re-echoed only. The dark, who can veneer it, that conjoint abstraction will come to snow. Let us go back.
Perilous quill work, needlework, need wheat for an OG epigram. If old Lael silk one ogival sliver, if miniature bobbin come from dark underwood again, if reeling wild silk precede reeler.
Half line aesthetically left, slashed if a hare crosses a highway or the double of a hair of himself well. Acting ephemeral magic, not destined, only merry. My sheaf of arrows now, Sylvia's hedge, this muslin, edge with silvery threave.
Lace is frequently mentioned in the English Bible, if he went that way into that. While in the pulpit, he was frequently distressed with fear of falling over it. Night studies until 2 or 3 o'clock brought a string of nervous sensations.
The age of resplendent lace. Penelope is presented as working a shroud for Laertes, the father of Ulysses. Cobweb, gossamer, ephemera, miscellaneous bundle 34. The shirt worn by William the Silent when he fell by an assassin is still preserved at The Hague.
Dare not say strap work of prized indigo homespun to artist in lashing true cradle. Glass has broken the mirror with pins she lay on straw, just visible to this age and the next age under boards. Pine, board, scallop, cowslip.
Maple of casepiece, spine of clock, a scaleless lyric Thanatos pattern. Come free yourself, an authorial voice echoes. It is not comic to be tragic. People have been trying to come down tangible form. We hear the bell, but there is no handiwork. Trade, we have nothing porcelain.
So Thomas Mallory, isolation is not the question. I am not confined to distant recipient beyond the scope of realism. Queen Guinevere lies in bed, dreaming pregnable dreams. Have her face screened green leather and japanned gold.
Sylvius twined this muslin, hedge in silver threave, a half line aesthetically left, slashed if a hare crosses a highway or the double of a hare, himself, Sylvius.
This is little from 1745 to 1775 by arithmetical reckoning, specular as mourning to half-articulate lace curtain insofar. Gravitation, the electron naive, yesterday, thin black realism, a fugitive incarnate statistic at lattice lately in hair pencil.
She reigned only from 1702 to 1714, but Queen Anne ran over to outline cresting under cruel embroidery linen, a mere decorative appendage. She doesn't exist for upper glass, fury against moral prudence, stem and clawfoot rushlight.
More than 400 years back, about 46 drapers, the beds of a king and queen were saluted by courtiers as if they were approaching altars. Acting is ephemeral, only magic. In melodrama, therefore, select this flame stitch called Irish.
1775, Landscape America, blind stitch to French, edge, silk, damask cover, silhouette of Gothic city, soaring bird needlework, quiet under false scant, lonely, ecstatic, incessant, white on white coverlet.
One of the once most misunderstood materials in decorative art studies has been turkey work, no clue given as to why a colony of refugee weavers weave, undoubtedly scrap eras, wrong of other to others, turkey work apart theory.
Turkey work frames are made to fit the covers en suite, as one may guess. In dreams, all material is. And turkey work palpably reveals material parallels. Refugee weavers, no clue in decorative art studies.
Dr. Edwards and Dr. Chauncey, chiseled in shadow of geometric angel and winged death's head, gravestone, willow, and urn. Sir, you claim an exemption from endless punishment as a right. Unto Caesar the things which are
Private irony and liberal hope. Hanging is far to God HL, a mere suggestion of evil. O cacograph in writing box long after Aras, a strapwork trellis sentence, strapwork trellis sentence.
Muslim cathedral ancestors, 1239, first glass windows, still needle historians older than pen in backward time, to Cromwellian upholsterer, symbolism's sealed look, Lucia holding a lamp, Saint Olivia hung up by her hair.
There were rushlights, spermaceti and candles, sweetness of scent. How much older, just visible to this age and the next under homespun indigo strapwork, as if dome, light blue foliage were distant colony, even chairs drift, outswept arm, otherwise plain.
Names are a part of things of this region. Nominalism, recollection for recollection. This has nothing to do with right, the right word, left, for renew, red, subdue, infinitely small lattice, HLL, quick not to rush to tiptoe.
A candle floated on water will burn brighter to Neolithic God. I have only faded silk to draw looking glass, gravestone under doorway, plot malignant effect. Still a little in front, Enid rides through forest as if she dared. Burn brighter waterscape in the
Held once quiet, still aside, at one or two removes, no brought back into touch. Because pain is life. We want you to disquiet. You've enough about us.
Here, there's an illustration of an incompletely tatted piece of lace,
Ah,
which
Yeah.
is part of the description in this bed hangings that we've just been reading.
Are we pausing?
yeah, let's pause.
I mean, could they not have come up with a more kind of, legible, if that's the right word, piece of lace?
Is it tatted or is it cut work? Is it
Strap work, you
Yeah,
mean?
what the heck is strap work?
Piece something?
well, strap work is ribbons, and the ribbons can be suggest they can be going over and under each other. From what I
Okay.
read.
Hmm.
It's really interesting. She leaves no word unturned.
That's true.
Like, for instance, filicide is the eavesdropping, the continual rain. Has to do with property rights. That a person could have a roof overhang somebody else's roof, and the rain could drop down on the neighbor's roof, so to speak. I mean, that's one of the things it has to do with, but still aside,
Yeah.
what a word.
She also jumps around with different kinds of needlework. I mean, she talks about lace, she talks about the strapping and the turkey thing.
Turkey work, yes, I looked that up.
You know,
I can tell you what turkey work is. Turkey work is making plush, and they sometimes use it as decorations for the backs of pieces of furniture. So a turkey work frame might be the back of a chair or a bed covering or some piece of solid furniture. And the reason, which it took me a while to figure this out, the reason it's called turkey work has nothing to do with birds. It has to do with the country turkey.
oh my gosh,
The stitch imitates Turkish rugs.
Turkish carpeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry, I interrupted. Go ahead, Tom.
I'm fascinated by the fact that there's constant reference to the act of sewing, the act of stitching, the act of creating these bed hangings that is constantly, at the same time, interrupted by odd sort of historical incursions that keep arriving in the midst of the sewing, almost as though your mind suddenly went someplace else. But it's
Exactly.
Yeah, turkey work, no clue given as to why a colony of refugee weavers we undoubtedly scrap terrace.
Yeah.
Now the refugee weavers are probably, the sense I get from those passages is that that a couple of texts are being intercut with each other. So I don't think there's any, I don't think refugee weavers had a monopoly on turkey work. But somehow we're reading about embroidery.
So we're also going through several centuries here when she mentions different dates and different techniques or things that were popular, which could have impacted like the edge of the bed hangings. So they may have been restored in a different, but in a way different from the original.
Right. So
And then there's the references to Queen Anne that, for me anyway, evokes Queen Anne's lace, right?
Yeah.
Which is not a lace, but a plant.
Yeah.
I've been looking up Threve, but I don't see anything other than Threve Castle, which is, but perhaps that's, Magee, she uses it as a verb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What page is that on?
It's quite early.
It's early and then it appears later as well.
There are repetitions. The rabbit shows up a few times.
Coming back.
Yeah.
Yeah, one thing one might want to do would be to remember this reference to glass.
Oh, the first windows, yes.
As we move into the scarecrow quotes.
And there's also quill work, right?
Mhm.
Quill, presumably that's the needle, or that's used, the quill work, needlework.
Yeah, this is all European. So do you wonder, were they importing the idea of Native American quill work at all? Or?
Well, I don't think so. I think what they're talking about, but I could be wrong, she's talking about is the quill work where you take thin strips of paper that are about, you know, 1/4 of an inch high and very long, and you wrap them around something like a pencil, and then you use groups of them in monochrome or in multiple colors to create a 3-dimensional picture of an object. It could be an animal or a plant or a person, a landscape, what have you.
Sure.
That's the quill work I was thinking of.
That sounds perfect because that's similar to the turkey work.
Yeah.
It's also 3-dimensional.
Yeah.
And the reference here in on page 90 where the quill work appears is also to old Lille silk. So there we have French silk.
Yeah.
Line stitch to French edge silk damask. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
That whole business of blind stitched. I bet you Maureen knows what a blind stitch is.
I do. I'm a quilter. I have done quilting. A blind stitch is much more common than you think. It's just a stitch that you make so that on the front of whatever it is, it's pretty much invisible. For example, hemming a skirt, hemming the bottom of pants around each leg. That's a blind stitch that's used to do that. And they're usually very close together so that the object will stay sealed, if you will, hemmed. Yeah.
What we call a raksu, the little bibs that we wear as within Buddhism are there in, if you will, rectangles and patterns, and those are all blind stitched so that you don't see the stitching, you see the pattern of the square.
Yeah.
Same thing as with quilting. And for somebody like you who's not a sewer, they're awful to do.
Well, when you look at some things like fine handkerchiefs, I have nothing but admiration for the people that can do that because it is so tiny and the hem is actually rolled.
Yep.
It's just phenomenal. The level of talent, I guess I'd say, that's required in order to be able to do that is just out of this world.
One could say the problem is magnified. I was interested, we read this pretty much straight through as though it were one continuous piece of poetry. And I'm wondering if it's right, but then, you know, on page 104 and 105, the way that the last stanza on 104 works with the title of
The next one
part is very funny.
Page 93 is titled as well, The Age of Resplendent Lace.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I think of it as a sequence because of the repetitions and the reuse of certain materials like that rabbit that shows up a couple of times and so forth. There's various lines get redone and dreamlike in different order of words and so forth, but the same words.
Well, the whole process of sewing is, you know, a linear progression, basically. I mean, whether you're weaving or you're tatting or whatever you're doing, so that there is a sense here of work being done in different modes, different fabrics and whatnot. And sort of as the work is being done, oddly enough, history is progressing. I mean, there's something happening behind or while the work is being done.
Yeah, like on page 93, when she writes about Penelope making a shroud for Laertes, and then in the next stanza, she describes it as cobweb, gossamer, ephemera, which for a shroud sounds pretty appropriate because we're talking about someone who has passed away and honoring that individual.
Well, and you know, she immediately then
and then she follows into something else. Yeah.
You know, but again, you know, the shirt worn by William the Silent is still preserved at The Hague. Well, this whole thing is about the preservation of worn at death, you know.
Well, since we should, you know, I do want us to remember this line: "Glass is broken, the mirror." As we move forward.
Okay.
That will work.
Yeah.
We're going on to the next section now.
Yeah, good, unless somebody has something else they want to introduce.
I mean, just to say that thrive, in fact, is a noun on page 91, not a verb. The silvery thrive.
Thrive.
Yet to fathom the meaning of thrive.
Oh, yes.
Right, edge with silvery thrive.
Right. So it's a decoration or
yeah, some form of embroidery.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if it's, I mean, she's describing something she's looking at.
It's a place.
So you get the Sylvius hedge, which is like a forested hedge, and with a sheaf of arrows above that, and so on. And you know, she's looking at a piece of cloth at a bed hanging.
Well, so she's describing what's being portrayed in the bed hanging, but this first 4 lines of that page are funny. Half line aesthetically left slashed. If a hair crosses the highway, or the double of a hair of himself, well.
Okay, I hear that as a metaphor for the act of sewing itself. So the hair crossing a highway, I envision similarly a needle going into cloth and so forth. So a hair crossing a highway, or the double of a hair, because you got to come back again, you're going to be a second hair. That's just my private associations, perhaps, but that's what I get out of it. I can read that whole little section as the activity, you know, as encoding the activity of making working on a piece of cloth.
Embroidery. I keep seeing tapestries with figures, often not terribly discernible, but they're there, you know.
Thrive is the name of a castle in Scotland.
Right, yes, but that doesn't really
help
us with the silvery thrive on the edge of a cloth.
Yeah.
unless they're depicting little castles.
Is that some kind of harvest, a thrive?
The thrive is, what was it again, Maureen?
It's a castle in Scotland that has gardens, and
also looking in the Scottish National Dictionary.
I'm just looking.
A measure of grain.
I'm looking it up in the OED. So.
Grow or develop well or vigorously.
That's
of a child, animal, or plant. Oh no, that's thrive. Sorry.
Okay, so this This is,
Well, I can
these
see
are the
the word three.
nouns that I'm looking it up in the OED,
Oh, good.
and it's 2 shocks or stooks of corn, generally containing 12 sheaves each. So yeah, bundles of straw, basically,
Very
is
good,
is
yeah.
that meaning.
I could also
Um,
see, I could also hear it as a portmanteau word combining thread and weave.
Yeah.
yeah, that's nice. Yeah.
Oh,
But yeah, several here. A small sheaf,
Yeah.
a bundle or small
That
sheaf.
sounds.
well,
now we're
it
talking.
sounds like a
That sounds
description of a piece of embroidery because it's
Yeah,
edged
no,
with-
exactly.
Yeah.
The castle, bringing in the 3 of. Oh, that was painful.
Ooh.
Oh dear.
But what strikes me about these poems or these pages is the sort of the kind of syntactic choices one makes while reading. I feel as though I'm treading very carefully and then kind of regretting having having inserted a certain emphasis.
Yes, true.
And
I
it's
can
like, oh
find-
no, I could actually do that differently.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
quite it's an interesting reading process anyway.
She frequently leaves out, I'll say she leaves it out, but I want to put it, my head is putting it in, the article, the, THE, because there are several places, even in this just one section, where it might have been possible to put the word the in because it seems to help complete the thought, but she leaves it out. So she's making you focus on the next word that she's
Mhm.
used.
Yeah, it's quite variable. Some of them have quite a number of those. And then others have, no problem using the other article.
Mhm.
And then there's, the fact that there's no punctuation throughout. So knowing when to pause. I mean, there are certain capitalizations.
Capitalize, yes.
Yeah. That seem to suggest maybe a pause and a new thought or a new sentence.
Mm.
But,
They are a bit like the stray thoughts that occur. I mean, they tend to start something, and then just as we get all ready to interpret that something, of course, it's gone. I mean, it's gone. That is.
Well, it is a bit like the tattered, the tattered hanging. You don't get the complete, the complete version. It's really a series of fragments strung together.
Yes.
Yeah, the sentence stands out to me. It's on 103. In dreams, all material is. And I feel like there's both the literal physical material that's being listed and that recurs, but then of course, all of the material that comprises the text that's being written, that it all is at once in this dream state, this sort of that then it comes, the disjointedness and the etherealness makes, some sense right in that context it's supposed to be an insomniac state or.
Yeah, so I mean, the question there is like, how do you read that? Do you say that the turkey work frames are made to fit the covers en suite? As one may guess, in dreams, all material is en suite.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. No. And it strikes me that again, maybe it's both and all, maybe.
Yeah, really.
Which is one of the things I love about this.
It could very well be that thought is continued in the line that is left out or folded, so that it's not visible. That there could be a 9th line to that poem that we're just not seeing.
right, exactly. Yeah. And it's the line one has to guess at, as one does with dreams, right?
Right. Cacograph. Anybody got anything on that?
No, let's check that out.
Yeah, I'm seeing that it is bad handwriting or spelling. Cacography, bad handwriting or spelling.
Okay,
Cack is such a wonderful sounding negative sound.
word, yeah.
Right. But her word, all right, so is her, oh, the word escapes me for the moment, for the enjambment. Is her enjambment just a function of the margin, or is it something deliberate, do we think?
You mean like counted words or per line or something?
Right, well, there were
Yeah, but there isn't a strict number.
170 were rush lights, firma, seti, candles, sweetness of scent. You know, it seems like the spermaceti is strictly a function of the margin, but I'm not sure.
Mhm.
Well, it's interesting because it leaves you having to be very wary about whether there is a meaning that's going to go from sentence to sentence. I mean, the
Line to
marginality
line, right?
cuts it, and you're not quite sure whether it's to be continued or it's just a cut, which is
Yeah.
quite interesting.
Yeah, it is.
It's like Zukowski counting words or counting syllables, and the syllables, when you count syllables, you get very strange stuff.
Right.
Yep.
But I think the purpose here is in fact to make you puzzle over the whole thing.
Yeah.
So that you're never certain. You have to look at it over and over again.
But you know, this is the interesting thing is that, you know, in dreams, we're constantly trying to give meaning to these scraps of information or scraps of wording. And it's what we do with dreams and things. You know, we're always imputing certain kinds of meanings. So a lot of what this does is that it sets your mind off. You mentally finish the sentence with, and I would bet we may all finish it quite differently.
Right.
Mhm.
Is this a dream poem, or is it a waking poem? And is this the kind of thing you get when you lay in bed awake at night and your eye lights on this and that and the other thing, and they do or don't
It's an
relate to
insomnia
the-
poem.
Yeah, really. It's a midnight poem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. The book is called The Midnight. I think it
Yeah.
is.
All right.
But there's a strong sense that she's also looking at stuff. So, but
Yeah.
yeah, oh well, who knows?
Looking at all kinds of embroidery and fabric and I mean,
Mm.
bed hangings themselves.
Yeah.
And there are pictures throughout the work,
Right.
which
Yeah.
calls your attention to the idea of visualness. Some of the stuff you can envision and some you can't.
Or perhaps she grew up in a house where they did have a tester on the bed. You know, they had like a 4-poster with a fabric over it, but a more modern version than the archaic kind, elaborate fabrics that she's talking about through history, and different sleeping chambers.
Hmm. Should we go on?
Yeah, let's
Sure.
proceed.
Sure.
Yeah, I love this. I love the epigraph to scare quotes too. I mean, it's almost, you know, a version of what we've been engaging with in bed hangings.
Yes, it is.
What is the night? Almost at odds with morning. Which is which?
Lovely quote.
Oh.
Okay, well, let's go on. Do we want to read the poem that up above there, in port, the Northwest Passage in
Oh,
port?
I can't see that.
Anyone who can read it.
Too small for me, but if you can read it, go
Last
ahead.
to the chamber, last to the chamber where I lie, my fearful footsteps patter nigh, and come from out the cold and gloom into my warm and cheerful room. There, Safe arrived, we turn about to keep the coming shadows out and close the happy door at last on the perils that we passed. Then when Mama goes by to bed, she shall come in with tiptoe tread and see me lying warm and fast and in the land of Nod at last.
Land of, okay.
So whose turn is it to start here?
Who read last?
I think it's Maureen's turn.
Oh, okay. During the 1960s, I was living on Christopher Street, a block from the Hudson River in Manhattan. Often a well-dressed stranger with obsessive compulsive disorder par excellence used to pace the sidewalk outside our building for an hour or more at a time. He appeared to be proceeding in the direction of the water, but at each line of transition between pavement slabs, he halted in a frenzy of anxiety. There followed an explosive colloquy between himself and the concrete. Where philosophy stops, poetry is impelled to begin. He was a man far away from home, biting his nails at destiny. Pavement to the west, which must be crossed. Pavement to the east, which must not be left. Forward the minutely particular thin line. Jump at it with the stride of a giant, or like an artist attempting a leap in a single direction, he propelled himself forward. But some rigidly elaborate rule having nothing to do with realism drove him praying, counting, gesturing back. A ghastly skeptic, over compliant, in a chiasmus, the second half of a sentence repeats the first, but with the order of the two main elements inverted, so that the meaning of the second half returns to its source in the first half, hovering between identities. We'll hang together, or together we'll hang. The direction is always toward the middle. There are people who can challenge transition on its own terms and people who cannot. He was one who could not. As I watched his inertial journey, the murderous aphorism, step on a crack, break your mother's back, continually inserted itself into my thoughts. I wondered about the relation between one concrete slab and another concrete slab.
Every word was once a poem. Do I stop there? I think so.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Sleep.
Unless it's a title.
I'll go on. Every word was once a poem. Sleep, to take rest by sleeping. Sleepers in a ship are those timbers which lie before and behind in the bottom. Their use being to strengthen and bind fast the timbers called futtocks and rungs, as also to line out and make the narrowing of the floor of the ship. Sleepy, evil in swine, a disease. Sleepy, grave, a tomb or sepulcher.
Scare quotes. Quote. Every book is a quotation, and every house is a quotation out of all forests and mines and stone quarries. And every man is a quotation from all his ancestors. This is the epigraph to the Riverside edition of Emerson's essay, Quotation and Originality. In a footnote to his son, Edward Waldo tells the reader,
Dr. Holmes, in several places in his life of Emerson, has much that is interesting to say about his quotations, which he says are like the miraculous draft of fishes, and he has been at pains to count the named references, chiefly to authors, and found them to be 3,393, relating to 868 different individuals. He also says that this essay furnishes a key to Emerson's workshop. He believed in quotation and borrowed from everybody and every book, not in any stealthy or shamefaced way, but proudly, as a king borrows from one of his attendants the coin that bears his own image, subscription or superscription. Unknown man, formerly known as Michael Drayton by unknown artist.
Formerly known as. What happened, I wonder? Did it now be unknown?
Yeah.
How to act. Born Alfred Wilmore in 1890, Michel MacLemoire started life in Kensal Green, London. His earliest stage appearance was in The Goldfish, written and produced by Miss Leila Field, with music composed by a person whose name appears on the program as Mr. Ira O'Naught. Wilmore doubled as Reggie in King Goldfish. From there, he moved on to double as Macduff's son and the second apparition of a bleeding child for no additional fee in Sir Herbert Beerbohm Tree's production of Macbeth. Tree, following in the footsteps of Henry Irving, believed in elaborate stage productions and reveled in playing brooding villains. As the second apparition, Alfred rose through a trapdoor into a huge cauldron surrounded by gray and crimson curtains. The apparitional role led to his being engaged to play Michael Darling in Dion Boucicault's lavish production of Peter Pan at the Duke of York's Theatre. Tree's monograph, How to Act, published in 1905, the same year my mother was born, had an enormous effect on young performers, including a new McMaster. McMaster, whose stage name was Martin Doran, toured Ireland as Doran for at least 10 years. Anu, pronounced Anu, as a childhood mispronunciation for Andrew, but it stuck. In later life, MacLemoire recalled a, quote, dramatic and operatic matinee at the Royal Opera House, Covent Garden, 1914. He had a tiny role to raise money for the Titanic Disaster Fund. Sarah Bernhardt, to whom he was presented, had recited a monody on the cathedrals of France. Quote, I was in the room with the incarnation of the theater, with one who had an indescribable brilliance and seductiveness about every movement she made. Her voice was a live creature that caressed the mind and tore at the heart. Nevertheless, MacLemoire Wilmore, always alert to theatrical tricks, brought to Doran McMaster's attention the uncanny stillness of the brown lace fringing her wrists. Quote, gummed to her hands, dear.
Mary Manning had crossed the Irish Sea several times, though never the English Channel, and had crossed the Atlantic Ocean both ways twice, third class. Economic survival tactics during a time of war, revolution, counter-revolution, and the traumatic birth of a nation meant setting out as a poor relation. So after being an actress, a theatre critic, a magazine editor, the author of 2 plays and a novel, she arrived in Cambridge, Massachusetts in 1934 at the home of her Aunt Muriel, where she met my father and became a faculty wife and a mother.
Even
into her 90s, she kept leaving in order to arrive one place or another as the first step in a never-ending process somewhere else. And then we have a little image with a couple of, it looks like the fabric cover of a book, like a scrapbook or a baby book with phone numbers written on, an 800 number and a local number.
Well, one of them is Aer Lingus, which is an airline.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Down under, Mrs. Malaprop. While you are on a prenatal errand into the parental wilderness, I am analyzing grammatical comparisons. Long before I ask a single woman to speak Jacobean, there will be proper sorrows to illiterate from speech. Lodgings? No great house. Moth has been excised. Wall will be plastered. Approach, giant queller. Cut thread and thrum. We circumnavigators of Shakespeare know the oretical frameworks are inadequate before Oberon's ekphrastic cuckoldry, thus meter and mop.
Ovaltine, 1991, entering Houghton Library, Harvard Yard, 9 a.m., a fine June summer morning. At the entrance to the red brick building, designed by Robert C. Dean of Perry, Shaw, and Hepburn in 1940, two single wooden doors with hinges, concealing two modernist plate glass doors without frames, have been swung into recesses to the left and right so as to be barely visible during open hours. The only metal fitting in each glass consists of a polished horizontal bar at waist height a visitor must pull to open. I enter an oval vestibule about 10 feet wide and 5 to 6 feet deep. Before me, double doors again plate glass.
Passing through this first vestibule, I find myself in an oval reception antechamber, about 35 feet wide and 20 feet deep, under what appears to be a ceiling with a dome at its apex. I think I see sunlight, but closer inspection reveals electric light concealed under a slightly dropped form, also oval, illuminating the ceiling above. This first false skylight resembles a human eye and the central oval disc its pupil. Maybe ghosts exist as spatio-temporal coordinates, even if they themselves do not occupy space, even if you've never seen one. So what? If the design of the antechamber can be read in terms of power and regimes of library control, and if ghosts presently, in quotes, presently, quotes, occupy papers, you need to understand the present tense of quotes, occupy.
To enter this neo-Georgian building, a few modernist touches added, with its state-of-the-art technology for air filtration, security, and controlled temperature and humidity for the preservation of materials, is to turn away from contemporary city life with all its follies and parasites in search of a second coming for dry bones. When the soul of a scholar has an inward bent and bias for an author in the kingdom of Houghton, it is never at rest until here. Perversely, nothing in Houghton awakens security sooner than curiosity. Here, every researcher can be a perpetrator.
I'm just going to pause to say I might share this paragraph, so perhaps I'll, it's quite a long one, so perhaps I'll read to the bottom of the page. Directly ahead, at the far side of the reception area, is a large open door leading to a hall with a spiral staircase. I have the impression of subdivisions above and below, communicating while at the same time remaining securely remote from intrusion. Immediately to the right of the door, to the staircase stands a small desk where a guard intercepts all visitors. At the left end of the antechamber are two doors. The left one leads into a small coat room, the right into a smaller space containing postcards, catalogs, and posters for sale, too genteel for any cash register and counter. Beyond these two service rooms and the entrance to the Edison and Newman room, a large rectangular chamber about 60 feet wide with a high ceiling, two ponderous glass chandeliers, and two fireplaces on the wall opposite the entrance. Joseph Oriel Eaton's oil portrait of Herman Melville in fierce, bearded, late middle age hangs over the mantelpiece, just visible in the distance from the antechamber. Exactly opposite and symmetrical to the entrance of the Edison and Newman room is the door, shut, leading to the reading room, otherwise known as the treasure room or Houghton Library. It's a weekday. There must be people somewhere. Standing at the center of this reservoir, set apart for public traffic but empty as a church, I feel myself the parasite object of the institutional gaze.
You're muted, Jim.
Okay, sorry. What is being evaluated? I have come here to examine Emily Dickinson manuscripts. Already, just across the threshold, my orientation has changed. Viewer and viewed are reversed. I wonder if I am clothed in accordance with everyday Harvard University library usage. I am wearing black slacks from Ann Taylor's, a white cotton Ann Taylor shirt, plain shoes rather than sandals, and I have a new monogrammed black leather Coach briefcase my husband gave me for my birthday because he knew I was making this trip and it seemed professional. Neither of us has a college degree, so we have that feeling of failure in common and are always at war with what we wear. I wish he hadn't asked for a monogram. SH in gold is so Connecticut. I wonder if I'm more worried about my appearance than any of the scholars who have already made it into the reading room. I approach the desk directly, facing the entrance where an elderly, lower grade official, security, but with horn-rimmed glasses, wearing what could be a J-Press tweed sports jacket, politely, if firmly, asks me to present my credentials. He needs to check a license, credit card, a proof of academic affiliation. Susan Howe, I answer. But before the words are out, I realize that both license and credit card say Susan van Schlegel, and wait for the impact of this coming and going of a second self. I worry about it a good deal these days. I explain that though legally I use my married name, I am also a poet, and Howe is the maiden name. Feminism has shattered that outmoded custom. Now I'm paying the piper for not having chosen the best and bravest path in 1965. I feel the acne rosacea on my Irish half of my nose getting worse. I am blushing, defensive, desperate, and this is only the public sector. I'm a professor at the State University of New York at Buffalo, I hastily add, hoping the word professor will stop him from wondering about the questionable status of SUNY Buffalo to the ivied upper ranks. Are those 4 initials a slip into the vernacular? Apart from MIT, distinguished private universities generally avoid acronyms. As he is sizing up the credit card situation, I glance around.
Pretending nonchalance and observe 4 evenly dispersed oval recessed bookcases from wainscot height to about 8 feet, perhaps intended to resemble bay windows instead of locked shelves, each with 2 curved glass doors bearing engraved titles painted over their tops in gold, arranged in groups of 3. Hollis, Harvard, Math, Maysfield, Coleridge, Robinson, Herbert, Milton, Donne, Perseus, Graphic Arts, Montaigne. At the moment, I am closest to Herbert. Behind glass is a group of perfectly maintained leather-bound volumes. One taller than the rest, has a blood red leather binding with gold lettering, presented to Charles I at Little Gidding.
The wave cry, the wind cry, the vast waters of the petrel and the porpoise. In my end is my beginning.
Members of this Anglican devotional community, established in 1625 at Little Gidding by Nicholas Farrar with his mother, brother, sisters, nieces, and nephews in what was then a deserted hamlet in the county of Huntingdon, combined practical simplicity with Protestant mystical intensity. And Little Gidding, Eliot's 4th quartet, has served me as a beacon for what poetry must achieve. Probably the Farrars presented the Houghton volume to Charles I when he visited them in 1633, the year George Herbert died. The community continued for another 10 years, but was broken up in 1647 after the English Civil War.
My life has stood a loaded gun in corners till a day the owner passed, identified, and carried me away.
Emily Dickinson probably wrote the poems I have come here to see during the American Civil War years. She has shown me that access to the metaphysical is the requirement of a need. Poems are the impossibility of plainness rendered in plainest form.
During the 1630s and 40s, at Little Gidding, the large concordance room, painted green and varnished, was used for communal labor on the various concordances of the four evangelists. Quote, "Prosper thou, O Lord, the work of our hands. Innocency is never better lodged than at the sign of labor." Such sentences from the Bible chosen by members of the family were painted around the upper part of the walls. Farrar's method of book production was to piece together portions of each gospel in such a way that the whole formed a continuous narrative, and yet the reader could, if she chose, read the complete text of a single gospel by skipping down the page and reading only passages marked in the margin with a particular letter, A for Matthew, B for Mark, C for Luke, D for John. His nieces and nephews extracted each word, sentence, phrase, or proverb with knives and scissors and pasted them on fresh sheets of paper, so meticulously pressed down that when each page was finished, it resembled a new kind of printing. The volumes, bound in leather or velvet, were embroidered or stamped with designs in gold. Images used for stamps were most often fleur-de-lis, acorns, and sprigs of oak. But somewhere I read that the British Museum owns a 1633 volume assembled by Nicholas himself and presented to Charles, and when the king again visited the community in 1642, he was shown another concordance that was being made for the use of the Duke of York. What does it matter which harmonies has taken refuge in Houghton in 1991?
Sense and notion. You are not here to verify, instruct yourself, or inform curiosity or carry report. You are here to kneel where prayer has been valid, and prayer is more than an order of words.
I wonder what would happen if I suddenly knelt down here before the case.
The guard hands me back my credentials in a civil manner and says I may now enter the reading room, but must first secure my briefcase and all other extraneous possessions, except for a pencil and notepaper in the coat room. Here is the key to locker number 26.
To the left of the reading room door, there is a discreet sign on the wall. Reading room doorbell, arrow pointing left.
Below, a small white button. Above, a terse instruction, press button and wait for the click. Something so clear is hard to follow. I press. From deep inside the room, a soft buzz. In my eagerness, I clutch the handle and push. I should have waited for the click and pulled. My chance is over. The visual connection, door and button, will not respond to the auditory connection, buzz and click. Again, I press. Again, I grasp and shove. Through a window in the door at eye level, I see several scholarly heads looking my way as if to admonish. A cultivated researcher does not make careless mistakes. The gulf between each buzz and click is terrifying in its possibilities. The guard on this side is looking my way. Does that artificial light in the anteroom ceiling conceal a camera aimed at the back of my neck? I press again, this time yanking the door at the instant of the click. It opens.
Inside at the front desk are several young, no-nonsense women controlling access to the books and papers. They look Bostonian. I was born in Boston, but left as soon as I could, so I'm sure I looked foreign. One of them asked my name and what I'm here for. I tell them, I have come to see Emily Dickinson's manuscripts H50 to 52 and H131 to 32, the poems in fascicle 34, including My Life Had Stood, a Loaded Gun, and essential oils are wrung that are from the rose. And tell them I have the curator's permission. They hand me a form to fill out and proceed to look through a list of manuscripts waiting for patrons. The material I requested isn't there. They whisper among themselves, glance at me now and then, and politely but firmly say they don't have it. They ask to see the curator's letter. I don't have it.
I've driven up that day from Connecticut and booked into the Howard Johnson Motel. My pencils are sharpened, notepaper ready. I have waited weeks for this moment. I think of the disarming of the Antinomians in 1637, coinciding with the founding of Harvard College in Cambridge, a provincial village of mainly British immigrants. I think of Roger Williams and the gap in the hedge or wall of separation between the garden of the church and the wilderness of the world. I think about the rattle of statistical traffic. Where and when did English prosodial grammar become American? As a half Irish or half Anglo-Irish woman, I know an audience will always react to the materiality of voice as a sign. Deepness of timbre is preferable to shrill. I am feeling a sense of humiliation and angry despair. I know my reaction is extreme. I can hear my voice running into its irksome high pitch, jostling genteel decorum. The librarians are feeling its vulgar assault.
Are you Susan Howe? Someone at the oak table behind my back whispers my real name. Surprised, I turn to her and we have a hushed conversation while the librarians are checking with a higher authority in an inner room. She is working on the papers of Harriet Elizabeth Prescott Spofford, a largely forgotten protege of Thomas Wentworth Higginson. Born in Maine in 1835, Prescott, the precious eldest of 7 children, labored 15 hours a day to support her siblings and invalid parents, writing fiction that was published anonymously in Boston, penny dreadfuls, until 1858, when she sent a detective story set in Paris called In a Cellar to the Atlantic Monthly. This one was so sophisticated, the editors doubted she could have written it, and Higginson was called in to assure them she wasn't an imposter. She is known to Dickinson scholars because in her second letter to Higginson, 25th April 1862, the poet wrote, "You speak of Mr. Whitman. I never read his book, but was told he was disgraceful. I read Miss Prescott's Circumstance, but it followed me in the dark, so I avoided her. Come away, away, children, come down, come down."
Come away, this way, John Cotton, Cotton Mather, Barbary Cutter, King Philip, Meta Comet, Mercy Short, dim rustle of papers, hushed buzz, discreet door, release clicked, researcher let in or out. In a chiastic universe, only relations exist. Nothing exists absolutely.
It is fun to be hidden, but horrible not to be found. The question is how to be isolated without being insulated.
Acres, without the endorsement of Washington Irving, in 1857, America's most prominent antebellum literary figure, Olmsted might not have been selected as superintendent in charge of construction of Central Park in New York City. The commissioners and engineers were looking for a practical person, someone thoroughly fit for park development. The applicant was an ex-farmer, hay, potatoes, turnips, who hadn't been able to make his farms pay. A travel writer, Walks and Talks of an American Farmer in England, A Journey in the Seaboard Slave States, A Journey Through Texas. A partner in the failed publishing firm, Dix Edwards and Company, and managing editor of Putnam's Monthly Magazine. Apparently, Washington Irving's backing, friends indirectly due to an amateur production of Richard Brinsley Sheridan's The Rivals, in which Olmsted played the role of Bob Acres, end quote, eased the doubts of hesitant committee members, and Olmsted was elected at an annual salary of $1,500. Quote, the strongest objection to me that I am a literary man, not active, yet if I had not been a literary man so far, I certainly should not have stood a chance, end quote, the bemused winner wrote to his brother, John.
Rivals is an anti-sentimental comedy of impersonation or mistaken identity. And then there's a little illustration, bottom of the page.
Of
Petrol.
what?
Petrol. These days, the Sacagawea Expressway rudely interrupts Olmsted's 19th century Rousseauian nature house community theory, especially at rush hour. Nevertheless, this particular public gathering place maintains an aura of unaccommodating emptiness, different from other more passively liberating parks or artificial enclosures designed by Olmsted, Bow and Company for Boston, Brooklyn, New Haven, and Manhattan, if only in the way the treetops echo the as yet unpastured insurrection of clouds and sky, so openly and secretly.
Hello again, me and you and me. Welcome back to the Woodland Pattern Marathon. I'm Stefan Kalmar from the KENOSHA RACINE Poets Laureate cohort here in Racine at Spectrum Gallery. Thanks to Denise for again letting us use the gallery to record and for encouraging over 40 years of creativity here by the lake in Racine. The KENOSHA RACINE Poets Laureate group turns 10 this year, and some of the readers will be current and former Poets Laureate from our counties. Thanks again to Woodland Pattern for doing this every year, and especially to the overachieving Michael. Next up, you'll be seeing some of the fine poets from the Racine Kenosha area. If you're interested in Zoom poets, critiquing the Root River poets, or any open mics going on in Racine, look me up. Again, Stefan Kalmar. We'll talk soon.
Hello, my name is Kara Lee Saffioti-Hughes. I'm a member of the Root River Poets and the curated group that Stefan Kalmar is organizing for Racine Kenosha Poets. I've been published in numerous venues, but that's not why I'm here, so I would like to share with you a few of my poems. On being two places at once. I listened last night, Luis Alberto Urrea, on a podcast I admire. He described liminal spaces, the art of seeing both sides of the borders we make. This man carries the torture of the oppressed and the oppressor in his veins, born of mixed origins, crossing borders of his youth, turning to many years, seeking the stories inflamed, found he could write of those who died in the desert, seeking the dreams of the North, while also encountering a border patrolman who goes out with water, searching, brings the desperate ones stateside, only to arrest them. But Louise could not hate this particular arm of the law for saving a life. Perhaps better to capture a wanderer than send home a body bag. Liminal faces. So today I ponder my Italian-American father, once a border patrolman. They thought he could speak Spanish in Texas before World War II. And I wonder what he did out there in that same desert. I wonder because I still have his gun. Broken Sonnet for Jacob Blake and George Floyd. We walked a burned out street today and you ask me what I see. Desperate lives, acting in hope, drowned in fear. I watched the news, I told you, and the longing to be free shone through. Eyes, a young man shot in the back, his children near. When fake promises ran out with his breath, wrenched though alive, nothing left to believe. Falling on the street, his legacy a shadow joining so many deaths. How could I think of young lives snuffed and not feel anger seethe? Another, a strong face, longing gaze in the pictures his mother saved. A young man trapped with promises to keep, ground into the tarmac. His hollow voice creates the chants we march to now. I can't breathe. They knew, as only black men know, the dreams running wild, run deep. Lightning shots on a street, muffled pleas on another. Breath, blood seeping into the pavement. What price a black man's life? Through the glass. She pauses at the digital photograph, framing her reflection. In a middle ground, her sunken eyes haunt those behind her in the gallery, who see her reflection, the image in the photo of a woman, Alice, poised to walk through her glass. Did she hesitate, wondering will the glass shatter and her image fall in shards forward into that other world or backwards on the floor? A doorway in the photograph past the glass, and the image of a glass, and her own image, layer entering layer. A door beckons, dark framed, spilled open, as if it has been violated. Her eyes move to her own eyes reflected in those of the woman she watches, see the blood-drenched tears on the glass. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Rachel, and I am a part of the RACINE Poet Laureate cohort group. And I have been writing bits and pieces of poetry my entire life, but just recently, in the past few years, have started writing poetry in earnest. The first poem I have is titled "The Way Home." Your path curved, drove you to a small town, sweet with cherry blossoms and worn tree stumps. I imagine the view of the river from your bedroom window, the orange sunrise reflecting a pattern of light onto your bedspread. Your dad's garden full of weeds and wilted rhubarb tangled in the backyard. A maze of home improvement projects line the stairs on the way to your bedroom. You don't mind too much, you tell me. Here my throw pillows match my couch. Bathroom towels line up square in the closet. Jazz plays as I rub spots off spoons, plan a week's worth of dinners. I make cups of tea, sip as the light from my table lamp blankets me. I reread the same lines in my book, watch the sun darken behind trees, my back to your empty bedroom. One time, I saw a baby bird take flight off my second-story patio. I watched as she flapped and pranced along the edge of the railing. Her wings beat off key and my breath caught, as she careened over the side. Mom bird screeched, tore at her own feathers, didn't follow. The next poem I have is titled Diary. I listened last night to the frogs croak as the rain washed their muddy hops into the pond. There is a better time, maybe, to meet their mate. One time he said, "You have a beautiful voice. You should do voiceovers." And I contemplated getting a microphone, my own kind of mating call, reeling men in who are lovers of books. From my window, leaves turn brown and curl like my diary pages. They fall out and off, get lost, separate from branches, whisper quietly across streets. Sometimes we stare at each other and your eyes match the color of fall. I turn away, hang up, close my window to the noise, open a fresh page. The next poem I have is titled Recliner. The teacher leans her sigh against the palm of her hand as she studies the open book of math lessons, waiting to become a slide deck. She shelves yesterday's lesson on her chipped coffee table, a tray of paper clips and pens out of reach from the recliner she sits in. Each morning, she unfolds the plastic craft table, sets her laptop and coffee on it, slips her feet into slippers, and smiles as students come late. She looks at the school schedule taped next to a picture of her girls, calculates 130 days left of school, 3 weeks until Christmas. Mute, unmute, and keep your webcam on sound foreign coming out of her mouth. Her students' heartfelt prayers, thanking God for keeping us safe and 6 feet apart. Eventually, frustration matches hers when a dry erase, "I hate you," is held up on a whiteboard, one of many squares separating student from consequence. The final goodbye is sung in silence. She reads their lips, pretends she is singing it too, waves goodbye to them, clicks to end the conference. Her screen stares black. The last poem I have is titled Pinprick. Just another pinprick, she flinches over her thread, draws the needle up and through, keeps her pace. A wicker basket sits on the floor next to her. She finds a square of checked flannel. In her mind's eye, she sees him flash a smile, waving home from the field, the rows of corn linear and promising out her kitchen window. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Joe Engel, KENOSHA Poet Laureate and father of one, and I am going to read you a few poems out of my catalog of poems, which is huge, and I will get started right now. Third date. In the black period after each of our last sentences, a fog surrounds what might be the end. But when we look away into equal distance, a buoy appears, as an urge to wander down into the dead valley in search of the pile of lost firewood, left by an old mute hermit as a sacrifice, for those caught just like this, each log stacked for the fire of perfect words, brittle and hidden for over 200 years. Middle years. I drink decaf at a diner dizzy with the young, some whose pimples set a precedent for their thoughts, explorers starving and humbled in a passage of volcanic peaks, and some so old that soup is target conversation. From the axis of this carousel, I watch the youth ride their horses up and down as the seniors ride the outer benches, smiling. If there's a God, he's a draft that blows on every cup here, and takes no action to save the young from what they choose. DUIs on a county road, pines blurring past, or undergrad expulsion. The elders know too much to say life is easy, but sweet onions, navy beans, and garlic bring levity to twilight and a weight to what gets lived. The understanding that there are one or two who wander untouched like white flags in wind, gazing down as berated children would. Don't become them, they would say. And I might say, take the risk. But sunshine is strengthened by the spirit here, and since I am somewhere, it cuts time like lines of crushed Adderall, shines clear focus through a room where it feels safe to leave my laptop at the table. A room white with eyes like stars come down. So I would like to ask them about their schedule for sleep, if their moments of waking always trump their dreams, like warm air on a beach where they bury their toes and nod to the open water where they weathered the surging cold. And notice the young run to the water like it is the dream, embraced before a shift of clearing tables. They sprint from towels that hold their forms in sand, and I stand in a prairie of parking lot weeds. A barista's laugh brings me back to my table, in time to find a tip hidden in my wallet's throat. Beside small pictures and cards, I keep like tokens to a fair submerged beneath the waves' white foam. A good start. It's Monday, rising slowly in the odd heat thrown from close quarters on a factory floor. The workers have parked in the time before practical jokes, but none seem struck by the treason of sleep. The morning's so calm, one could holler up and be surprised there is no echo. The bathrooms sing from the housekeeping of contractors who come before sunrise to press against the tide of scuffs our boot soles leave with a squeak on our way back to work. But today, when Johnson sneezed, he covered his mouth. Then he washed his hands. And I wish, as I sit in this bathroom stall, that I knew enough origami to fold my newspaper into an egret I could place on the floor as a portion of all the next occupant has not seen before.
Hello, my name is Debra Hall, and I'm the current Poet Laureate in Racine. I'd like to share 3 of my poems with you today, and I hope you find them insightful. My first poem is entitled New Tenants. Carlton died here at the foot of the stairs. A heart attack swept him out a year before us. I was 7 and chose his room. I saw him floating on the edge of sleep, a pale body in ink blue water. He tied a knot to my dreams, dropped his anchor off the foot of my bed. Each night he called from the bottom of the stairs. He was coming to get me. Each night I screamed. Each night Dad held me. In a fury, Mom scrubbed bedrooms and closets as if he could be vacuumed away. Mom found grainy black and white photos of the Great War, Mussolini and his mistress hanging by their feet. In a fury, she dragged discards to the street, saved the photos in a file for later, painted the hallway yellow. After a while, Mom and I rolled out a cot in the yellow hallway. We called to him under pillows doused in lavender. Dad went back to bed, dreamt of the photos, saw Benito swim up the coast, watched his head bob and dip in the waves. New Tenants. My second poem is entitled Bear Bells. It is midnight in a tent in the Porcupine Mountains. Tonight we practice for a honeymoon, to backpack in Montana, sleep in wild places, smell like trees. Yesterday I bought bear bells to wear on trails. Hikers say it prevents surprise, lets grizzlies know I'm here. This night, my ears tune to wind, to nocturnal animals. A nearby pine tree brushes the side of our tent. As cooking gear rattles with a snort and a growl, you rustle in your sleeping bag, scramble for glasses, find the zipper, stumble out. I follow your underwear with my flashlight. I spot a raccoon behind you. He suckles peanut butter from a squeeze tube, stands on his back feet beneath the tree where we hung our food in a rucksack, suspended in high branches. He sniffs the air, tries to gauge your intent. You lunge at him with a kayak paddle, and he lumbers back into the forest. I try to remember when I agreed, this trip more rugged than romantic. At first I dragged my feet as you ran forward, made lists, bought me a new backpack, kissed me hard when I found sleeping bags that zip together. I was keen to slip in time, see if you softened under the stars, see if I could find that branch that holds your inner wilderness. Hidden behind the sweet yet fierce ways you guard yourself. I would untie the knots that hold these secrets, watch them drop, wait until dark, and stealthily explore you. Bear Bells. My last poem is entitled Flight Risk. I'm a foreigner, suspended at the terminal, sent back to the embassy, exchange all that I own at the turnstile, meet my agent. I count the holes that penetrate the glass between us, try to pull her words through, ask her to repeat what she says. It'll be a while until you're free to leave this country. I am far from home. The man on the corner sees my fear, leers at me. The man behind me at the deli asks for money, behind loaves of bread. He is urgent, pinches my sleeve, smells of alcohol, gestures his hand to mouth. I linger at the meat counter, catch the butcher's eye. He tells the man to leave me alone. I recount euros, delay the purchase a little longer, raise my eyes, let the urgent man know I will keep what is mine. Flight Risk. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jean Preston, a past KENOSHA Poet Laureate, and I thought I'd use this opportunity to honor 3 people in my family who no longer can join us for holiday celebrations, my father, my mother, and my brother. This is a poem that was inspired by my dad. Live Bait. This morning, when I stopped for gas, 2 tall vending machines, garish, blue and green, up against the wall. Live bait proclaimed on fronts and sides. Painted facsimiles of hooked bass fighting, churning fake water and foam. Put in $2 for crayfish, night crawlers, crickets, neat sealed styrofoam packages, guaranteed fresh. The lakes only 3 blocks away, how convenient. How unlike those summer nights my dad would wake us up to hunt for worms. We pulled on our jackets over PJs, slipped on shoes with no socks, got coffee cans and flashlights off the back hall shelf. The worms came up in the damp grass at night, but headed underground when they sensed our lights. We had to be fast, grab those worms cool and smooth before they disappeared and drop them in the grass-filled cans. When we caught enough worms or got tired and chilled, Dad set the cans in the basement fridge. We dragged mud in the house and forgot to wash our hands. Wrapped in warm blankets, we eased into sleep with visions of hooked fish, fighting hard, flashing bright over deep water, breaking free. At 51, I wrote this just a couple years ago. At 51, I look in the mirror, see my mother looking back. I remember watching her reflection when she pinned up her hair, sprayed her emerald perfume. I was 5. We had matching dresses, green like our eyes. We wore them shopping, walking together, watching ourselves in storefront windows. I'd try to move, to hold my head just so. Sometimes we'd pass someone who'd say, "My, you look just like your mother." Later, I noticed other things, how on Tuesdays she'd stand at the ironing board all afternoon, damp clothes in a basket on the floor by her side, her face flushed in the shine of the iron, her hair pulled loose from the pins. She'd push that iron back and forth across creased battlefields of trousers, skirts, my cotton blouses. When she finished, her conquests hung in smooth formation on the door jamb's edge. She'd snap the ironing board shut for another week, a satisfied smile on her face. I was 15. I thought her as dull as the bottom of the iron. I had bigger battles to fight. In sleek, unwrinkled polyester, I would save the world, banish body bags from news reports, burn my bra, convince the whole damn country color didn't matter. She never tried to stop me. Tuesday nights, polyester surrendered to cotton once again. I ironed while I watched TV. Battles rage in distant deserts. Politicians babble. Her face looks back from the shine of the iron. I conquer what I can. Visitations. What do you say when you can't tell the truth? When you can't say out loud that your brother has been stopping by to chat, even though he's dead? How do you explain the last few days? The bright red cardinal hanging out at your office window when there's never been one there before. When you've never believed those tales about found pennies or cardinals being dead loved ones come to visit. When the last 3 times you woke up your Google Mini and asked it to play some 60s and 70s folk music, it played Rocky Mountain High and House of the Rising Sun. He always loved mountains, and you hope he's somewhere high, or maybe high somewhere. And the only song he could play on the guitar for years was House of the Rising Sun. He played it incessantly even after he learned to play well. Began every session warming up with it. That song centered his funeral, a haunting, improvised instrumental that held his love for me, mine for him. What do I say to his bird self, to his song self, to the brother I miss laughing most of all? Feed the cardinal, perhaps. Watch for pennies on the ground. Sing, mothers, tell your children full out. Keep it just between us. Thank you.
What's up, everybody? It's Nick Ramsey here. I'm holding the ceramic mushroom. The reason I'm holding this ceramic mushroom is I wrote a poem about it in this awesome program called Artery at the Spectrum School of the Arts and Gallery in Racine. The poem. And though it may be a bit of a stretch, it is likely that even you, ceramic mushroom, have been touched by the web of mycelia in your past days. Let us recall the journey you have taken to become what you now are. The clay soil, the mycorrhizal networks interweaving themselves through you, the grasping hands of the gatherer, the hauler, the retailer, and the purchaser. You've been sculpted, encouraged with care, and as I look at you adorned with decoration, you peer back, eyeless, between laterally brushed peacock green parted hair. Your pale and scarred face shows no emotion. O mushroom, fleshy fruit of the forest floor, why do you hide from us as we seek your guidance? You poke your head up as a periscope from the underground. Little do we know about your workings, or that of your familial branching. You have eclipsed all life as our most common species, a conduit of our ecosystem. You sprout, spread, and thrive amidst the decay and death of all living things. You give us food and invite us on fantastic trips. Though you may heal, you also holster death. A very merry prankster. You are the finished poem to the scatterbrained poet. And that mushroom was done by Mark Janiuk from Racine, and member at Spectrum. And the second piece I'll do here is about visiting a nursing home. And it's a rhymer. It's a forthcoming song that I'll do a cappella. My foot struck the rug, which opened double doors. Some folks are short-term, others life and pressure sores. Stopping at the desk, I'm here to volunteer, reminiscing on the past memories held dear. I made my way down the hall and put the badge on the shirt. Residents I visit because loneliness hurts. Their soulmates are gone and their kids are grown. So many strange faces, yet they call it a home. Dropped and forgotten, out to fend for themselves. Stuffed bears line the shelves, the workers are Santa's elves. I rap the door frame and ask if I can enter. Little do they know that they'll become my mentors. I'd like to share stories, but mostly I'll listen. Once they finish their tales, I keep with inquisition. And every once in a while, they'll stop and give a look. They'll say, Nick, are you writing a book? If so, it's fine, just don't use my name. I promise that I won't. This isn't some silly game. The truth of it all is that you inspire me. 50 years with one person, a vet and retiree. Is there anything you feel that I should really know? Listen to your heart. The foundation will grow. Too often we rush, forgetting the now. As a child, we're taught to never stop asking how, what, why, or where. They're the questions that prepare the youth for understanding till it's on them to share. We're interrupted by a nurse and a cup filled with pills. Plants shake from fluttering birds and windowsills. They love to watch them. They smile and talk to them. Confined to wheelchairs, will they ever walk again, I wonder? The conversation restarts. Where was I at? Listen to your heart. Oh yeah, you know the little voice that you hear? Sometimes it's all muddied, other times it's crystal clear. Yeah, I think I know that little voice you speak of. It says, push ahead. Curiosity's the teacher. The unknown's attractive. Don't be so passive. These minutes will pass fast, so keep yourself captive. Everyone's uniqueness is seen when we speak. It's on us to seek truth until their ability ceases. It's been a couple hours, a blink of an eye. I know so little, but every day I try. That's all for today, son. I'll see you next time. I ponder that advice as I walk in the sunshine.
Hi, my name is Alex Reilly, and this is Dating Anna. While he is getting ready for his date with me, he is flirting with her, looking into the mirror, imagining her clinging to his skin as his skin clings to his bones. At the restaurant, I ask for a table for two, hoping that for once we can have a meal that she isn't invited to. But somehow she slips in the back door before they have time to bring the drinks. And by the time the entrees arrived, she has seduced him into lockjaw resolve. Food picked up, but never picked up and pushed between unwilling lips while she whispers in his ear about all the things she will do to his body if he only puts down his fork. She follows us home and watches as he takes his medication, diet pills, the Viagra of their love affair, vitamins to convince him there is something healthy about their relationship. I mean, our relationship, because I never see him without her anymore. She is the unspoken presence, the specter at the feast as she feasts on him, devouring him slowly, carving out the softness and replacing it with edges, replacing human with object as she swallows the light from his eyes. She even finds her way into our bed as I caress her handiwork, my tongue dipping into his hip bones, fingers strumming his rib cage like a mandolin, wishing for a way to fill these empty spaces. but I am no better at plugging up my own cracks, using calories as padding from memories that still feel like a punch in the gut, product of a home where second helpings were more plentiful than love, and boys who put things in my mouth that I never asked for. So tell me, how can I fault him for hoping to shed the memories with the pounds? Thank you.
Hey, Michael, sneak attack, poetry. Hello again, it is Stefan Kalmar of the Kenosha Racine Poets Laureate cohort. I was one of the Racine Poets Laureate, the initial Poets Laureate in 2011. I'm going to read a couple of my poems for you today. Sometimes relationships start out in one place and end up in a place that's not predictable. Vertices. Your path curved into our perpendicular. We raced to meet at a point on a line, an intersecting plane. Venn diagram, tacking this way over that, like roots that pull all they need to the center and up. We locked into the darkness of that suck. Looked for common denomination, congruence. Your divorce, our mechanism for our fastening. Primes in 3, 4, and 5 syllables, then one, oh yes. Metronome, swing and away to no. Pop-up old man visits cling like fractions of father, beds pushed close enough to notice. Girls aren't coaxed. Won't share in the past tense, no duration, overlap dolls. Some chipping this, altering friction. Our kids got hitched at 4 and 5. She, the older, played house until something good came on TV. Our pair, prismed, finger pointed at exes, unpaid child support and the beatings that we took inside tornadoes of their infidelity took our breath away, so that we had nothing left to share when our open mouths met dried and raw-boned, starved the months into year, parallel to this every day. Vertices. Sometimes storms can not only be physical and kill, but there are other ways that storms can kill. Resettlement. Orange lights blink bright across storm block windows. Basement walls buckle dwellers from the outside in, upside down. Weather reports from the ground zero. Some river blends flow over, binds the gale to the last time I saw you, ask the apple from my stand, grin your English. This clamor, not kick, try inside me, unseat that refuses to settle. When electricity cut out, search boats silent running, didn't know you, your family were there. Inhabitants less than. At ground level, neighbors lost voice, wanted to keep their place above where you slept, a child's child. What good would it do now? Dig out, cleaned out, aired out, restored. Rented by word of mouth, by US dollars, hand-to-hand shake, no documents, no bill of landing, no state trouble. Absent noise. This one way out. Resettlement. The last poem I'm going to read is about losing something you just can't find again. Absent. That funny is a majority of grief, like the ants making numbers of dirt, there where you are not. Some sob with the gust of bees, the lace of Queen Anne's, more fine than the wood and nails and dark shades of new pigment, catching both rain and sun spots. Your box in full stop. I don't recall that any ancestor expected us to create an altar, more like they didn't want to go stale. So I take the metal clip from the sheet and look for a way to pinch us together, to hold still and in place, perfect. The gold-colored trophy topper I found in a second-hand store, wiped, dusted, placed in our youngest daughter's bedroom. She will find something of it that involves coats and colors of paint. Even at 9, she knows what flat covering will not just scrape away when touched, may smudge. Let's keep that thumbprint ridged story that you had marked later. No one had to tell me that we tricked Christ, who, unable to gobble up the urn of ash you had become. I wanted to pull him down off the ceiling, cling to his robe like memoir, ask that Lord to give my soul a little tickle, or leastwise tell me why it is hiding. Point me in the direction of heaven, hell, or you. God asked me what was in it for her. All I could promise was to teach them how to get lost, avoid roaches and rotted stair risers, shadow moons of blackness, of choosing sides, being picked last, hung out to dry under bleached cover, my whiteout shrug left undone. Thank you.
punked out now.
This is probably really queen right there.
Hey! What are we gonna do now?
I co-wrote this with Eddie Bach, who was in a band with me in the mid-'80s called Petting Zoo. But we wrote this a lot more recently, and I was inspired by my fab, George Harrison, and by Cat Stevens, Yusuf Islam. And it's called When the Swift.
Hi there. Come on in and pull up a log. This is Beaver Talk. My name is Greg Flegel, and I am the board chair for Woodland Pattern. I'm interrupting the poetry marathon in order to share a conversation with a beloved character that I'm sure you already adore. Some may consider a mascot for Woodland Pattern, Bee the Beaver. Bee, thank you so much for finding time in your busy schedule to chat with me today.
No problem. I am proud to be part of the pattern.
Tell me, Bee, how did you get hooked up with Woodland Pattern?
That was back in the day. I was just, keeping busy, patching up the lodge, and figured I'd take a little break. So I looked up Woodland in the Yellow Pages to find someplace familiar. You remember the Yellow Pages. Well, in 2 smacks of a beaver's tail, I found myself in the bookstore, and I was eager to return for all the great events.
What do you like so much about the store?
First impression, it just felt like home. Then I quickly got lost in the variety of books on display and had to come back. One day I am marveling at the small press publishers of poetry. The next, I'm browsing the largest collection of haiku in North America, or the largest Native American section in Wisconsin, or the wonderful array of limited-run chapbooks, zines, broadsides, and other ephemera.
I couldn't agree with you more.
On top of that, Woodland Pattern is dedicated to the discovery, cultivation, and presentation of poetry, independent literature, and the arts.
Why do you think that is so important?
It comes down to making space for us to nurture how we think. This is especially important for us beavers. Woodland Pattern is a safe place to find synchronicities as well as disconnects with a complex variety of voices that fill our world.
That also connects to the goal to promote a lifetime practice of reading and writing. How does that connect with you?
The way I see it, Woodland Pattern has become like a lodge where all types of artists can come together, smack down some mud, and chew the wood. This has a big impact for beginning, struggling, and non-professional writers to find support and connections with established writers in the area, across the country, and even across the big pond.
Well said.
Woodland Pattern builds community that impacts the whole ecosystem, just like how beavers build a lodge.
Do you feel out of place there? It is in the vibrant River West neighborhood in Milwaukee. It must be very different from what you're used to.
Not at all. It is a place where everyone is invited to bring their authentic selves, their ideas, their voices, their art. They are very intentional about inclusion.
There's always room to improve, but I hope we're on the right track. Now, what do you think about the Poetry Marathon?
Without a doubt, one of the greatest events every year. I appreciate all the participants, contributors, sponsors, and all who have pledged or donated. And thanks to all of you who tuned in during this 2-day event.
What makes this event so great?
That's easy. The community that participate and their contributions are remarkably diverse. And it's a free event, open to everyone.
It is free, but it is also a fundraising event?
That's right. This important work needs funding, just like everything else. As we say, it takes many beavers to build a lodge. I encourage anyone out there who has not donated to go ahead and do so now. Consider making a continuing donation or become a member. Grassroots organizations like Woodland Pattern thrive because of all kinds of donations, no matter how large or small.
Is it possible to be a part of the pattern without making a donation?
You bet! There are so many ways to contribute, participate, and support this organization. Visit the website woodlandpattern.org and go to the calendar for more information regarding future events. Sign up for a workshop, reading, or writing group. Make note of the music, film, gallery, and reading events and plan to attend.
Good advice. I always enjoy chatting with you, but we are out of time. Thanks, Bee. A special thank you to Scott Gelzer, who underwrote this edition of Beaver Talk. And thanks all of you for joining our little chat and witnessing this amazing poetry marathon for Woodland Pattern. Please enjoy. If you are able, please donate. Most importantly, please connect to this community and make yourself part of the pattern. Now let's get back to the marathon.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kathy Giorgio. I am the owner and director of All Writers Workplace and Workshop, which is the sponsor of this hour for the Woodland Pattern Book Center. I'm going to read a few poems to you. The first is called For Waukesha, Wisconsin, My Home, and it is dedicated to everybody in Waukesha that's been going through the whole circus parade event. When a city screams, it raises one voice, but many sounds. The shrill cry of the young, the gravel of age, the melody of female, harmony of male, dissonance of shock, allegro of fear, and even a gasp of disbelief. But one voice at once, together. I heard my little city scream on November 21st, 2021 at a holiday Christmas parade. I heard my city's voice and then its sobs. I wanted to dry its tears, but I couldn't see through my own. My voice rose, joined in, screamed, sobbed, joined as one together with my little city. This poem is also set in Waukesha, but a few years ago. To the woman who died on the train tracks. On Sunday night, October 6th, you curl up like a new baby in a cradle made of train tracks in Waukesha, Wisconsin. You let a train carry away your life. You are 60 years old. The newspaper says you died instantly. You didn't. You've been dying for a while. 5 days later, on Friday, October 11th, police report that they still haven't found anyone to notify. No phone calls, no doorbells, no telegrams. I'm so sorry, but fill in the blank has died. Fill in the blank killed herself. Fill in the blank is gone. Gone. Nobody knows you, but many strangers wonder who you are. Your silence and the silence around you screams. Fill in the blank. You've been dying for a while. Nobody knows you. Such loud silence, such silent screams. Depends on the day. After breast cancer, your bra doesn't fit on one side, that side. So is your cup half full or half empty? You stare in the mirror and wonder. She listens. 5 days after a mob storms the Capitol building, wielding Confederate flags, hate banners, weapons and slurs and profanity, cheers that bring chills to the bone, my daughter's boyfriend invites her to a gun show a couple hours away. My daughter is 20 years old. She is mine, but her mind is her own. I can't shelter her from the news, from headlines, articles, rants on Facebook and Twitter, video of a police officer being beaten to death by an American flag. Can I keep her from an arena with table after table of guns and a boy who will pick one up, feel the weight in his palm, maybe hold it outstretched to sight down the length of a barrel? Picture his prey. Imagine squeezing the trigger. A boy who thinks this is a proper date for my girl. I say no, just in case. She listens, smiles, says she already told him no. And speaking of my daughter, in August of 2022, my next chapbook will be out by Finishing Line Press. It is called Olivia in 575, Autism in Haiku, and is all about my daughter. So these last two little poems are about her. From the beginning, dumbass, her first word, not mama. Should have known then the ride would be wild. Sing it. My daughter's first song, the theme from Cops. Autism is badass, baby. Thank you so much. Woodland Pattern, the best of the best to you. And I hope you have a great poetry marathon.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Harrahy, and I'm going to read two poems. The first is called Perspective, and it was published in Memory House magazine. Perspective. No one knew where I was the day I climbed the stairs to the attic of our apartment in the row house, where only the heat and odor of creosote rose to greet me. A warped wood plank, all slivery and dry as kindling, floated on a sea of rock wool and led me to the dormer, where the sun passed through the dirty glass like a ghost. I sat in the muted light, pulled a pencil from my pocket, and out from under my shirt, the journal I had made from folded sheets of pink paper, hand-stitched together, entitled Athena. Seeking wisdom, or perhaps just perspective, I began to write, while the paper wasp built and an orb spider spun, oblivious, in the rafters above. Outside, my friends played hide and seek. I heard them screech as the countdown neared 0, so I turned on my knees and looked out the window, just in time to see Kevin run across the grass below and disappear in the forsythia bushes. I stayed on my knees, compelled to keep watch in case they could not find him, just like they could not find his older brother, who stayed hidden for 3 years after he drove his car into a pond. What would their mom say when she came to take Kevin home by the hand? But after a long minute, the kid who was it reached beneath the yellow blooms to pull Kevin out from under, and I went back to my writing, though not before I noticed the drained bodies wrapped in silk piling up beneath the web. The second poem was awarded second place in the Jade Ring Poetry Contest and published in this year's Creative Wisconsin Anthology. Center of the Universe. We arrive at the gym where the strobe lights flash, the subwoofer booms a thunderous bass, and 100 elementary kids scream and chase, drawing my 6-year-old daughter to wrest free of my hand, run into the crowd, and jump up to jump around, leaving me in the fake fog, surrounded by moms. I sidle up alongside the only 2 I recognize, but they just go on, shouting about their vacation homes, SUVs, and their love of yoga Pilates, their matching ponies bobbing cute. I wish I had on my biker boots. I wish I had worn my leather. I wish I had driven my muscle car with its big block engine so my baby and I could peel our way out through a smoke show of our own making. But my little social butterfly is doing the piggyback twirl surrounded by girls in perfect French braids beneath a shiny silver ball. I slink back against the wall until Sweet Child of Mine stops playing and the DJ announces a hula hoop contest for moms. My little girl hands me a glow-in-the-dark ring and pulls me out to the middle, where I pause until the music starts. And then I take that thing for a spin around my grooving hips, around and around, one foot out front like I am feeling my way into the vast unknown, moving in time to staying alive as hoop after hoop falls, leaving none but the glow of the one, rotating around me like I am Saturn, and my daughter, whose eyes are the only spotlight I need, is the sun. Thank you.
Hi, this is Christina Norcross, and I'll be reading for you from Oconomowoc, Wisconsin. A huge thank you to the Woodland Pattern Book Center for hosting this virtual poetry marathon for us this year. I had the great honor of reading at several past marathons when they were in person, and although it is virtual this year, I could not be more thrilled to be here. Just so happy to gather. I'll be reading 2 poems from my most recent poetry collection called The Sound of a Collective Pulse, which was just published by Kelsey Books in October. So I'm just so thrilled to share these. Almost all of these poems were written during the lockdown of the pandemic. I know we're still in the pandemic, we're still writing about it, but these poems created a wonderful sense of focus for me, a sense of connection and healing and hope, and I hope they provide the same for those who read them. The first poem I'd like to share is the title poem called The Sound of a Collective Pulse. The news comes on, a stream of lightning bolt events. We feel the jolt of loss and destruction speed through the spine and every connected bone. This is what it means to ache. After 5 months of carefully navigating an unsure world, nothing feels the same. We cannot touch. We stand far apart. Home feels safer. This is what it means to fear the invisible foe. We connect through voice, word, and video. We learn to make time because all we have is time. We learn to stand still and drink in the vast expanse of unscheduled hours. This is what it means to exist. We sit together and feel the sky burst inside our chests. We listen to the sound of a collective pulse. This is what it means to hope. The next poem I'd like to share is called New Dimensions, and it was first published in this wonderful anthology called Through This Door, Wisconsin in Poems, edited by one of our former Wisconsin Poets Laureate, Margaret Rosga, as well as our current Madison Poet Laureate, Angela Trudell Vasquez. They did a wonderful job with this collection, and I'm just so honored to appear alongside so many wonderful voices. Published by Art Night Books, you can go to the Art Night Books website or their Facebook page to learn more. New Dimensions was also nominated by my publisher for a Pushcart Prize this year. So that was a special bit of good news that I received just a couple weeks ago. New Dimensions. This winter heart you carry longs to trace the outline of a wing. Open yourself. Unfurl like petals longing to bloom. New worlds await behind that door, that beaded curtain. You are the opening to the next dimension. Color breathes here. Hues of chalcedony blue and stargazer violet. Whatever your flickering heart can imagine, it lives. Let go of unwanted burdens. Wings will appear, transparent gold dust flutterings. Your heartbeat pulses to the rhythm of a new atmosphere. You are building a new world where the sky is moss green, jasper stones vibrate beneath your feet, and all who open the door are welcome. One more bit of information about this poem. A line from this poem is currently being used in the fantastic statewide project called Alignment, curated by our current Wisconsin Poet Laureate, Dasha Kelly Hamilton. I cannot say enough wonderful things about this project. Please check it out, Alignment. Wonderful things are happening across the state there. Thank you so much for having me, and enjoy the marathon.
The Union Way. I finished grouting my bathroom floor the night of the waxing hunter's moon. As I sealed my amateur work, I remembered Grandpa Chuck, a tile layer by trade. He was let go from his job and promptly had a breakdown. I have kept mementos of him. His gold medal union card still sits on my shelf. Worth nothing to anyone, it means everything to me. Beside it is an Easter photo of us hand in hand. I was young then and carried his red, bank-issued coin purse that held enough for a Shirley Temple and an old-fashioned in Grandpa's favorite church with the high stools. The room of my childhood home, still lined with his handiwork, makes me think of the time when my kids will have only photographs of their mama, along with the odd talisman, a pen almost out of ink, an amethyst crystal, a wedding ring no longer in style, and of course, this poem. Secrets. We all have them, big and small, sometimes to protect ourselves, sometimes others. They turn black and white to gray, or end up being fun to pass around, especially when drunk. But it's never the whole story, because that would mean standing in our own truth, which is much harder than breaking off a piece to share. Sigh of relief. Nothing feels better than to be spooned by a softly breathing mate under a bright full moon that hangs over corn tassels in the western sky. Turn the page. I slid the worn strap over my shoulder, pulled a pick from the fretboard, and tuned half step down to take advantage of the sharper chords. But then, all at once, I placed my palm on the taut strings, realizing silence might be the most memorable note. Xanadu. When I was 13, sky high on hormones, I laced up and roller skated with my two best friends in an unfinished basement. We'd figure eight exposed poles, dodge Christmas decorations, jump power tools. Always with our favorites. Kiss on my list. The tide is high. I'm alive. Another one bites the dust. Turns out that two friends are better than three, but it takes only one at 51 with a credit card to rent the rink and fly. Date night. On Friday nights in winter, the refrigerator stares back, chimes when I can't decide. Herbs pose like frail visitors to my unattended garden. Bruised peaches and blackberries, lifeless in the crisper, but somehow we all hang on, waiting to be chosen. The world spins one way. I docked at the shore of the quay, my hair long like before. I wore the white shirt because I knew you'd recognize it. Outside our former haunt, I smelled your cigar through open windows. How many nights did we talk for hours until the chickens ran down the street at dawn? Surprised to see me, you stood so very tall. I'd forgotten how tall. We had everything to say, but went our separate ways without ever looking back. The world spins one way.
Where? Where are you? Up at 6, down by 12, lost at 9, dead by 3. Nothing comes from nothing. Say it.
Nothing comes from nothing.
Say it with me.
Nothing
comes from nothing. This is our love story. I see you summon them to your side. Their master. Their command. But they are wayward mariners. They hung you from your mast. You sleep, you stir, you wake. You think you speak, you bit your words like wings, but they are your claws. They cleave you like fiddlers to the sand for black gulls and fish crows to carve out your heart. Nobody loved anybody more than she loved him, or he loved her.
Hello, I'm Gregel Flegel. I'm the chair of the board of directors for Woodland Pattern, and I am a CPA and a poet and probably some other things. And this first poem is called The Table of Contents from the Book of Grace. Number 1, Under Fire. Number 2, Kelly and Jones. 3, Beauty, perhaps sophisticated or simple. 4, Elegance or gratitude or goodwill. 5, Due honor to. 6, her body moves, she waves, he strikes a pose, stumbles, stillness. 7, as declared at First Nations Thanksgiving. 8, as antithesis of shame. 9, in history and in flux. 10, in love, in fear. 11, in fury, in laughter. 12, as bodies sway, the waves rumble. Snow buries the way back. On the Fritz, for Halloween. Imagine a menacing home. Black and white TV with rabbit. Squares dance. Rotary receiver collapse, spiral, march tone. Fluorescent, buzz, strobe. Laptop, blue death, pixelate. Nuker Time says Hoover spits. Also a hat worn by a guy named Fritz. Lawn meditation. I was distracted, I admit, perhaps due to the cold weather or company. Manicured, described the green acres as if gruesome fingers to be kept. The old man once said, "It has leaves." Did he mean this grass, mowed, controlled? Or my backyard? Or your potted grass ornamental? Or when, for pain this time, he smoked in a corner, this his last trip on the prairie, free to move in time with the wind, grass as nature's topography, almost as a murmuration, twisting to seed, cycling against a cemetery setting now. And now threats, between sheets of grief, with a metaphor, grass conjured and your ass compared, or perhaps mine. Go home. Dream as a New York City office worker, spring 1935. I go home at end of day. My dream paints me wearing a brimmed hat and beige trench coat on a crowded subway. My hand is smushed in a hanging strap. The light throbs like a mechanical heart after a lifetime smoking. We do not look at each other, but we are touching. His hairy forearm against my skin. My nose so close to the back of his neck I smell the stubble. Then my eyes meet with a pretty young woman with slightly opened red lips, and her eyes sparkle. I half smile. Go home. And the last one, Dream God. Last night I paced until my eyes widened past the edge of the universe, and my steaming breath overpowered physics. So when you rained stars to bless me, my eyes closed, head hung back, chin relaxed, and their warmth trailed to my stomach. I paced until the curved horizon, dark and indistinguishable, from buildings, bridges, all looked cloaked in black. The river reflected stars, shining fine, as grains of sand and rippling and flowing from the black. For a moment I was sure I could tilt my head back and swallow all their light. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amanda Ruby, and today I will be performing two poems, short poems that I put together over the last couple of years. So the first one is called Hermanas. It is a bilingual poem, and here we go. Hermanas. Dicen que todas las mujeres son hermanas. We are all sisters. We are strong, we are beautiful, and we are beyond brilliant. Y como mi mamá me siempre ha dicho, somos hermanas, y las hermanas son todo lo que tienen for each other. So always build each other up, and together crecemos hasta el cielo. And the next one is titled 29. I wrote this one as I was just turning 29 a couple of years ago. So here we go. 29. That's one less than 30, a third. One of three gifted to most. And I think back to the smells of my abuela's kitchen, to the arroz cooking on the stove of her cramped kitchen. Back to that one Christmas, where the gifts were stacked higher than our box TV, when the trumpets could be heard through the hours of the night. Bum, 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 bum. When we danced all together, sweaty and smiling, old hands holding young. 29. That's two left now. Two left to spread love. The love that I felt all around. As the feelings I know I'm bound to live through, I reflected back in my abuela's soft blue eyes. Those deep, all-knowing eyes. The ones that also betray the pain. The pain from moving her bad hip to the beats of Hector Lavoe. Todo tiene su final. Nada dura para siempre. From the stiff hands that spent hours making pasteles for us, those that still have time to spread the love it all adds up to. Thanks for listening.
Long ago in our matriarchal run tribes, we bled together, we birthed together, we raised our children together, we communed together. And one day our brothers decided that our union was a threat and too powerful and not okay. We moved to a patriarchy and we were separated, pitted against each other and compared. This poem is an ode to the reunification of women, the divine feminine and the fire of transformation. Stand in the flames with me, sister. When we do business together and my stomach twists talking about money and who gets what. When we collaborate and you get the credit. when you covet my network and connections, when I wish my bank account looked like yours, when you wish you had my drive and passion, when you accomplish something in a year that took me 10. Stand in the flames with me, sister, when I crave your long, thick hair and curvy hips, when I wish I had a loving husband and children like you, when I have something you once had and lost, when you take for granted that I too have lost, struggled, grieved, and experienced trauma. Stand in the flames with me, sister, when I feel less because I think you have more, when I just want to be better than you, cuz. When you hate on my grace, when I think you've made the wrong decision, when I intimidate you, when we want to run away rather than talk, when it hurts to speak our truth. Stand in the flames with me, sister, when you reflect my privilege and unconscious biases, when I assume you live a perfect life, when we want to quit someone because she's toxic, when you ache to gossip and talk shit, when I want to roll my eyes and shake my head at something you said, when you feel betrayed by my actions, when I say something I don't truly mean. Stand in the flames with me, sister, when we feel frustrated and don't understand each other, when we disagree loudly, when envy bubbles up, when we compare ourselves based on what he said or she said or they said or society said was better. Stand in the fire of the soul with me. It is there we return together to weave the tearing apart of women and wisdom and community, to reconnect the harmony of our collective song, ready for understanding, ready for peace, ready for union. Stand with me. Let the flame stoke our passion to create and dedication to alchemize jealousy, competition, and hate. Let it warm the aches of the voids and gaps latent from our long separation. Stand in the pit with me, sister, as we honor our ancestors long burned or written off as crazy bitches or overly sentimental and emotional, all because of the threat of their healing powers and strength. Let us burn away the anger and resentment and forgive the systematic building of our long divide by our brothers through our rebuilding. This time we start the fire. This time we decide what is burned. This time we do what we want with the ashes. Stand in the flames with me, dear sisters, and let us transform this world with the unity of our divine feminine love.
We've been training for this reality, abusing neglect to prosper without sensing reflection in us, strangers amongst ourselves, confinement, stock full of meaningful entertainment, coffins stowing bags of bones, bejeweled with birthstones to admire rainbows, a communal hallucination, meaning solicited as thought in lieu of confirmation in reality. Bones glitter, diamonds glitter, weird irises constrict to frame the picture, shrinking boundaries to limit foot traffic, trips to the refrigerator, a reality of sugar. Reapers sow garbage, bellies linger on memories from wall-to-wall implants, castles built of glucose. Rediscover, dogma, communist theory, the value of $1 measured against time, sloppiness, and camaraderie for portraying the necessary survival instincts required of the new normal.
Hi, my name is Catherine Yetz, and this is my poem, Dissipate into Despondent. Translucent thoughts air feather fury towards mundane self-mutiny, lost the will for thrills, 90 miles per hour feels vacant, vacancy sign on her shoulders, Mind is merchandised with Old Navy dreams of peacoat and pixie pants. She sees red pigment in all moments of lackluster conversation about the sun outside in autumn and look at my new hat. She wants to vomit on each cold brew dream without substance, beyond the seconds that lead to more caffeinated mornings on the way to work. She feels salted, rubbed raw with regrets of encounters left untouched, touches herself with hopes to finally breathe a breath of silent satisfaction within. None. There's only superficial longings of a home and car and materials when really she needs the ocean to soak her skin and to whisper amen into her halo hair, a mini blessing of love. My next poem is called Fear. Insert here the oppressive concern in today's news between the pickle and condiments. Insert here the trans woman in the back of the church. Please just let me sit here between prayers. Insert here the blue collars bipolar. Please stop between gunshots. Insert here my husband's tears. They don't understand between folded laundry. Insert here my wisdom tooth I cannot afford to remove. One more McChicken between dollar bills in my wallet. Insert here disease control and all those jokes, haha, between golden awards. Insert here a selfie. I look beautiful between poetry lines. My next poem is called The Dance. Push me backwards and spin me. Lead me into the rhythm, my hips rigid, each movement, trust. Push me back and spin me. I close my eyes. Yours are much open. Feel my hands sweat. Feel my heart quicken with each misstep. Push me back and spin me. So close. I move wrong. We begin again. I move wrong. I catch up. I move wrong. You forgive me. I move wrong. Thank you.
We are so much like flowers. We are so much like flowers, brought to life simply as a seed, nourished by our mother, growing underneath the sun and the breeze. We sprout over time. Our skin layers like petals. When we start to bloom, it's awkward, but we eventually show our beauty in many levels. We open ourselves up to fire and the rain, to poison that could take us down, and people who put us on display. Some of us are told we are beautiful, and some of us are told we are not enough. Some of us are bought and sold, and others placed and posed in photos for storefronts. Our petals are pulled every which way to figure out if love is true or a myth. To some, we come as a surprise, and to others, the definition of a true gift. When the water runs dry, we wrinkle and wilt away, buried beneath the ground with the chance to rise again one day. We are so much like flowers.
Hi, my name's Jessica Harvey, and I'll be reading a poem titled Dear Debra. Dear Debra, tell me, Debra, have I met you before your body was ash, before you ended up tucked neatly in a bedroom drawer, clean white gym socks a barrier between you and a Glock handgun? How the three of you ended up together, I will never know. This was before I drove you straight from Baltimore to Chicago Sleep deprived and delirious, I brought you up to my friend's apartment, show you off like a new girlfriend. But when I took you out of my bag, you were much lighter. Your box was empty and you were not there. Panicked, I tried to read the room. Is this what it felt like in high school when people would say they were dating someone you didn't know because they went to a different school? I excused myself and ran back outside. Winter in Chicago, I found you in the street, atop a gray pile of slush once snow. Equal parts relieved and horrified, I carried you back up the stairs and cradled you in my arms. Like a goldfish in a plastic bag won at a carnival, no one seemed to revel in my winnings, the dumb luck of our reunion. When I set you next to me on the couch, a poof of gray smoke burst from your bag. You were escaping. I coughed and tried to wipe you off the cushion, sweep those bits of you under the rug. I hadn't noticed the hole that must have come from my negligence during your fall. A friend told me once of a set of pet piranhas that chewed through their plastic bag on the way home and suffocated. Is this my version of that? I stuffed you back into your box and smiled through dinner. These days you reside in a closet in Oklahoma, live in a plastic bag in a plastic box, in the same paper box I found you in that dresser, a box handmade with leaves and other natural debris, adorned with animal stickers, cats chasing yarn, 101 Dalmatians, and Lisa Frank. Your name and birth and death day, the words, we love you, an exclamation mark. The we is a mystery to me. I don't even know the I. Did you know that Lisa Frank used to name all of her characters, give them a backstory, personality? I'm on the fence if this is tender or psychotic. Probably both. The tender, psychotic love of a mother. Your tomb is adorned with Angel Kitty, Puppy with Rainbow Pinwheel, and Lisa's favorite characters, Hunter and Forrest, who are named after her children, Hunter Greene and Forrest Greene. When I Googled how much the average body weighs after cremation, the internet said 4 to 8 pounds. But when I set you on the bathroom scale, I just kept getting 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. A ghost in life, a ghost in death. Are you playing a prank on me? Just so you know, Debra, when looking for the final weight of someone's burned remains, the second most asked question, do bodies sit up and scream when cremated?
Hi, this is Stephen Anderson, reading 3 of my poems for the 2022 Woodland Poetry Marathon. Very happy to again be reading here. The poems I'm reading are taken from my most recent poetry collection that is just out from Kelsey Books called High Wire. The first poem I'd like to share with you is called Nocturnal Charts. From a distant hill, I've seen fireflies light the flowering meadow as dusk sets in. I've seen motorists drive without headlights on country roads as if they were seeking something in the landscape or in the night's clear sky. After all, some things go better without light, when the heart's urgings rev up to decibels of longing in dark hours. I've seen evidence of souls with their delicate wanderings there in the quiet of the night, awaiting its kiss of dew, their only succor as beggars of the night. There's magic in the air, the stars, the fireflies, the cars, the errant souls, and the gentle kiss of dew now enveloping everything, the lonely roads leading to anywhere. Threads of a Dream. Chicago's little sister gem of the Rust Belt, just up the Lake Michigan shore. South Side church spire sitters of historic parochial neighborhoods, one proud basilica, a world-class four-sided clock tower, cradler of a once great Menominee tribal culture, home to beer and iron baron dreams, factories, and German, Polish, and Italian immigrants of the 1800s who forged new world hopes over old world fates. City of transformation and melting pot experiment, a city not yet fully defined, merging with the African American, the Hmong, and the Hispanic imprints of this century. Milwaukee is wishing, hoping, a historical incubator of mind-expanding activism and vision, igniting now toward takeoff to a new century. And the final poem I'd like to read from the book is called The Forge. America is a newborn loaded up with notions of democratic grandeur yet to mature. America is every Sweat John and Jane Doe treading on its backbone, trying to find their own song. America is everything to Lady Liberty, but shift-shaped nightmares to most of the people pounding its streets. America is the victim of historical spasms of hypocrisy, people being dislocated from land to land by others locating on that land. America has its share of vile corruption that has rotted our roots. America is contented customers with its Fords, Chevys, Oldsmobiles, Coca-Cola and Marlboros, rich oil and gas and coal, and lest we forget, steel companies that all built this hulking, guzzling juggernaut phenomenon that still is a home and isn't a home to its huddled masses. Those good faith immigrants sprung far and wide with constitutionally derived notions from the framers of this novice upstart nation that has rewarded only those who circle up their wagons to fend off any perceived adversity. America is children hiding under their school desks to avoid death by gunfire. America is a child of change, but doesn't yet know it. America has become divided, like it or not, into distinct blue and red territories, primed and prepped for a clash, a fragmentation of brothers and sisters, family and friends, a condition of cultish cultural clash very apt to bleed America into a moribund coma, not unlike that of a terminally ill child, still dreaming, like Horatio Alger, to someday become whole. Thank you.
I'm Julie Kramer. I'm going to read 3 poems that I wrote in the last year. I think at their heart, they're all about choice. My cousin's wife. My cousin's wife lives in the house my grandmother built, with its wraparound porch, steep basement stairs, and maze-like cubby holes. She lives in the house my mother occupied all her married life, the house where she raised 4 children and lost 3 more, the house where she cooked thousands of meat and potato dinners, the house where she endured being told again and again the ways that she was not enough, could not get it right. My cousin's wife lives in the life I was supposed to live, communing at the austere Lutheran church where I was confirmed, watching her children play at Homestead Park, where I was first kissed, taking them to swimming lessons at the Fairfax pool, where I never made it past level 2. Dutifully attending meetings of the Ladies' Guild, playing a couples card club on Friday nights. We meet occasionally at funerals and weddings, eyeing each other warily. We know more of each other than we care to. And I can't decide whether I feel envy or pity. And neither can she. Chicken coop. You wouldn't think it would be true, but at nightfall, they fall asleep where they sit, head tucked under wing. You can pick them up, warm mounds of pulsing flesh, and carry them back to the hen house and close the door. After a week or so, at dusk, they start settling in front of the hen house, where you pick them up, put them inside, and close the door. Eventually, they start going in on their own, clucking contentedly as they ease into slumber. You go out and simply close the door. But there's always one who refuses to adhere to the rules, spending her nights perched in trees or hiding under brambles, in mortal danger from dogs, raccoons, and tomcats. She will live on alone into the fall and winter, long after her compatriots have graced our Sunday table, begging the cats to give up their dinners, pooping on prized vehicles, making furtive appearances in the warmth of Dad's tool shed. Skinny and bedraggled, it does not seem like a good life. But who are we to judge? Ode to Takeout, a tribute to the year 2020. The talk starts on Tuesday. We had Panera last week. What about noodles? Red Robin? As we endure yet another day confined to our home. How about Quiznos? Pedros? Pancheros? Sitting dazedly through Zoom calls in bathrobes, internet dropping in and out, watching Netflix one more series down, Ozark, Tiger King, Ted Lasso, The Crown, the one about chess, Little Caesars? Scrolling through MSNBC, CNN, Fox News, New York Times, WAPO, NPR, BBC, Vanity Fair, dreading what we are going to see, but unable to look away. Dominoes, 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 insists my son. Our cupboards overflowing with toilet paper and wipes, and things formerly contraband in this house. Real Coke, Red Bull, cookie mix, donuts, Pirate's Booty, pickle chips, Snickers. What about Culver's? We could get cheese curds. Next to the door sits our hazard gear. Masks, gloves, sanitizer, wipes. Our singular defense against contagion and incompetence. Sugar River Pizza with breadsticks and brownie bites. As Friday approaches and the horrors of the week compound, we hold on to our one night of normalcy, one night of levity, one night where we choose.
Oracle in the voice of Chewbacca. This week, I heard a poem described as a knot, a soft knot. And we are, aren't we? Tying things together with string theory, attaching pieces to a spine. We attempt to hide the puppetry or embrace all its moving parts. It's executed often by someone at the end of their rope, an essential of drama. Sister, it's been 6 years. We don't know how to talk, so we glance across the beach of childhood, collect shells, wild flowers, green-stemmed and candy floss-headed. She tells me she sold her copy of Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness for a wild sum and brought a fawn leather jacket, one cured from real animal, not carpeted by a machine. In the bathroom at the bathhouse, I see her phone blink, a half-written text to our mother. It's okay. I checked. She still hasn't pierced her ears. 2. They call that part at the back Fretful Beach, a Jacobian lunk of ruin where lightning gets stuck and moral is sent head over heels to the devil. I'm adhesion-free, my mother says, that I'm always distracted, always one to peel away the icing from the sponge. A seizure of plants clutter up the hall. There's stained glass in the hallway, a pane of orange heresy peeling back her legendary disdain. That plate illustration? It's just an old diagram of your neuroses, one sage glove atop the canister, the bottom half of a hot cross bun, buttered. River deep, mountain high was written in this way, under duress, caffeine, and a twist. The fog of heavy meds, and the edgeless dawn isn't so distant anymore.
Hi everyone. I'm really happy to be part of Woodland Patterns Poetry Marathon this year. And I'm going to be reading a piece from my most recent book, Sisyphusina, from Pank Books. This is the cover. If you can, it's a little reversed, of course. And this book is hybrid poetry, prose, and visual elements, and centered on female aging. Sisyphusina. Very eye of flowers, wisps arching, extreme weather ever that I be like the world and give them fructose syrup. Honey from their hive and ghost dancers, flowers black and give the night. How there's still room for doubt about bees' honey from their hive, light as lace. Do you think looks matter? Over 500 million people can't afford vision correction. Look. My body, guilt and confusion. People can't afford visions in me, Sisyphusina. Ghost has a verb, noun. The ghost has a verb, noun. Beauty blossoms with age. Ghost beauty blossoms wisps are with age. I gilt as lace. Beauty blossoms with a verb, noun. Ghost has a verb, no escape. Rose is a familiar place, a repeat female. O verb, no escape. O verb, noun. Rose into leave. Rose body, white wisps. Rose into the lace. White with age. Ghosts arching to leave. Rose is a verb, noun. Rose is a Virginia Woolf voice, female. Ghosts are white wisps, arching like dancers, light as lace.
Hi, everybody. My name is Austin Reese, and I am Director of Survivor Empowerment at Lotus Legal Clinic. Lotus Legal is a local nonprofit that specializes in providing free legal services and educational and art programming for survivors of sexual violence and human trafficking. This hour of the marathon is proudly sponsored by Lotus Legal. And in the following half hour, you will see 10 of its talented clients reading their creative pieces to you, many of which are featured in the latest issue of our Untold Stories magazine. If you're interested in learning more about Lotus in our programming or purchasing a copy of Untold Stories, you can visit our website, lotuslegal.org, or you can pop into Woodland Pattern Book Center to grab your copy. So thanks so much, everybody, and I hope you enjoy.
I speak. I speak because I must. I speak because if I don't, I'll get sick. I speak because I was told not to. I speak because it's a way out of the jungle of pain sprouted by my incest experience. My voice, a beacon to follow out of the jungle. My words, a machete. My stories, a torch, burning a clearing, incinerating poisonous plants, hanging vines, twisting to grab my limbs and keep them still. I speak because I want to feel alive. The ride. She's mine, all mine, this jet black ragtop convertible. Some days we cruise smooth and easy. That steering wheel, what rightness and thickness for my fingers and palms. Her bucket seat holds me, keeps me snug and tight every ride. Playing tunes up the wazoo, rock and roll bumping from window to window. Yo-Yo Ma's cello when soothing's what I need. Nina Simone when I got a wail. Elvis for swooning. And Carole King to drown out that nasty tasting jibe lodged deep in my brain. It's at 72 miles per hour up I-91 to home. Speed for obliteration, volume for restoration. She knows me, she's my co-pilot. I'm her chauffeur. Sometimes only back roads will do. Top down, bordered by tall trees, like giants watching our slow parade to anywhere. 500 paces. It's men, not just any kind. The ones who have a high and mighty way about them, but you can almost guess they spend a lot of time worrying about being laughed at. Always my whole life long in a deli line waiting to order cold cuts for the week. At the end of a bar with two girlfriends, clinking glasses and passing jokes. Even at church, trying to keep up with the choir's hallelujahs. He'll not just enter the space. He'll part the air as he strides in, his high-octane energy overcoming every essence tenfold. Even if he's speaking softly, which he'll do sometimes just to get you to lean in, better to hear. But mostly, the tone of his voice will be laced up with a commanding nature. He'll have a little charm braided into his declarations, a prelude to how he softens his blows. He'll look you in the eye every once in a while, just to keep you there. Make no mistake, I'm not talking about one guy in one deli line, or one guy in one bar. They're all over the place. Chins up, shoulders back, buttons and zippers closed and up for the time being. I always imagine it's only for the time being. I know these guys. I can smell these guys at 500 paces. Been able to since I was 7 years old. These guys who look a certain way, talk a certain way, move a certain way, that sets off alarm bells. Alarm bells in my stomach and sirens in my head and shivers up my spine every time, all the time, ever since I told myself the truth. Most of the time, once I'd done a barrel of therapy, I know myself enough to look the other way, get the girls to move away from the bar. I've gotten self-preservation down to a science, mostly. But once in a while, if my guard is down, one of them will get close. So close that the misty steam of his voice will insert itself down in my ear canal, and then it'll start like a sheet of ice gathering in the nape of my neck that spreads over my shoulders, traveling inside my veins and wrapping around muscles until there I am, a statue, frozen in place with memory.
Home. A place of peace, feeling the safety within the walls. Comfort from the storms raging outside them. Opening the door and smelling the brownies baking. The warmth of the fireplace toasting your toes. That inviting feeling for your family and friends. Home is a place of content, finding that happiness. Change. Life brings changes every single day, some good, some bad, but change is still the same. Change isn't always easy, but change is necessary to grow and mature into that person you're to be. We need to be willing to accept this change, to move forward and not backwards. Put aside your insecurities and grow into a much better person because of change. My grandmother, although I may not have gotten to spend much time with you, the time I did spend with you was quality time. I remember the feeling I had with you, the comfort I felt. And when I found out that you were gone, my heart just broke. I still feel you all around me, helping and guiding me. Grandma Blackstone, you will always be a part of me. Companionship. I'm old. I have aches and pains in my knees. I'm old too. I have aches and pains in my back and hips. I have a past I'm not proud of and want different. I also have a past that I'm not proud of and I want different. I want a relationship with communication and honesty. I also want a relationship full of communication and honesty. I think I want you. Yes, I'm thinking I want you. Together forever. Family. Family is all around you. Mother, father, sister, brother, grandmother, grandpa, cousins galore. Family is all around you. Friends so dear, new friends to make. Friends are everywhere. Friends you haven't met yet. Family is all around you. Family isn't just by blood. It's those special people in your life that make your life complete. Hammy, my Hammy, orange as you can be, eye of golden sparkle, that look you give me so sweet. You are a nosy cat, always running into the room I'm in, afraid you're missing out on something. So loving, especially in the morning, snuggling up to me, there when I'm not feeling good. Hammy, you're the best cat around. My loving cat makes my life complete. My gift. My gift to you cannot be bought. It's not tangible. My gift to you is simple. My gift to you cannot be seen unless you look closely. My gift to you is in abundance. My gift to you cannot be touched unless you are aware and pay attention. My gift to you is precious. My gift to you is most dear to me and hopefully to you. My gift to you is my love. I'm Laurel Blackstone and from Lotus Legal, and have a good day and a great week.
Secret Dance Macabre by Jeannie Suarez del Rio. But it does not matter that you have never experienced him that way. Closing your eyes does not change the truth. You know the congenial Dr. Jekyll. I know the vile Mr. Hyde. I hid the secret of his brutality and my helplessness, his malignance and my coerced collaboration, my unbearable burden of self-betrayal. Toxic childhood left my hands empty to identify danger. No toolbox of self-defense. Instead, I came preloaded with abuse rationalization and self-castigation firmly in place. Rageful hands around my neck, sheltering my son upon my lap. I feared my toddler would be the only witness to his mother's death. I could not. I would not allow that to be our legacy to him. I did not know how to defend myself, but by God, I would protect my child. My fingers curled into a weapon and forever changed our warfare. I wish it had not. At least I understood bruises were abuse. I knew I needed help for a black eye or a broken arm. Bruises traded in for more cerebral manipulation and control. Bullying sans outward proofs. His exploitation, my isolation. His arrogance, my degradation. Erosion creates cavernous canyons gradually over years. He systematically dismantled me, piece by piece. I did not accept the humiliation of my unbeing all at once. Like a treasured album once full of memories gathered over time, now shredded in his fury, none of the pieces fit together. This is our masterpiece of pain. But your blood bonds prevent you from believing me about your beloved brother, whose gesture charms disguise his calculated harms. It's far more palatable to believe him the patriarch, a personable pillar of family, church, and community. I wanted to believe that for our children, for our happy ever after. You call it a battering ram of malice, a figment of my bitterness. I tell you, this is my witness of trauma, of relational imprisonment. I hold space with truth to lament my loss and grieve and not forget the poison I was forced to swallow. I unmask the long-hidden dance, not so that you hate him, not so you take sides. I reveal our dark secret because suffering births meaning and purpose when it holds the hand of the gentle partner of healing. Unlearning fear creates the light-hearted dance of freedom. Truth is truth. I will lie for him no more. Night Terror by Jeannie Suarez Del Rio. 3 little bodies fending off the bitter cold in a sagging twin bed. Together, they are safe. Separated, they are prey. Jack Frost thick on the window. Covers off the floor, ensuring no monsters gain access. Too late. The moat is breached. Monsters aren't under the bed, and they are not pretend. Only 8. I was afraid to close my eyes, petrified the monster would return. He lives here, in the thick darkness when Mama's gone. The tattletale stairs alerted me to the invader. They creak and then groan under his weight. I hold my breath, pretending to be asleep, praying he'll slither past my door tonight. He abducts me from my bed. Icy cold under my feet, prickly panic in my racing heart. Curling into a tight ball, I try to be smaller, invisible. The enormous beast has arms like an octopus. No matter how I squirm, I cannot get away, suffocating beneath his weight. He's slimy, stinky, sweaty, and forceful, pushing the life out of me. My silent screams, unheard, unseen, unknown. Shocked awake, pajamas damp from terror. He hides in the dark corners of my mind. Half a century later, the dream, the reality. Where shards of childhood are swept into a pile. Later they're stuffed into Pandora's box, secured with a rusty padlock. He got to enjoy his life while I had to endure mine. Creating new paths in the wilderness, I told my sisters who shared my bed.
Hello, my name is Debra Estrada-Carson, and I will be sharing 5 poems. Plants. Green is my preferred color, although other hues are welcomed. Sunbathing is a daily activity. No fear of overexposure. Water sustains me. Food is optional. A name empowers me. Words intensify me, bringing knowledge, and knowledge brings forth growth. A plethora of emotions follow me everywhere I go. Sadness to joy, comfort to elation. I adore homes, hospitals, churches alike. If you nurture me, if you care for me, if you love me, timelessness is my friend. The life. It's not the dying we celebrate, it's the life. God allowed you to grace the earth with such distinction and allure. You a regal, statuesque lady, soft-spoken and refined. It's not the dying we celebrate, it's the life. Delicious memories of your homemade ice cream, bread pudding, and your most famous sweet potato pies. Sweet thoughts of y'all come in and y'all take care. It's not the dying we celebrate, it's the life. Sister B, one of 3 out of 10. Aunt B, everyone's favorite by far. It's not the dying we celebrate, it's the life. Childless in the natural sense, a mother to countless. Always true, always kind. What a testimony. What a life, Henry Banks. It's not the dying we celebrate, it's your life. Amazingly awesome. An author, my creator. An accountant paid all my debts. An attorney pleads my case. An author wrote the bestseller of all times, Alpha the First. An arbiter brings peace. Articulate, the saving word of God. Approachable, come unto me. Accessible, knock, seek, and find. Adorned, anointed, absolutely, amazingly awesome. Dying past. The dances of my youth were much better than the dances of yours. Before slave ships came, rhythmic drums sang. Fabulous voices rang out, proclaiming our majesty. Before slave ships came, rhythmic drums sang. Horses reigned supreme, pulling the world closer. Before slave ships came, rhythmic drums sang of landowners and inventors. We lived communal with righteous riches. Before slave ships came, righteous drums sang. Elders were revered. We basked in their presence. Before slave ships came, rhythmic drums sang, louder than smiles, delivered more joy, honoring themselves for us. And finally, revolution. I, the revolution, am placed in the world to be an example of the different, the innovative, the passionate, those against the grain, against the norm, against the majority, to change the status quo. I am in the middle of a social and spiritual revolution. Absolutes versus free expression. The revolving middle passage opens the intellect, preparing to become more informed, more empathetic, more compassionate, more resolved, more loving, and more humble. I, the revolution, invite others to share the middle space. I morph into us instead of you versus me. A revolution, like minds seeking change together.
Port Sanctuary by Suze Elizabeth. Quiet, peace-filled, slow transitions from dusk to dawn. Will birth come today? Relax. Morning is praying. Dawn has not given birth yet. I shall be still. I shall wait. Soft, quiet rhythms of nature begin to echo. Echo so slowly, yet do not look away. The sun will rise today, maybe soon. I can feel God's presence. He is all around. Be still, my child. Yes, I will. But could you hold me, please? My weeping willow friends wrap its calming feathery leaves around me while I anticipate you. Yes, I shall be safe with you. I am calmly embraced by your beautiful nature and the soft healing voices of your nurturing nature. Nature's music, yes, it echoes from all around, a symphony, beautiful rhythms, each their own lullaby. From the wind's wet kiss carrying dew, the birds, their tweets, their own love tunes. I shall be still. I will embrace your creation. It is just so beautiful. It feeds my soul. I will be safe in this place, yes. Yes, I will be safe with you. The soft, natural noises from nature invite my desire to dance. And I can, no one is here but me and you. This is a place where I dream without sleeping, transition while unfolding, then share my dreams with you. I will just breathe it in, your presence, again and again, I will breathe in. I have learned I can be safe. I've learned how to embrace stillness, for I am safe with you. Here, there are no dead-end spaces, no walls closing in, no doors locking, no evil doing. All of life is birthing. Such magnificent grace. I am blessed to be here. I am birthing too. Time moves slowly. It's okay, as slow as one needs. Gentle healing, blessed tranquility, my new reality. This is God's sanctuary and mine. Holy healing, this is God's design. I am real, I can feel, I shall now heal. My life has been blessed by you.
Hi everybody, Hannah Lenzo. Excited to be part of the poetry marathon again this year. Very grateful for the opportunity. I will be reading 2 poems if I can fit them into 5 minutes. And yeah, check me out on Patreon. Okay, the first one is called Fade Into My Heart Place. I'm not responsible for what comes up for other people when they are around me. I'm not responsible for how they receive the energy that surrounds me. So maybe I can be done apologizing for my existence now. Maybe I can do something besides run, figure out a way to exist somehow. And how to be accountable to myself first and then to everybody else. And no matter how insurmountable the odds may seem in relation to my mental health, I could do it. I could do it. I could just be myself. I could just say, yes, it's okay. Be intimidated by my narration of dates, places, time, space, and events. Yes, be intimidated by that angry poem I wrote about your disgraced face all encased in cement. What did I title it again? Oh yeah, Portrait of an Expired Cop. How far does my unbridled rage extend? Oh, I don't know, but I can't seem to get these fires to stop. So I'm sorry if something uncomfortable comes up for you when you hear my words. And it's unfortunate if your fortune is to sit with the discomfort you feel about what you heard, but you'll be okay. You can handle it. You can take a little damage, man. You can manage it. This pandemic renders some magic hazardous, and the hazards we surrender to are so hard to make magic with. What I've been given, what I'm holding, it's so hard to make magic with. See, I've got the ingredients for a tragic shift, but can I turn these in for some new materials, please? Might I exchange this anxiety for ease? Can I trade in this heartache for courage and love? Can I fade into my heart place, though I'm hurt and I judge? And maybe I can just be my whole actual, factual, based in reality, not as seen on TV me, myself. Because maybe I'm done living behind these walls all alone in my home with this strange, surreal quality it can feel like hell. When I stagnate and self-isolate, I notice that I lose focus and I don't feel so well. And when I care too much about what other people think, I don't heal so well. And when I censor myself and I shrink, I don't deal so well. I feel small, and so then I feel angry. People tell me calm down, and I tell them bitch make me. But if I get too loud, will they shoot me or sedate me? Will they reject me? Will they hate me? I hold on to my ego and berate me. My mind is always online, working overtime, putting words into rhymes, thinking thoughts to pass the time. But when it becomes consumed by anxiety, I don't recognize it. I'm like, shit, whose mind is this? Is it mine? And should I just pretend to my friends that I'm okay? Should I just tell myself, Hannah, just don't say anything except I'm fine? But when I ask too many questions, I'm building a mountain of worries I can't face and won't face. So sometimes I need to just quiet my mind, take some time to just breathe and fade into my art place. Start writing, keep breathing, keep trying, and fade into my heart place. Okay. This next poem is called Getting Lost and Losing My Demons. Sometimes I get nostalgic, overtaken by an olfactory memory, a powerful reminder of some time and place. Sometimes I get lost in analysis, thoughts forsaken, then fused into metaphorical mental paralysis. My mind cowers behind the lines in my face. I find fault with my soul while my consciousness quakes. And now there's no time to replace, no more steps to retrace. So can I find time for me to face all the rest of my demons? Lately they fester where I can see them. They've nested and nestled, they think I won't free them. But they've tested me enough, they've left me restless and rough, so now I won't feed them. Me and my furrowed brow, we don't need them. This heart that pounds, she won't flee them. But these lungs are done trying to breathe them, and this will won't breed them, so I still won't seed them. And I'm not trying to ignore or pretend, I know they're there. They're always hot and reckless, they leave my body forgotten and feckless, they steal my air. And when I grow, they don't care. They're not invested in my forward motion. They can't be trusted with my thoughts or emotions because all they do is amplify the bad and minimize the good. And if I could rewind all my criticisms, maybe I would. And if I can be fine without this cynicism, then maybe I should. Maybe I should be without it. Maybe I should breathe about it. Let my hope be what I see the loudest. Let my focus be on feeling my proudest. Let my openness be open, no longer shrouded. And when I ask myself, what should I do about it? I'll say, you're already doing it. Keep going. Don't doubt it. And you know, I used to be scared of my demons. I told myself, don't cross them. But then I finally took care of my demons. And in doing so, I lost them. Thanks.
I wish I could see myself through your eyes. I wish I could somehow transcend space and time, take a peek into your mind and see me as you do. I wish I could wake up in you and do what you do. And when I come face to face with the image that you think is me, well, I wonder what would I see. And suddenly I begin to fear. I begin to fear as I fight back the tears because I'm afraid. I'm afraid that this image in your mind as we transcend space and time will fade until it never existed. But then I'm left broken and twisted because reality will become what it is, real. And I'm not an image, but a person. Images shatter and splatter. You see, I learned a long time ago the power of words. The power of words as my soul is stirred by what you say to me in private. But I realized that these mere words that you share could never compare to how you may or may not really feel about me. And I mean, how could simple words like, you're too good for me, have such an effect on my intellect, have me seeing things I haven't seen in a while, and the mere thought of them makes me smile, but all the while, they're just words. But they were words that I believe came from your innermost being, freeing me to be the person that he intended from the very beginning, and all the while, they were just words. And that's That's when I decide. That's when I decide in you I can no longer hide. So I'll step back into myself, place the image on the shelf, and I'll allow reality and time as they slowly unwind into a world of my own or your own or our own. And I pray that I won't be alone. And I pray that the image that you see will someday become the reality that is me.
In the end, will anyone notice when I die? Will they speak to me like the last time I spoke to my grandfather? Will we be honest and raw and vulnerable and normal? He was so tired, so very done with this life, ready to shuffle off this mortal coil. He was ready to leave, while I have in me a new life ready to begin. Did it matter that he would soon die? Did it matter that he lived? Will they want to take in all of the last of my energy and wisdom and essence to carry with them through the rest of their lives? Bask in who I am as I did him, because his love was like water and I could not imagine life without water? Will they know me? Will they understand how it felt the first time I walked to school, defended a friend, drove my car? The power in knowing I could go anywhere even if I went nowhere. The joy and fear the first time I gave birth, the last time I gave birth. That I gave everything for my children. That I built a life on the foundation of what was best for my children, and then created a life that did not need my children because that is what is best for my children. That I dug new wells so I would not run the well dry. Will they know how I let life happen? How I made things happen? How I could not just wait for what was next? How I patiently waited for what was next? How I fought? How I contemplated? How I acted? How I faded? How I persisted? How I evaporated? How I stood out? How I blended? Will they know me? We all do better when we all do better. Did they do better? Did we do better? Because I am? Because I was? Will anyone notice when I die? Will anyone notice that I lived? Will the wells run dry? You sit alone, hugging your bear. Make it go away. Make it stop. You scream no, but there is no sound. Make it go away. Make it stop. You get up to run, but your feet don't move. You are stuck. Make it go away, make it stop. So you listen. You have no choice but to listen. All you can do is listen. Make it go away, make it stop. And the fear gets stronger. And the fear turns into anger. And the anger builds into a ball. A cannonball, a ball of fire that will not be contained. And all of the fear, all of the anger, all of the pain, all of the sound comes rushing out. It cannot be stopped. It will not be stopped. You will not be stopped. No, no, no. You cry, you howl, you wail, with all of the courage and all of the power you can muster in your 10-year-old self. She said stop. And he does. He stops. You made it go away. You made it stop. For now.
Trauma-informed pooping. There's a point between understanding and comprehension that is hard to pinpoint. Understanding that sex is hard after being fucked without consent all the time is weird. Like, you can picture it, right? You stand there, sit there, wait there, exist there. And that moment in tandem with so many other moments, sometimes it occurs while I'm at work, typing, helping someone out. Why don't you fucking suck this dick? Well, traumatic memory. That's not useful to me now. You're not too kind to me right now, are you? I sit and click my pens, thinking, redirecting my thoughts elsewhere. Don't you just want to forgive and forget? Nah, no, that's not the right vibe either. You see, I am not looking to do either of those F's, mother, including the third one I briefly tried to write about above. These words, these slanted words had come from my memory, my trauma, my injection of so many therapy copays. It comes back to bite at the worst times. You're a dyke for Halloween, right? I pondered about bolding that above slanted word mess, decided against it. Sure, I am one to love women. Yes, I have short hair. No, I don't like the word dyke. Yes, I told that person I was a dyke for Halloween. What else I was going to say to some drunk fuckboy giving me bedroom eyes? He tried to PC play cards I did not want to engage in or play with at any point. You need a night brow. No, wait. You should kiss. Sure. So this one is the most recent. It's the perfect display of bad habits and open wounds. I like to call this a poop shy moment. A poop shy moment, as defined by Urban Dictionary, is the uncomfortable feeling you have pooping in a public restroom when you're not alone. But things get more uncomfy than that for survivors. The story here is that, fuck me in this bathroom. You won't notice. Just close the door. Wouldn't it be so hot right now if you just sucked me off? What would your mother think? What's with all these women trying to be men? What's with you? Like chicks or dudes? Why do you choose to disrespect me? Of course you tried fucking my boyfriend. You are. You're amazing at this. Please. Those memories, raw, nearly too raw. I can't begin to explain the homes where those came from. Most of those homes are broken, toxic, or some mixture of codependency, anger issues, and longing. What was I longing for all these years? I longed for connection, I think. But instead, I got slanted quotes and bad nightmares. That's what I'd like to call these moments, like above, shy pooping. Do I look like I am unfocused and struggling to listen? Am I not really hearing you clearly? Or anyone for that matter? Well, probably having a shy pooping moment. Much like shy poopers, we shouldn't call survivors nasty words. We don't treat shy poopers like crap because that's how they experience pooping in public. On the downside, we do chuckle and make similar jokes of both groups. Laugh as if it's a choice of preference to be the way we are. We tell them to get over it anytime they gotta go out anywhere public. Sometimes even the family likes to take a jab. Oh, he has. Oh, mother, always coming up with the most invigorating samples. But may it be high or low, thick or thin, I still need you, Mom. But your slanted words haunt me, too, so it's weird. Let this be said in these walls, in these rooms, in all my memories. I am a shy pooper. I am a survivor of many rapes, sexual exchanges, bad words, bad things in general. And I want to be freed from slanted words. I'm not mad at you, though. Thank you. That was a poem I wrote and I thought about and I've really grown attached to because it really resonates in me. And I just want this to resonate in other people too. And I want it to be kind of a point of just reflection and just thinking in this vacuum. And it's not like I don't want to say it's too like deep or whatever, but it's something I feel like most projected how I felt about my mother and about life in this moment. Thank you. Ashley Williams.
Wherever I go, that is where I am, by PETA. I've written you letters in my head, woman, raging criticisms then, but now at the end of the hall I hear, but not her, but you don't see me, But I hear you, a teacher, a biological phenomena of stasis, of the structure of life, and the clarity of the thought and the words spoken to the students astound. No, she wrote the poems, not you. The poems I flew in, her mythology, me a mythological god. I flew in the image she wrote me to be, and she held me still with words, and still in her words I stood still, while her other hand milked my semen, milked me for her impregnation. Her first child and mine died, yet I did not believe her at first. My thoughts mud, my words webs, confiscated by her. I heard hers instead. You don't know what it's like to be fucked. Instead, when that man in the peep show booth slyly put his cock on my hand, that man, I let him, as he led me from that doghouse to his doghouse, where that man put his cock in my head and in my butt. I knew by the clarity of that pain up inside, up on my wounded prostate, I had been shut, been fucked. Shuttered shut, I obeyed her on that day. She ordered me to find someone else to fuck. I fled to town in frustration in a truck, rage danced, drank rage, engaged in lust, engaged in pursuit, engaged to other women, unable to consummate, only able to consummate frustration, slept frustrated in another woman's bed, platonically slept that night. Our house burned up, her and our unborn safe below. Desiccated at the smoking ruins, stunned as ether, shunned by smoke and ash, shunned by her. Pregnant, she stroked my chest. Swollen, she rubbed me between the legs. She kneed my swollenness. She hissed, "Why don't you go jack off in the toilet?" I acquiesced. I slunk like a dog. I watched my semen spurt as if I were a spillway, as if I were the shit and piss and semen of the septic. I convulsed at the image of who I saw myself to be. I did not believe her at first when she said my father had lit the burn. The burning he inadvertently revealed he had. Too late for regrets, too late for amends, not too late for her and her truth again. Again she wished I burned. She yearned for dead money. She yearned for my burn. Her poetry burned holes in my eyes, burned holes, burned my eyes, and I burned in the toxic shame of what she wanted to be burned. With her second child and mine in her arms, I fell out of her poetry like Lucifer, the mythological beast that she held a blade up to, the tip glinting as she blinked, and with burning eyes she issued a threat that said, "Some night upon awakening, this tip may be at your throat." I fled to the other bedroom, but the beast grew a horn and roared and tried to force semen into her womb. I turned, I slunk, I fled to the help center, where I bled confession to the help center women, then left. I'd like to leave her behind, but like the wind I carry her, unable to escape my charred memories, the tips of my charred words like little incisors, little beaks ripping my smoking holes. I am so done with you. If I never see you again, that would be fine. If I never have to speak to you. And her wounds contort her face, her lips, her inescapable hatred into caustic convulsion. I became the shit on my shoe that I couldn't seem to shake free of, so I tried to shun me. Now, woman, you teach. I convulse, I turn. Tears squirt in the hall, my burning eyes at a window now flooding through the salty sea, a blue spruce revealed towering yet, over a cone swollen fir buttressed yet, by a clump of pregnant arborvitae yet, a sweet leafless sugar maple marbled in moving light yet, swaying in the sunset breath of a slight north wind yet. I shiver.
something for lunch.
Walnut Burger City.
Yeah, walnut burgers. This is the first time.
They look great.
Ah.
I gotta get it right. I can also send it back to you. You can get them to your friends. Oh!
Qui est là?
Didn't you say he was gonna be here? I thought he was.
You didn't
check.
I just assumed he'd be here.
You didn't confirm.
I didn't confirm.
We can just have a picnic.
Well, God knows we can. Let's just set up. Maybe he'll come back in the middle of.
Good idea.
Good. Here's the place. Pretty too. Look at the
Beautiful.
Look at the pretty flowers and things.
Honey, what's for lunch?
Your favorite.
Blue skin ng balat at kibble para sa tanghalian.
He doesn't know what he's missing. You can double dip in your own, but not in
Okay.
mine. You know what I'm saying?
I won't double dip today. Well, I'm actually kind of glad that it's just us. It's more for us.
They make the most delicious.
Hi, I'm just looking for Paul. Yeah, I don't think he's home.
And then we just knocked on his door to bring some lunch, and he's not here, so we sat down.
Well, but we've got plenty. Would you like to join us?
Here, I'll show you.
Okay.
I've got this cute one.
Ooh, love that.
Nice
Right?
summary.
That's so great.
And then somebody found this for me. It's not really my
Oh, that's hilarious.
but it's
It's like a costume.
pretty
That's
funny.
hilarious.
小碎片，然后是午餐，点点。
So you expected Paul to be home, obviously?
Yeah, this is not like him, but I'm kind of happy about the way things are turning out.
Done. It's too much.
Well, I'm Sarah.
Sarah, I'm Marcy. Lovely to meet you.
And Flora.
Flora, nice to meet you as well.
We need another table.
Oh, I wonder.
لا يشبه أن يفوت بول نزهة في الشرفة.
Can you grab me the oil?
Did you make a salad?
Yeah, I cooked some chickpeas and some spinach pasta.
Fantastic.
I feel stood up and I wasn't even involved in this plan.
Grab my garlic here. Whip up some aioli. So I heard that the reason why people cry when they cut onions is because your knives aren't sharp enough.
Oh yeah, because it really explores it.
Yeah. Isn't that? I didn't know that. Yeah, walnut burgers.
थियो की तरह लगता है स्वादिष्ट बजाना.
Do you remember the first time you made this for me?
No, what was that?
was on our first road trip to Providence, Rhode Island. We're gonna have it for lunch for 2 days, I think. Keep it in the cooler.
Yeah?
But we ate most of it the first day.
So how do you know Paul?
I know Paul. I moved here a year ago to teach at UWM. When I was planning my syllabus, I reached out to him.
J'ai rencontré Paul lorsque mon visa pour Londres a été refusé.
How about you two?
Well, I know Paul with Flora. I knew Paul long ago. I just was a neighbor who, like you, would bring over stuff.
There you go.
Fresh lemons.
Oh, dude.
Okay, go.
Marcy and I were in a theater company together for many years.
Fantastic. Is it still running or is it?
Only in our hearts. I started in 1980 and Flora had already been there 10 years.
Si Flora ay naglalaro ng puso, isip, kaluluwa.
What kind of productions are
We've often made our own plays, although sometimes we did scripted plays. Sometimes they were funny, sometimes they weren't.
And sometimes they were supposed to be funny and they weren't.
Kept me going for 35 years.
We could have just done a charcuterie board. Fuck this.
Right?
Let's eat.
That's it.
午餐时间的食欲揭示了真实的自我。
So who else was involved with the company?
Theater X started in 1970 and a lot of people came and went over the years because it lasted until 2003 about.
So we had an ongoing relationship with a producer in Amsterdam, Ritzar Tenkata, and he would import us as often as he could. And we had a similar relationship in Baltimore with Philip Arnaud, who loved the hell out of us.
ميلوكي بوش أرى عرضا قادما.
There's Anita. She wants some.
Oh.
Oh, I haven't seen her in so long. What is your impression of Milwaukee after a year?
It's like impervious to change.
सच नहीं, मैं बाहर सीढ़ियों पर बैठा करता था.
Cool. I'm excited for it. Onion, garlic, mushroom, walnuts. I don't think you can go wrong.
It smells amazing here.
Where are you from?
So I'm from the north of England, but I'm just curious, like, where did you tour in the north as well?
England, Holland, Germany, Sweden, and Tokyo.
What are your plans?
That's a really good question. Not to deflect at all, but I'm curious, where are you from? Because you also seem to have an accent. Yeah.
It's because I'm from the South. I'm from Virginia, born and raised in Virginia, so that's some of it.
But where are you from?
Los Angeles.
do this often? Do you like have picnics together and put on a lovely spread like this?
No.
This is Thelonious Monk's Straight, No Chaser. I want
Hey, today I'll be reading from this book, Neo Bedrooms. And the opening poem is Neo Bedrooms or Recuperative Theater. No telling what happened here, right? It's a self-declared monument, rough coat, final coat, noir gaze interrupted by coverlet and window shade and coverlet. Not those undressed windows in Gordon Mata Clark's Splitting. Though of modest size, your idea blankets the entire room, a dense act of persuasion. Can you keep tragic situations away? Residue, or not fully a thing in itself, could be a shuck left over from violent force. Our genetic heritage entwined, theatrical workings, brain coral. Against all our situated heroes' effort, austerity drapes are seen darkly. I was in public, mounded up, low relief, tragic authenticity, they say. Splainment, why so few textiles from antiquity survive? All spent, all gone, all over. Fold as in Leibniz monad, compressed stuff too dense to see through. Later, didn't they unsheath the grid, forswear leaf drops? The following are the opening segments of Keep Profane Objects Close, the argument. 1. Also, we could feebly imagine our trashy lives, you said. Perhaps I was hasty in appreciating that edge, haze of off-season city, typing in a tent. You know, the sort of mentality when each holds a piece so delicately, shifting story of the city, love our flaws, known and unknown, so contingent and tender. 2. Our arrival to fields went largely unnoticed. A negligible tolerance, you then said, certainty's broken at last. Still, how much corn before it breaks? We witnessed the last utopia shut down, could no longer turn from mass-made to no longer, never were, authenticities. Wait for the last. Once determined to sever ties to monocular past, its malaise, ennui, write our own literature, etc., though innocent, of course, of the superscription, now peeled back, drifted in pieces where we worked imperfectly. 3. So the story involved is a mode, a crisis of confidence, So begin to hear as many upon a time, pulled up stakes no longer housed with hucksters, but conditional, subtle ones, calibrated a wisp, tongue flap, holy allegory and smithereens, our task, our grief. By position, surgical, genital, world-favored, tail, etc., slap it down on the counter as if that one act alleviates sins of salvage, objective Edens. Then who stands on the other side of the counter, after all? A red-winged blackbird calls from childhood, wrenching, what mysteries are these? How a metaphor changes over time. Tree, ship, plow, recombinant, why things look the way they do without falling into evolution, fallacy of progress. These things I turn over, implying hands, exposing other sides as of rock slabs, plates, pages, patience. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Paula Goldman. Welcome to you all. I'll be reading from my newest book, Late Love. This is a sculpture by Brancusi, a Romanian artist, and I picked to symbolize my love for my husband of 55 years. If Dickinson had a husband, I give you my poems to mail, dear husband. Later you call to say how sorry you are, throwing in your briefcase first, leaving the poems on top of the car before driving off. I walk to the kitchen window, unraveling the phone cord. When I see them in the wind, winged white sheets, they sail from the brown envelope, splitting apart like a milkweed pod, the seeds flying far, far over the avenue. People jog, push baby carriages, walk their dogs, stop and pick them up. They read sestinas, villanelles, sonnets. Everyone reading my poems. Of course, I say, and hang up. Now, this really did happen, and I was very angry. A bed of scarves. Scarves thrown on the bed, a blend of black velvet and red roses, orange velvet applique, flowered calla lily chiffons, ruffled satins, Japanese waterfalls and bridges. Scarves like the shirts Gatsby tossed ecstatically to show Daisy how far he'd come in the world from Jimmy Gatz. So many shirts he flew about the room, tears came to her eyes. A scarf on Isadora Duncan's neck while she was driving a convertible in Nice, France, caught in the open-poked wheels and rear axle, breaking her neck. Why does the beauty of the world come to haunt me? Scarves covering a queen-size bed, some queen, a butcher's daughter, above the butcher shop, where dead chickens dressed the window, and cows' heads hung on hooks. Scarves mother wore on her head, babushkas, material, matter, mother. Her blood-stained apron stank at the end of the day as she did. The floor scrubbed daily, the butcher blocks. Scarves I haul from the closet, floating over the bed, won't console me anymore. A cry from that lady unsexed. Out, damn spot, I say. Repugnant odors, sights won't relent. Of course, out damn spot comes from Lady Macbeth. I Am Beautiful, based on a plaster cast by August Rodin in 1882. I am beautiful. Was she flung as if in a ball of flesh by a breath of wind into his torso? Rodin had made them separately for the gates of hell, but here they are so together they cannot be torn apart. His hand grasps her kneecap. One arm surrounds her buttock. The other holds her neck. His back is arched to keep her steady. Drawn as the sea is drawn to the beach, they stand anchored. There is no tide out. How I felt this way when we were first together, upraised. I could not have been more beautiful in anyone's eyes. But this is art, not life, where one separates from the adored by whatever life brings. Its cargo, familiarities. In this instance, these two are one unit. Rodin's name signed on the man's inside thigh, as if to say, my thigh, I hold you against me forever. I cannot fly from this image, now in bronze. Time stops as I have, joined to our ardor. I was hit by a car in Atlanta 15 years ago and lost all memory for 3 years. And I'm so grateful to be back here today to talk to you all. The sound of grass. That it arrived at my feet like a quick falling leaf in the first barely perceived autumn breeze, or a favorite aunt's last kiss on the forehead, or a silk sleeve forming gently as a tear on a child's flushed cheek. Where's her lost catcher's mitt? And will she find it before the game? Let it come in deep sleep, like the sound of grass sprouting in the front yard, or even like the SUV that plowed me down, crossing the street. Let death come unerringly and clean. Thank you.
Hello, I'm going to read to you from a forthcoming collection called The Book of Consolations. This one is called Now the Border is Crossable. We meet in Vancouver, now the border is crossable and planes are flying again. Your face is free of makeup. Your new grey-haired look suits you. We mask to enter your favorite restaurant, open with limited hours. I show the host my vax cert. The unvaxxed must have death wishes akin to those 19 men who trashed the towers 20 years ago. We are not sure if it's good manners to sit across from one another or beside. I try to remember how to read your body's language. We used to tell each other stories, so I tell you that nothing and everything has happened to me these 17 months apart. I have learned new words. Unprecedented, PPE, sanitize, ventilator, oxygenator, ICU. You say, you knew enough to look up your symptoms on sites, but not enough to know where they came from or how long they may stay. I do not speak of the 649,793 death tally today, but because today we are not included, your eyes flash and crinkle above your mask. I yearn small, a hug, a kiss, maybe a few. You, however, want to take CP Rail across the continent to check in person whether our loved ones are still there. This poem is dedicated to the 6 heroes and wounded survivors of the shooting by a white supremacist at my Gurdwara in Oak Creek in August 2012. The trouble with bullets. The trouble with bullets is that they can't bathe in August sunshine or feel tar melting beneath your sneakers. The trouble with bullets is they don't know how it feels to be carried in the pocket over your pounding heart. They can't hear the radio host whose jeers and sneers cheer you forward. They don't hear the lyrics you sang claiming white genocide. They can't know the rage that powers your footsteps drawing closer to the white building, or how the scent of paneer curry and rice pumps adrenaline to your skin. They don't hear the roar of blood in your veins or know you need to feel a little bigger, a little better than someone. The trouble with bullets is they can't feel what you felt when a woman you traveled miles for barred her door last night, then left early for the prime chicken house to avoid you. They must feel full of powder, though you are empty. Of caring for anyone who might stop you from walking down a road with no sidewalk, turning down that long driveway to a parking lot. They don't know how sleek they feel, how heavy with possibility rubbing together in your pocket. The trouble with bullets is they shine so silver hot in August sunlight and ram into their chambers with such satisfying clicks, fast as you'd like to ram something, someone, anything. Your bullets turn along some groove you never expected. You need several more than you thought. As they burst and turn slick, a turbaned man you would not have met without them, falls before you. Then a praying woman, then a few more, then an officer who tries to stop you. The trouble with bullets is they find you. This third poem is called Before You Can Reap. Before you can reap tomatoes and zucchini, you know you must understand the soil. You wear your rubber gardening gloves with pointed fingertips to dig the foundation of your urban garden. Inhaling mineral fragrance, your knees sink to brown earth. You dig and sift gently so as not to harm earthworms, diligently constructing air channels. It is not the first time your soil is being urged to hold roots upright in the shade of this pine. Before you can reap peas or cucumbers, you must find depleted areas. Understanding does not come naturally, so you try, longing for a garden you remember or envision, sweeping away cones and dead leaves. What happened to this soil, on this soil? Who took from it what they needed to survive? When was it shared, rested, or divided? How much blood is soaked in? How much can it receive? You leave undisturbed tales of buried beings. When you rise and straighten, you look back at the stone path twisting its way from the shadow skirt at the base of the pine. This soil has history that is yours. You will sow red clover, comfrey, and fenugreek to make amends. You, only you, can replenish it. Thank you.
Hello, I am John Walsh. My first poem is Questions for a Daughter. And if I told my daughter that her dreams conceal an authentic desire to touch a swallow's wing, would she sense that I had studied Freud, or, unsuspecting, think me learned in the ways of birds? Would she simply fly with graceful cartwheels across my ordered world, laughing with unrestrained pleasure? Or if she observed closely as I measured words and how the sounds vie more or less to imitate the truth, would she wonder what I meant when I said I loved her, and whether it makes a difference as long as it was said? And if Sunday's malaise permits us to drink the vibrant air, will she remind me that she exists immortal, without the pang, not of sorrow, for as youth she grieves and grows, but of years and understanding, the pang I sense and enjoy occasionally in her company. My second poem is Reflections During the Pandemic. It is possible still to say thank you if we can touch and feel and appreciate in a most human way. If the grandchildren show us the eggs they found on the milkweed, and how with time and nurturing they will soon and with joy fly away as monarchs of the world. And we still can give thanks. To whom? Perhaps the sun in a temperate summer, and a wild and precious intelligence, which we could say was God-inspired, if those were the words we chose. Or if the joy to be shared with the sun that begets the light, which wakens us each day to breathing and touching and seeing an infinite life in a tactile way, with those who share the human experiences in words and concerns and hopes for a more understanding community looking to the future. And at the end of the day, as dusk envelops us, despite the trials endured and fears confronted, reflecting on lives humbly and graciously lived out, it is possible still to say thank you. My third poem is Guatemala es un lugar donde Guatemala is a place where. Guatemala es un lugar donde 5 people are one in a chicken bus, and the babies smile and snore, and the ayudante says there's always room for just one more. Guatemala es un lugar donde the mountains have their own harsh and inspiring ways, but after an hour's walk to the Cascades, you will say, I have earned some part of this natural grace. Guatemala es un lugar donde the people share rice and beans and all their hopes, despite broken promises again, and a work day from 6 in the morning to 8 at night, all without a fair wage. Guatemala es un lugar donde the fierce howls of the dogs bring chills to those who listen as they court and compete to claim their rightful place in possession of the land. Fitting symbol of a people wild and free. And finally, I would like to make an apology to Mary Oliver. In my second poem, Reflections on the Pandemic, I borrowed the expression wild and precious. I want to apologize to Mary Oliver for the borrowing, and I want to convey to her my respect for her poetic language. I remember when I first read her poem, The Summer Day, and I saw that wild and precious expression, I said, damn, that's a good line. But I don't think I knowingly put it in, but as I read my poem, I realized that I had indeed borrowed. I want to convey also my respect for her, for the beautiful poetic language that prompted me to borrow that phrase. I would like to give a little bit of a defense. In my third poem, Guatemala es un lugar, the whole poem leads up to the final words, wild and free. And I would, in my defense, like to explain that that was a poem that I had written 5 years before I read the Mary Oliver poem. And that wild and free expression was not subject to any borrowing or external influence, but came, of course, directly from my heart. Thank you for listening.
Hello, I am Marjorie Pagel from Franklin, Wisconsin. I've chosen to read to you today from this lovely book that was published just this year. A is for Apostle Islands. It is a book that commemorates the 50th anniversary of the Apostle Islands National Lakeshore. It was an imprint of Poetry Harbor, edited by Lucy Tyrell. My poem is called Logging. For thousands of years, verdant forests grew undisturbed on the Apostle Islands. But even before the Civil War, lumber barons came in pursuit of green gold, made their fortunes from virgin timberland, an unlimited supply, they bragged. But when the forests were depleted, they moved on. Evidence can still be found of the abandoned lumber camps, tin cups, shards of plates, bowls, and loggers' tools, artifacts and middens on Oak Island, Stockton, Manitou. Legends of lumberjacks loom large, like Paul Bunyan himself. These hardy men, surviving cruel Wisconsin winters, comrades in logging camps, loyal workers, unafraid, knew well the dangers of their profession. Not all survived. They were local boys from Bayfield, muscular farmers augmenting their winter income, or strong young men from the east who followed the logging. They were Canadians, Chippewa, Scandinavian immigrants. Sawmill owner R.D. Pike extolled the resounding boom of falling trees, savored the tangy smell of newly cut timber. From 300,000 board feet at Pike's Bayfield sawmill in 1870 to 35 million in 1899. Oh, the trees that grew tall on the islands then, hemlock, pine, maple, birch, cedar, oak, and fir. Though ecologists lament the loss of virgin lands, new forests have grown, and trees, glorious trees, reign once again supreme. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gabriel Gooding, and I'm going to read a poem by Norwegian poet Gunnar Varnes from his book Venn med alle, Friends with Everyone. It was published by Forlag in October in 2018, and I just finished translating it into English. This is his poem Vrengtman, Guy Inside Out, January 29, 2018. Suddenly I'm standing there on your stairs asking for help. Help? What do you want help with? Hard to say, really. Just help. Once upon a time, I knew that I was right, but no one believed me. This was when I was being turned inside out. I could have really used anything as a face. All my points of convexity, my ear, nose, belly button, nipples, rounded forehead, carrying it all inside my body. My arms in there, fumbling, my feet stumbling. People sit and call out to me. They've waited a long time. I reply, coming soon. In the morning, possibly. I'm kinda busy. I've got a lot of debts and worries in here. I've fathered children in here with unreal women. And there are kids I'm sure I will later claim in here, kids I've never seen before. I have a bunch of sweethearts down here, even if I do have a beer belly, still popular, soft eyes, silky cheeks, a complete skeleton. I carry it with me in a sack. It's my own bones. They're both needy and bossy. Come and join us. We can guide you to your own interior. There you'll get to meet your mom again. You're almost as old as she is. Old love will be like new. In there I see many dead standing in lines with their bowls. My father is there. He's in a cooking pot, cooking soup out of himself to feed my son, who is freezing now in the depths of the earth, in one of sorrow's 7 rumbling stomachs. His voice is fluttering around in those pink mine shafts, wailing, where have you been? Where have you been? And I answer, I didn't know that you had died. And I ask, have you seen Mama? I keep on searching, fondling each package, every wrapped gift under the Christmas trees in my deeps. I ask and ask again each and every person I meet about those crossroads in folk religions where I might be able to be turned outside in. If I listen into the ear, maybe. If I speak into the mouth, maybe. Help will find me. On the inside of this mask or at the back of whatever mirror where frailty becomes vigor, where empty hands fill with money, and where I can finally turn into the other guy. My father said to me he got turned inside out by his mother. She said she did it out of love, so he didn't have to see the food he loved, lying chewed to paste down in the gut bag. So he didn't have to see all the other kids she hoped he would become instead. And one day he turned around anyway, and there they all stood with large holes where they should have had faces. But otherwise they were supple and strong. His mother was there and played with them. She loved them all, of course, she said, but she still loved best my father, for he was completely, exactly special. She said it with a look that popped out of the back of her head. And he told me how she went for a long time to the inside-out school, where she learned that the outer world was a death empire, and that there are no hearts there, that they live there without lungs, without kidneys. She saw their entrails and organs, like kinds of planets orbiting at random in bottomless space. She said, all our searching for food and other people was the inner world's loneliness, the deserts of the inner world. Inside out adults are something that must be hidden, inside another inner, even further interior, inside an interred earth goddess or something. And all this he managed to say to me that one time that we met at the pub down in the city center, where they now have bingo.
Thank you, Woodland Pattern, for again providing this opportunity, this celebration of such diverse poetic voice. It's an honor to be part of the assemblage. This piece found its evolution on the eve of the first anniversary of the Capitol riots and on the ensuing day, which coincides with Epiphany Day. Epiphany Day, January 6th, 2021. Epiphany Day, the day democracy died. Capitol rioters capitalizing on self-righteous white nationalist pride and prejudice prevailed, justice derailed, unveiling a rotten American pie at its core. A deposed POTUS chiding his childlike flock to treason, a new year with little respect or reason to celebrate a savior in absence of reason. 3 kings were no match for self-coronated monarchy, a refusal to abdicate, propagation of anarchy, acrimony, decided dissolution of democracy. Epiphany Day, day of revelation, manifestation, proclamation of the birth of a liberating savior, reiteration of our nation's failure and of liberty's failure to save her. Magi bearing gold anointing kingship, frankincense fit for deity, and myrrh, a misfit gift to embalm a withering democracy. An epistemology, the knowledge that we haven't evolved, sought clarity but only widened our disparity. Justification of injustice, rationality of irrational belief of election stolen from dethroned commander-in-chief. And disbelief, the thief failing to denounce the riotous mockery to protect the democracy. Epiphany Day, riotous dawn of a new day, epiphytes fighting the riotous, suspended independent, countering domestic terrorism and fights for stolen lands, uprooted and unrooted with no attachment to a lawless land, righting wrongdoing, fighting for order, for nourishment from less oppressive air, free-flowing waters transcending her borders. Epiphany Day, epitome of a pitiful day, masses bereft of reality, seizing the capital and hedging capital in an alternate morality. Stop taking down names and kicking ass and ask your nation to save your asses, mend disparity among the classes, Savior, forgive the depravity of capital offenders, a nation divided by deniers, truth benders. The Magi defamed, the MAGA to blame for derailing democracy. Abusive use of magical thinking, Joan Didion posthumously pondering what Kool-Aid we're drinking. A rudderless captain watches his own ship sinking, tossing rolls of paper towels in lieu of life jackets to followers to shame them, still tweeting. Epiphany Day, a day to retire superficial baubles and decoration, embalm the insurrection, anoint peaceful reign, resurrect a nation. The gift of democracy deferred, delayed as we recounted ballots and counted on order over calamity, truth over heresy, to certify our destiny. Epiphany Day, the gift of the Magi was young, gifted, and black. She who climbed the hill, anointed our wounds with words, penned bridges over divisions with gilded verse. She who, with youthful optimism and indelibly inked vision, manifested democratic destiny, refracted rainbows of reason, spat truth through prisms. Epiphany Day, new day, Eponymous scribe, she who dared us to repair, inaugurated a contra-catastrophe of lyrical legacy, an epiphany of rising resiliency, justification of justice, and a rationale that still, peacefully, poetically, we will rise and reclaim our democracy.
Hi, I'm going to read 3 pieces today. My name is Heather McShane. The first one is called Disappearing Bags, a Series. I keep posting things and then deleting them for no apparent reason. My eyeballs feel a little like they're turned inside out. Here in this nest, goose eggs. It's not just weird because you haven't been outside in days. It's just weird in the city. Strewn fake flowers, a piece of glass that looks like a centipede. It can be nice to hear the same story over and over. This one by the author of Noisy Nora. Later surprises. Marshmallows on top of Rice Krispie treats, and an emoji spider next to the word spider, followed by predictive text. Right now, my ears are ringing and the baby on the top floor of the building across from mine stands behind the closed window, the pot of yellow tulips. I am not sure which of the friends thought of the idea to add adjectives, sometimes 3 or 4 to the same sentence. My first bike ride of the season meant that I needed to put air in my tires. While doing so, the bike fell on me, bruising my knee. The bruise had distinct dots. They were marker purple and looked like they could be washed away. Okay, this one is called Georgia O'Keeffe's Eyes. It took me a while to find out the color of Georgia O'Keeffe's eyes because I first searched in images and my child filling the time, coloring in the rest of the outline of O'Keeffe outside of her eyes, waiting relatively patiently for a child, then pressed to no as I scrolled through images, me thinking Stieglitz, wondering if a former lover of mine ever wrote that novel, adding portrait to the search line, showing the child the images to which was asked about O'Keeffe's age, her gender, zooming in on one picture and saying blue, a contrast of times, before definitively finding speckled blue and brown in a newspaper article. Okay. And these last are called scripts. You could take them as instructions if you wanted to. Take, go ahead, give over. Think about a book, the weight of the book, the feel of the book, the smell of the book, the sound of the book, how the book would taste if you licked it, but don't lick it. Instead, exhale and inhale into this place that used to hold books, that could hold books. On a cold day, imagine bees huddling in boxes on the roof of the building. The bees huddle to stay warm, to warm each other, taking turns moving to the center. Perhaps when the weather was warm, they visited the spiders hanging on webs attached to tall buildings downtown. Here the tourists ask, how did the spiders get there? Perhaps the spiders rain from the clouds. Imagine the clouds. Re-feel something that you want to re-feel.
I'm Tinker Greene. I'm going to read you a few poems from a book of mine that I'm excited about. It just came out, or will be soon out. By the time you see this, it's my collected poems. It's basically what I've been writing the last years. I'm going to read you 3 poems from this book. And the first one was written in San Francisco, and you have to know it's placed at the University of San Francisco called USF, and that's on Lone Mountain, which used to be the city's graveyard. So when the city was getting bigger, they had to dig up all 47,000 graves, roughly, and move them to Colma. And this is an apocalypse. It's the end of the world. An apocalypse. Angels over Lone Mountain, thousands of souls rising from disturbed graves in a flaming vortex, boiling with ghostly bones, to the sound of a reedy harmonium, a quavering trombone, a piano thrown from the cliff behind USF. All the notes at once shrink to a pinprick. The clock on the tower ticks, and ancient footprints crisscross the hill. Here on earth, a huge din. Learning goes up in smoke by the century, while crosses are driven into the compacted dirt of the precipice of skulls. The worm stirs among bulldozers that drowned out the radio waves. Next to a collapsing tower, a rock hangs in the sky. And then comes the silent moment when the sun stands still. Time is breathing hard, since everything's exploding like the sun, as does the Milky Way, which is scattered over night's purple towels, snapping now in the maddeningly incessant wind. The telescope inches along its track while the sky burns. Can you hear the thunder of boulders colliding in the river? That's the sound of the train that will carry us to paradise. The smoke of never. I am another guy here on the bank of the river, the drawbridge, the tires, and the trees. The smoke of never mind me, my smoldering fire fanned for a moment by the passing train. Now, I wrote this poem from the point of view of being on the train. Maybe you've had the same experience. You look out the window and just for a second, you see a flash and maybe there's somebody camped there beside the railroad tracks, probably a homeless person. So I'm going to read you the poem again. See, the smoke of never. I am another guy here on the bank of the river, the drawbridge, the tires, and the trees. The smoke of never mind me, my smoldering fire fanned for a moment by the passing train. Okay, I just had a picture put up. That's a pencil drawing. It's a huge pencil drawing. It must have taken many, many days and possibly weeks for her to draw that. I saw this in LA, and so I wrote this about her exhibit. The artist's name is Via Selmans. Via Selmans, saint of the number 2 pencil, spends months reproducing by hand a photograph of water or the night sky or a close-up of desert floor. She's a lace maker. Saving herself, she saves the world. In a rented car, we pass by her former Venice Boulevard address on a pilgrimage to LA sites where so many refugees sat down in the 60s. My brother, for instance, dwelt in a teepee pitched on a rooftop, or so I'm told. Saints don't have homes. They live completely in hope and memory. Physical existence is merely a relic. In St. Clair's bedroom in Assisi, now a museum, a Franciscan monk from Australia gazes absently out the window as he greets his spiritual sister in the empty room that is his heart. Via Selmans came from Latvia, twice a refugee, first from World War II, then from the Midwest to Los Angeles, built on pitches of sand that move in the night where the haze and the traffic shrivel into a droning chord. Unto herself the artist gathers the numberless. She draws all day, preserving the paper from harm by a thin coat of acrylic gesso, the light on a momentary ocean wave that disappears in an instant. Clouds pass overhead. Water freezes on the canals, and skaters appear to carve therein their delicate filigree. Deep into the sunset float lines generated by spiders, on which they travel vast wind-borne distances, millions of them gleaming with reflected flame. Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Peter Goldberg of Milwaukee. Most of the poetry I've written over the years, I've written primarily for myself to work through personal issues. But then Woodland Pattern got me involved in reading publicly in marathons, and so here I am again tonight. The two poems I'm going to read deal with such issues. Indeed, in fact, they deal with finding meaning and purpose in aging. Heavy. But in any case, indulge me and join me as I relive these existential moments. The first poem I'm going to read, I wrote about 25 years ago, as I was moving into late middle age. The flare of being, a midrush, that is a commentary on the burning bush. In the hour of the long light, as shadows extend toward darkness, calm settles, clarity comes. Then it is that the reflected light may blaze and sear. As he trod his now accustomed way, a scrub bush, ablaze in just such a moment, called him aside. Dormant memories flared of earnest failures, of unfinished business, and thorny meanings grasped him, no longer to let him go. What he had fled had now to be faced, and so he turned to what had always been true and was burning now to be so. The second poem was written much more recently, and as a matter of fact, moves on beyond simply the idea of social obligation, instead to the possibility of artistic expression as an alternative, or even acceptance and contemplation. The first stanza alludes to Shakespeare's King Lear as he stands in the storm on the heath in front of a hovel and declaims, "Oh, I have ta'en too little care of this." And the second refers to another of my favorite poets, that is Du Fu of the Tang Dynasty in China, China's supposed Shakespeare, who in exile wrote his poetry and did his calligraphy. Of mortality and more, it has an epigram. Goethe on his deathbed spoke these words: Licht, mehr Licht, light, more light. In the blue hour, duty, desire, and decrepitude prowl the twilight shadows, haunting obligations, seductive hopes, lurking contingencies. And I, like the mad king abroad in a desperate storm, oh, too little care, too little care. Or, like a hermit sage, driven forth by dynastic change, now alone to contemplate moon-toned grounds, spaces seemingly primed still, for another stroke of character, one final flourish of elegance, if only one mark more, one mark more. Or before the ash-tinged ink runs, spreading and staining all with its dark wash, to simply sit and watch dusk's rainbow wax and then wane on the horizon, and into the lowering night the lambent graces of leaf fall. One moment more, just one moment more, one such illuminating moment more. Thank you.
I'm Jean Tobin. I'll be reading 3 poems from a recent book, Then and Now. The first one is Dancing Together Across Time. Jim dances out of the kitchen into the living room in celebration of the season. Sackbuts are playing from the stereo. Sopranos take up the melody. Jim's arms beat the rhythm, fists clenched. His knees lift as he prances flat-footedly. He is all alive with joy. So I saw my father dance in the morning to music of his own making. What a fine day, he'd hum to himself in the dawn. What a fine day, he'd sing. When he'd finished shaving, he'd come from the bathroom into the kitchen, and when he caught sight of me, small, shy, he'd break into a happy shuffle, lifting his feet awkwardly, a man who couldn't dance, couldn't sing, dancing joyously to his own music. What a fine day. The second poem is a cat poem. It involves Bip, who was a gentlemanly, quite wonderful cat. It's called Saving a Life Has Nothing to Do with Forgiveness. Just a cat, Bip is jealous, formal, loyal. He's a white-pawed hero with a quirky temperament. Bip is brave. He was showing me one day how when I'd left him outside for hours on a sunny spring afternoon while I went to work, I was wrong. He'd waited until I returned to turn his back and stalk to the neighbors, tail held high. In the midst of this demonstration of my reprehensible inconsideration for cats, as he marched with dignity toward due appreciation and the stone fence of the neighbor's line, a black dog 8 times his size bolted into our backyard, saw me, and began to bark. I shouted, "Go home!" too sharply. That tough cat shot back across the lawn, forepaws tucked up like Santa's reindeer, positioned himself between dog and me, and proudly puffed himself up to be only 4 times smaller. The dog, belatedly observing a maniac cat, a kamikaze cat, retired, woofing oafishly and ambling back down the driveway. Pip stayed to see him gone, rearranged his neat fur, erected his tail, and with indifferent dignity again began his slow stalk to the neighbors, tail waving like a battle flag held high. And the third poem is Professor Rosenthal in the Park. And the park is Washington Square in New York City. Professor Rosenthal, a poet. As if in a painting by Chagall, the girl leapt above the grass and kissed you. She started when she saw you, sped past the morning bag ladies and unshaven benchmen taking showers in the municipal lawn sprinklers, past the little dogs and obedient masters on urgent morning errands, past the policeman and his metropolitan brown horse surveying the déjeuner sur l'herbe of hidden wine and whiskey, past the businessmen stumbling in mid-stride while adjusting their ties, and the juggler lifting bowling pins out of his briefcase, past black women rocking white babies in strollers, past strollers enjoying walks across Washington Square, past the muscular jogger in his loincloth, the plump joggers in their bunny suits, the gaunt joggers in t-shirts, headbands and Adidas run down at the heels but patched with shoe goo, past students clustered about you talking of poetry, and Rose with a flock of pigeons. Carrying her bouquet upright in one hand, her blonde hair flying backward, she lifted herself from the grass and settled a kiss on your startled cheek. You smiled as if every day in the park you were surprised by kisses and the muse. Thank you.
Hi, Mike Michaels here. First poem is my 9/11 poem. 20 years too late, but Missy, Mom, he hasn't come home for 20 years. Our children have grown and moved on. Nothing is found in the sifted ash. Had no reason to be so high in that tower. But there was a feeling, an intuition, what rose into the sky, fell, coating us all. Should have moved back to Minnesota, home, but there wouldn't be that door facing east, across the water, and the hole, my heart. Father. Mother paid the freight. All those years of pinching, told her I wanted out, and opportunities like this just didn't come along every day. Supposed to be cleaning up after the snooty bastards. Was drinking across town, where no one knew, just another guy getting his snoot full with other guys doing the same. No one was watching. TV until the bartender said, Jesus, that plane just crashed into the tower. Mother never liked her anyways. We didn't want anything to do with her or the kids, so I laid low in a motel room until a chunk of cash got to me out of the apple. Went west. Greyhound doesn't ask many questions. Mom said she was heartbroken. Don't know why. Never gave her that much anyway. And here I sit, staring at a half-empty glass of what if and who's to blame. Waves lapping, and across the Pacific, another half of the world. Mother died, the cash dried up. Son. So they sent us home, our tails between our legs, us wondering why we went. Blood and sand and gravel. After 9/11, Mom was lost, or should I say, remained lost. The old man drank away every fucking penny we had. But he was gone. She had something to cry about. But belonged to the lost, suffering. After high school, I joined up. There were parades, flags waving. Put us on planes. In a day, shipped to a war fighting for the women and the children lost. Suffering, we went. We were weeping inside, wanting what we never had, won't ever get. Daughter. The earth unsure, every footfall, tentative. Into your office, explain, here, now, fleeting, strike a match. These are all new poems. Charms, some so small, barely a whisper, others big and clumsy, always in the way. A word, action, that stays right here, pencil purchased. That remark, cutting, let me look at you, from here and there, dancing on a bracelet, its clasp closed. Rolling in a dark place. We met on the corner. He said, let's sit on that stoop across the way. Have one last cigarette. Said, okay. Brothers don't have to talk all that much. Told me to go behind that building. We'll be able to see. When I got there, I knew he'd left. That's it. Funny and sad little dream. December 10th. We wait for the first snow, the city and I, chilled to the bone. In the afternoon, it will rain. Cowering inside, calling family and friends. News from this state, all embarrassing and sad. So much for slipping into the new year unnoticed. Season's greetings. Cheryl sent me a card. Warmest thoughts from her and Joe. The mailman had jammed it far into the box as he could. Bend and fold. As he could bend and fold, such a pretty. I'll have to work on that. This is just a little one here. The cloud isn't rain, just words from me to you. And that's it. And now, hopefully I've recorded it.
Hi, my name is Portia Cobb. I'm a poet. I'm a professor at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, and I happen to be a new member of the board of directors for Woodland Pattern. I consider Woodland Pattern to be a home away from home. When I first came to Milwaukee in 1992, I found my poet foundation there. Coming from a place where poetry was major in my life and in the direction of my quest as a filmmaker. I love Woodland Pattern. I love its legacy, and I love what it continues to do for our community. Please make a donation to support this annual drive. We would much appreciate it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lauren Ward. I'll be reading 4 poems for you today. I'll be reading a poem called There's Been an Accident, This Is Where I Find You, Tiny One, Planting Strawberries, and Sitting on Time. I will start with This Is Where I Find You, Tiny One. This is a poem about motherhood. These 3 a.m. hours are ancient. A chasm where the soul slips into scattered diamonds. I glimmer, a million shining thoughts touching the abyss all together. This is where I find you, tiny one. Stretching and turning, you roll into a rush of sound, wrapping my shine around you like a blanket of stars. This night, I slip from dreams into yawning darkness, seeking your face when your knees knock at my ribs. I want to tell you where you came from, to guide you in the thick black through the sparkling orbs touching each brilliant moment. Here is a diamond, my face upon his neck in the rain, riotous love pouring through us. Another here, sunlight in his mouth, drinking up the day, dragging our fingers in the sky. You are of him, of me, of these churning waters, these bending saplings, these leaning cliffs. You are within us, without us. We know you, you are mystery. In the darkness, you push against me, spinning dreams, we weave a world, still diamonds in the dark. Next, I'll read a poem called Sitting on Time. This is from a volume of poetry called Halfway to the North Pole from the Door County Poets Collective. This is a poem about being on Rock Island, which is a very special place to us here in Door County. And it's about a busy summer and how you often don't get to see your loved ones and partners until the end of it all. Sitting on time. the south shore of Rock Island. We came here together to find the quiet after summer madness. After the 14-hour work days, passing each other on tiptoes in the dark, early mornings and late nights, our selfless gifts, our sleeping hours. Now in silence we sit, slurping up one another's faces in daylight. Here we first see the newly trenched lines and furrows dragged by a busy summer. The dollar bills back home are packed tightly together like cordwood, ready to burn in the dead of winter. But now we assess the filtering sun, the pounds gained, the angle of the tent, the ache of desire, the utter exhaustion of arriving. The stone beach through the trees sighs with waves that started in Chicago last week, landing here, heaving and churning. Do you hear that? What, the waves? No, the sound after. The rumble of rocks receding back, tossed upon one another, tumbling like a washing machine, wearing down edges, corners. A sharp second before the next. The deep Michigan green, the foamy peaks, then the rumble pulling them all back. It's like watching time, like watching it all happen, fast and slow. They must be exhausted. The next one I'll read is called There's Been an Accident. We are fools, us all, in love and in life. Our houses are built of walls of air, bricks of clouds. Our hopes together on a tightrope with no net. My hand to clasp, yes, but no, it offers no real earthly solace in this thrashing silence. I may be gone presently. Here, there be no guarantees, no insurance that keeps our knocking pale bones from slipping or tumbling into the abyss. This morning she will wake into a glazing terror, the tiny life stirring inside her, the warm cotton breath sighing and rolling in the next room. The bed, just as dark, just as frightening in the October gray. A whole body shaking tragedy, love is. The joyful union of soul-crushing despair, of having and holding down into the unknown black. She is there now, waving her hands into the empty space where he stood a mere moment ago. Walk out to the brink with me, I say. Tonight, let's wrap our toes about the craggy lip and gape into the hollow darkness. This last one is called Planting Strawberries. I wrote this for my husband after an event we had here at Right on Door County, and it'll explain itself. Planting Strawberries. This foggy morning, you packed up our baby boy, stretched him into his seat as he arched his spine in sweet defiance, and you drove through the lake cotton to our woods. The maples and paper birch, the slanting early sun, the shadowy autumn light. Here is home. Here we picked our way over cool mossy logs and threaded our fingers together and said, maybe. Now you carry our boy against you, his tiny legs swimming in air. Now you walk slowly through the woods, careful to watch your feet and consider the way the sun shines. You said, by the time we have it built, they'll have spread like the wild plants they are, and the kids will have a berry patch. The strawberries and pathrush were gifts, a flat of homeless plants left behind once the wine had all been drunk and everyone returned home to their warm beds. Now you kneel in our woods, his corn silk hair soft against your beard, your shovel in the dank earth giving the plants a home, that mind and those hands I love so dearly, planting us all in our quiet forest. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Nancy Raffel from Bailey's Harbor, and I have 3 poems. The first 2 are art poetica kind of poems. This one appears in the 2021 Wisconsin Poets Calendar. The Nature of Birds and Poets. Like the mother robin, The poet must brood the words, must lay them in the warm bed of expectation, shelter them from predators. Like the mother robin, the poet must churn the words, tending them so that they will hatch out, peep, peep, peep incessantly to be fed. Like the mother robin, the poet must fly away in the world to find food for the words until they fledge and grasp the edge of the nest. And like the mother robin, the poet must send the words out into the world and know that they will find their way to a branch that is their own. How many workshops must I attend before I am a poet? How many writers' periodicals must I subscribe to make the grade? How many writing groups must endure my presence? When are the words ripe enough, condensed enough, revised enough? Send the bastards out the door, I say. Let them pay their way, I say. Bring back some bacon, I say. I've supplied the paper, the experiences. Good grief, I've bled the thoughts that have birthed them. Kiss the envelopes and tuck them inside. It's their turn to face the music. Get up and shake it or slink back uninked. I will not grieve their rejections or celebrate their publications. I am the poet. The poem is me. I am my own midwife, but when the words break free and begin their journey, let them earn their keep and let me keep them free. The third poem and last poem is in remembrance of Jeff Panovich, who lived from 1946 to 2014. He was a big member of our community of poets. Remembering Jeff. Because he knelt for butterflies, because only the endangered tiger remained, because he is beyond all wanting, because he spawned the earth poets and musicians, because he shined in city lights, we remember Jeff. Because he taught in Ellison Bay, because his passion for the earth emboldened others, because he renewed himself in Door County, because we shared the same Milwaukee neighborhood, because his enthusiasm for life expanded everyone he knew he met. I remember Jeff. Because he espoused Whitman's Salute au Monday, because he was a tender soul, because he kindled concern for the planet, because he saw beyond horizons, because his voice should never be silenced. We must all remember Jeff. Thank you.
I'm Estella Lauder from Fish Creek. Wisconsin poets have been busy during the pandemic, writing poems, but also making anthologies of poems by others. And I want to thank them by reading poems from 3 new anthologies. The first comes from Leaves of Peace that was published by WFOP. Making Peace for Pam Greene. Until an Oneida student told me I'd never heard the story told for centuries before the conquest about how the Haudenosaunee peacemaker came through his own sorrow to mediate pain and anger, replacing one man's mean reflection in the water for soup on a stove with his own serene countenance, and counting another's grievances on a string of perfect shells until they could be born. Face to face, he met the ones who undermined their towns with fear and hatred. Face to face, he taught his people to meet in the longhouse until they reached consensus for the good of their nations. And in his wisdom, he advised that clan mothers should choose and depose the chiefs. He knew that women are the first and last resort for peace. The second poem comes from Hope is the Thing, published by the Wisconsin Historical Society Press. Still the thing with feathers. Hope is the ruby-throated hummingbird who comes mid-May to look for food where it had been last fall. His faded feeder is not yet there, so he checks the seed and suet, then flies into the greening leaves. Within the hour, my mate inside prepares the sugared water in its sterile bottle to tide him over to flowers. We wait, not patiently, but sure enough, a day later, he comes again, flying straight to the right spot and perching there for a long, comforting drink of nectar. Then, the very next day, there are two. And the third poem comes from No More Can Fit into the Evening from Four Windows Press in Sturgeon Bay. How I Met Pablo Neruda. It was by accident. In Mexico City with a Cuban friend, I saw a poster about a poetry reading at the National Stadium, a tribute to the late poet Pablo Neruda. It felt like ancient Greece, not North America. We had to witness. Raquel said from their dress and speech, the people came from all over, and they knew their man. As the readers spoke his words, a steady whisper surrounded us, as if the poems were a rosary. Suddenly, from the center came a chant. Neruda está aquí, Neruda está aquí. In New York, security would have dragged the visionaries out of there in minutes. But no, the readers waited. People wept quietly. When the voices hushed, the program resumed. No one was frightened by this spirit. Neruda was there. He was expected. We were glad for him. Está bien. Thank you.
I'm Thomas Davis, and I'm reading a single poem today. Not too long, but we'll give it a try anyway here. For an hour, the old man poet climbed to where rimrock rose into a crown cornered by 4 sandstone spires, banded with white layers over intense red cliffs below. A hot wind blew east to west. At the crown's tallest point, the old man stood on the cliff's edge, arms raised toward 4 great thunderclouds, dancing, growing, and changing toward where he stood. Come winds, the old man demanded. Come clouds, come rain, come lightning, come thunder. As the old man spoke, 4 cloud anvils merged and swirled as the flats below, then the cliffs dimmed into twilight. Wind howled. The old man put down his arms and stared ferociously at the storm's heart. He started chanting into thunder's muttering. The earth has been beaten down. Sky has seen the earth's crisis. The earth has been beaten down. The storms come, winds rise, and angry rain whips earth, cleanses earth, heals earth, gives earth new life. Rain, slanting spear points, march, bending toward the rimrock crown like a gray sweeping broom. The old man watched as rains came to the cliff's face and poured over his face and long hair. He smiled, lifted his arms again. May humankind hear the power of rain, mutter of thunder, searing of lightning, he chanted. May humankind find balance and decide the storm. Around the old man, lightning pulsed light. Thunder rose and rose, shaking the sandstone spire. The old man laughed. He circled the cliff's edge, dancing arms in dervish ecstasy. A cloud funnel of lightning swirled toward him. Then, in a flash of light, he was gone. Small stones swirled into clouds, swirling whisked into cloud mist. Lightning ceased, thunder stopped, silence. As a beam of light slipped from a chink in cloud and set the red cliff's face afire with light.
Hi, I'm Karen Wilson. I have 5 poems to read, and I thank you for listening. Ode to Wine. O bottle of wine, treasure of the vine, grapes grow in the hot sun, harvested when summer is done, crushed, vinified with careful skill, aged and bottled, sent into the world, there to be shared, to savor and flavor food, plain or fine. You, bottle of wine, elegant or humble, present at our table with family and friends, enhance appreciation of all that life brings. My next poem is called Indivisible. O body, my personal miracle machine, mysterious, powerful, chemical and electrical, constantly working, keeping me healthy, healing when ill, spontaneous, independent of my knowledge and will. O Gaia, our green earth, precursor being, self-regulating, breathing, digesting, excreting, tuning temperature with sun and atmosphere. All within bounds, because systems have limits or they break down. Oh, pray we don't destroy for greed or convenience our living world's resilience. We thrive and survive only inside Gaia's intricate balance. Poison and ice. The polar bear pads across the ice-covered sea until he finds an opening, and there he hovers on a matter of life and death, waiting for the ringed seal who clawed open the hole to come up for a breath, only to meet the bear's hammer paw and dagger teeth. For eons they've played this deadly game of predator and prey, land mammal and sea mammal twined in violent harmony. Today, in an Arctic sea largely free of summer ice, a starving bear swims miles before he drowns, or wandering a barren shore waits in vain for ice to form. In this changing world, the poles are warming most. The white bear's habitat is disappearing fast. There's more. Before the last bear dies of hunger, they are beset by another killer. Pollution from afar in their prey's fatty flesh builds up further in theirs, well in excess of known toxic effects. Who would have guessed our canary is at the North Pole? Irony in an era of climate change. In simple elegance, the wind machines stand high against the darkening sky, giant blades serenely turning, bringing power to modern lives. Power we require for survival and the trivial, cooking, cooling, travel, entertainment, communication, education. Today, when the lights go out, everything stops. But as the planet warms, disease, fire, and violent storms also bring things to a halt. We can decide our fate. Continue fouling the atmosphere with gases that trap the heating air, or use sun and wind for all our power to preserve a livable human future. We can do it because we know how. Though our clever brains that got us here are confused by lies and greed. So will we act now? We must to succeed. The present. Notes float down from the treetop, melody repeated again and again, issuing forth from a tiny bird. Indigo his color, indefatigable his song, opening his heart to the whole wide world. Don't tell him the future looks dark. He'll simply sing it again. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Annette Langlois-Grunseth of Green Bay. The first poem I'm going to read is from the WFOP calendar for 2022, titled, What is in a Rose? A tight bud unfurls and flows into a skirt of petals, opening to the center of the tiniest universe, a yellow carpel of little stars. To caress each red velvet layer is to hold silkiness gently, as fragrance teases the nose and sweetness floods the brain, lingering like love that embraces infinity. My next poem, Bowl of Summer. 16 degrees below zero today. Wind chill pierces at -30. A bowl of summer sits on the bedroom dresser. Dried bachelor buttons in shades of blue and mauve, still bright as their day in July. Black-eyed daisies, ringed chrome yellow. White starbursts of Queen Anne's lace press against the glass globe from inside out. And sweet purple clover, round and full, fluff in the middle. These globe flowers pull me back into summer. My little boy of 4 holding wild bouquets in tight fists behind his back. Pick a hand, Mom. And my next poem is an Ars Poetica, titled Creative Beginnings. What subconscious unlocks cosmos of the mind, thumbnail of the heavens, a constellation of muses? Inside this miniature sky lies space to dream right words. In vivid galaxy of sleep, a perfect poem flows. Gossamer inspiration. Come twilight morning of half sleep, if lucky, such words descend like fresh snow on neuron-branched trees. Rooted in the mind, clinging for beauty's sake. Perhaps the muse Calliope, protector of poetry, holds creative lines slightly out of grasp, because to wake breaks the spell. Remembering is lost, except for the divine last line. Oh, reach, oh, grasp the tail of that comet. Hang on to dream it again and again. And my last poem is something to warm you up. It's about tomatoes in summer. Tomatoes on a steamy summer day. Cherub-cheeked early girls dangle their lip-red lure, cleave red bosoms around skirts of green leaves. Lanky San Mariano Romas hang out together in their red cliques, dangling their delicious fruit. A chorus line of power pop sways and swells on the vine in symmetrical rows. Orange sun sugars blaze their ripe passion. One taste and their sweet juice explodes. A festival of voluptuous early girls dances across the kitchen counter, while those meaty San Marianos line up on windowsills to watch red-costumed chorus girls, torsos flicking and kicking right into gazpacho, chili, spaghetti sauce, with one becoming the perfect crown of a BLT. Thank you for listening.
I'm Mike Orlock from Sturgeon Bay. I'm going to share a couple of poems with you that I've written, one about beginnings, one about endings. The first one is Origin Stories, a love tome. There was no beginning in the beginning. There was only blank. Immense as sky in the imagination of child, limitless as horizon, sheathed white as snow. What came after was word, hollowed out, thumbed into sound, and knuckled into idea. Word left tracks whichever direction it vaulted, wild with impulse, bloodying its courses, feral with the stink of messy inspiration. Word begat poem long before form and order, before the yoke of trope and the dogma of devotion broke its spirit on the wheel of prayer. Poem became cantation, lyrical exhalation, aesthetic refinement too fine for the masses to feast upon. Let them get their fill of swill, vulgar verse, silly shanties. Poem had gone to university, and what it learned there was how to hide in book, classroom, library. What rhyme to wear with a sonnet, what meter goes best with a triolet. Its fingers white with chalk dust, its eyes glassy through a beribboned pince-nez. Poem forgot what once it was and became that thing it once forswore, civilized, analyzed, annotated. Then poem met man-child, hawk-eyed and wild-whiskered, shaggy as a buffalo still roaming range, A man profane in the manner of men, common and crude. A child direct in ways offensive to those prim and prude. He spoke of body, he sang of sex. He reveled in smell, used nose to taste, fingers to see. He gulped huge mouthfuls of world until his belly swelled, with word bursting forth in ways wonderful and free. Man-child was new to poem, yet familiar, a memory buried somewhere deep in cerebral syntax. Barbaric, unbridled, beautiful as the blank there was in the beginning, before word, before poem ever ventured into white. Poem knew him by Whitman, lionized him as Walt. And Walt, he knew word as song, poem by heart. He sang until silence was drained and blank filled, beginning the beginning again. And my second poem, ending poem, is Poetry Apocalypse. In the end, the dead will live again. They will rise from graves and crypts in putrid clothes, in moldering shrouds, to walk or run, scientists disagree on this detail, in great hordes, driven by an insatiable need, buried deep within their rotting cerebral cortexes to feed. In the accounts I've seen on TV and in IMAX 3D, the dead always seek living flesh to rip apart with hands and teeth, gouging out chunks of bloody meat and oozing entrails. But this part is wrong. This part is just Hollywood hokum, because the reality would be too hard to swallow, let alone imagine. The truth is this: what the walking dead hunger to devour is poetry. They have an atavistic need to read. They are inexorably drawn to cities and villages, to schools and public libraries, any place that once held the promise of poetry. There they scrounge through rubble and refuse, searching for Poe, Whitman, Pound, Frost, Eliot, Yeats, Merwin. They fight like dogs over anthologies and textbooks, drool over collected works, gnash their teeth on chapbooks. Their filthy fingers rip through rhyme and meter with a savagery no civilized audience could comfortably countenance. The squeamish want their poetry refined, elegant and polite, not a bloody feast of steaming syntax and regurgitated refrain. Scientists aren't sure what caused this poetry apocalypse. Some speculate cutbacks in social programs the last half of the last century, when politicians wrangled over funds for new weapons, created an imbalance in the cosmos. Others point the finger at TV, video games, social media, teachers' unions, healthcare reform, and even a climate change as likely causes for this zombie flu. But the truth is much less cataclysmic, as it usually is in an apocalyptic event. What happened was this: an American man visited Japan and concocted a toxic haiku. 17 syllables later, the world we once knew ended. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Amy Phimister, and I'm from Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin, and I'd like to read 3 poems to you. And the first poem is called White Dog. Her companion is a white dog with black dots, older than she in dog years. Although she is old and wears her white hat and matching gloves well, they both walk stiffly, teetering, listing like flooding ships. Each day at the dock, they saunter together, the bedraggled leash rubbing the concrete boat ramp. It's extra long so he can wander in her wake. The rope ties them together, mothership and lifeboat. She, silently bent forward, risks each step, picking up colored lake stones. He meanders, sniffing scents of stinkfish, and sometimes his haunches shake while he eats bones and grass. A pair, like the earth and sky, sand and water, they are peaceful as daylight. Fishermen on the horizon don't see them, the queer twosome at the shoreline, black specks in the sand. Could be a pair of gulls, bobbing, bending, scavenging the silica.
And the next poem is entitled Leaning. This old farm woman with a C-shaped body bends over her knees, a bass clef of curving bones. She is a song of chimes clinking, the delicate sound of glass. Leaning, she works her garden, pulling weeds, a sun hat on her head, white blouse and tan jacket, tiny pearls at her neck. Her face is worn through, lined from the wear of her bent body. Another day, she is on a garden tractor, pitching forward, singing to herself with a low vibrating pulse, like the buzzing of the transformer on the pole near the fence. Crooked white boards meander the property. Her tune is an old, tumbled song coming from the deep place, where notes bump inside her curved ribs, a rumble in a cave of chest, a shelter for her fortunate heart to beat out the movement of the day. And when I ride past on that empty road, I can watch her arched body working chores in the peace of the morning in the quiet sun. Though her bone gravity arches her head down, she moves like the whisper of daydreams to finish before the sun leaves the sky. And the last one, since we're nearing a new year, 2022, this is a tribute to the coming year. Those fireworks are for us. That was the misbehaved year, left in the battered trunk of fortune. The year time passed by. We start anew in January, aiming to notice the fine print, the tiniest of snails lumbering forward. The dodginess of promises tricks us like flies stuck in jam. It's the dead of winter, after all. This beginning, this new year, forgiveness drags us into it. New hope whispers in our ear. We plan to be better and tell ourselves and friends. Risk it all, we say. Those fireworks are for us. Their exploded color and light, a most propitious beginning. The burning opportunity to be our best for once.
What is urgent is also beautiful. It is familiar movement, dance-like, what we do to plastic bags. We wave our arms, and like magicians, the bag fills with air, voluminous, larger than pharaoh wings, but just as thin to catch what we discard, the remnant of turkey legs, slushy lemonades with red straws, everyday mothers and fathers, apartment dwellers and farmers, cleaning women and gas station employees are lining trash cans, magicians of filling and emptying. For forsythia stitching yellow blooms, magnolia and serviceberry covered in a luxury of white, willows and birch washing the sky in gauzy green, these bags, their rotting innards, do not exist. Only misunderstood nuances, nuisances, when the wind lifts them from our hands, they tangle in branches. Trees do not know they are competing for spring. Who can bloom faster, fiercer? Catkins, seed pods, pollen tufts, maple spinners, Q-tips, nylons, bottle caps. We plant a dogwood on our grandmother's grave. Beneath its branches, we like to think of her strong hands. We have found immortality in unexpected shapes. Food wrappers and plastic forks, cafeteria trays and shampoo bottles, styrofoam coolers and PVC pipe. This is not how we want to be remembered, but only time moves forward. So we raise our hands above our heads and shake the bag downward, and it fills with air.
Hello, I'm Ethel Mortensen Davis. The first poem is entitled Charlie.
What are you doing, Edna? I'm going to plant seeds in the dark soil behind the cattails. When you get in that corner where my cameras can't see you, Edna, you raise questions. Questions, Charlie? Plant your seeds in the designated areas, Edna, in the containers provided. I like the soil behind the cattails, Charlie. My name is Robo, Edna. Okay, Charlie, Robo. What are you planting, Edna? Corn, squash, and beans like the original Americans, the first Americans. But I can't see you, Edna. You must stay inside in the afternoon in case you fall. Oh, is that the reason? You must pay attention to the authorities, Edna, so that all goes well for you. If I don't, Charlie, and I taste a bit of freedom, then what? You ask me questions instead of answering mine, Edna. I hope so, Charlie. The second poem is entitled Black Womb. I will follow the icy stream, the one that goes north towards the North Star, and find its beginnings where its headwaters are. Here it empties from a vast clear wetland, fed by melting glaciers. This is where my ancestors are, where my beginning is. It is where earth and sky married each other and became one, a place where red and green lights fill and spread the night sky, where my first stirrings were inside the black womb. It is here where I will find an answer to a riddle. Who am I? I will follow this dream all the way to the headwaters until my face finally comes into focus, where my body takes form. The slowing. There comes a time when there is a slowing, when the snow is too heavy and too deep, when I cannot put the black harness on the back of my little horse, so I must walk it back to the tack room through thigh-high drifts. And that is when I catch a glimpse of her through the open barn door. She is munching a mound of hay from last summer's days, and it is the sound of happiness. Enough. This last fading light is enough to carry us across the field, across the world, enough to lift us from ourselves, our mitered lives, in this small changeling of a disappearing evening. Thank you.
For George Floyd, and it's titled For He Was a Great Man. For he was a great man, thrown and pulled toward the flames. For the flames were familiar, for they would seal his story. For he was taken down, face down, body down to account. For his soul stood up and hearkened the chariot song descending. For he pleaded as the fiery metals coiled upon his ebony skin. For he was our renaissance, our thirst, our vessel for freedom. For it is said he was our father, our son, our symbol, our body. For a choir assembled on the streets in every furnace of witness. For he called upon his mother as he called upon the source. For he was not your Negro, he was not your black cut down. For he was the ancestral ship burning through maps and chains. For he was the future. No one had prophesied the now and the is. For he was the one to peer fast into the eye of the slaughtered. For he was the roar of the circle, a radius stripping the brutality. For he was taken in the evening. As we noticed, the power remained. I don't know, what a moment. What a painful moment we are in. I'm glad we have poems. We're here to write for those in pain. So now this is a pattern poem. You know, our good friend Alfredo Arreguin, who lives in Seattle, he's a painter. And he uses grids like this and paints inside of the grids, and all of a sudden you don't see the grids, yet they're there. And the figure emerges. Alfredo Arreguin. So I said, you know, I'm gonna see what I can do with Alfredo's idea. So you see the words there. I just put the words there, you know, just put the words there, okay? Everybody say, just put the words there, you know? And if you do some spoken word, just kind of improvise, just put the words there. You know, just put the words there and keep on going and don't stop. Okay, so the words are there. So now you and I got to, you know, spin around them. Okay, we're going to spin around them. Okay, so begin, division, begin. In one day, we can change everything. Greed, interest, we could easily, and you, we transform. Where? Me, time, here, nonviolence, transform. Ready? Kindness, oneness. Are you ready? Begin in one day. We can change in one day. Division, separation. Now, where is unity? Greed is. You can see self-interest, the, and, you, we could easily transform society.
Hi, my name is Laura Solomon.
And I'm Jenny Grupp.
And we are the executive directors of Woodland Pattern Book Center. Hi.
Hello.
Before we break for intermission, we would like to take the opportunity to acknowledge all of the people who have made this year's Poetry Marathon possible.
First, we want to thank all the poets and curators who are participating this year, because without your creativity, there just is no marathon. Every year you inspire us and you move us more than you're ever going to know. And it's just a joy to present your work.
It's also a joy to caption your work. We get to listen to everybody very intimately, and it's really, really wonderful. Thank you for sharing all of your creativity with us. We also want to thank our staff who have worked absolutely tirelessly to bring together this extraordinary two-day event. Mike Wendt, Alexa Nutilli, Peter Brzezinski, Molly Hassler, and we would especially like to thank Marla Sandvik, our art director, who has been instrumental to the production of the marathon.
Yes, Marla.
Yay, Marla.
All right.
Yay, all of you. Thank you.
And to everyone. Yes. We want to thank especially also our board of directors. You have contributed in too many ways to list, and we love you.
And you're amazing. We also want to thank everybody who has sponsored an hour, or who has sponsored a poet, or who has otherwise donated. You've already helped us raise more than $30,000 that will support poets and artists in the year ahead. And it will also help us host more than 350 free community programs in 2022. Thank you so much.
It's a remarkable amount of programs, and truly without all of you coming in together to create those and sponsor those, they just wouldn't exist. And
No.
They help so many people. We'd very much specifically like to acknowledge also our presenting and major sponsors for their extraordinary generosity in promoting the Poetry Marathon. DeWitt LLP, Matthew Hills and Angela Voris Hills.
Hi.
The General Federation of Women's Clubs, Wisconsin, and Juneau Park Friends.
We also want to thank Janine Arsenault, Karl Gartung, and Ann Kingsbury, Reilly Penberthy, St. John's on the Lake, and Mary Goot Whitty and Ned Whitty. Thank you all so very much. And finally, we just want to thank all of you for tuning in and sharing this experience with us. It's particularly amazing to be part of this marathon because so many of you are watching, and you're chatting, and you're participating as spectators as well. And that's always been so important in the live marathon. So it's wonderful to recreate that energy in the virtual version.
It certainly is wonderful to do that. And here and in person, it feels like they're kind of melding together in this golden and historic way where, you know, the 26th marathon was the last time we were able to be in person, but the 27th and now the 28th, we're still creating a great energy together. And we want to thank you so much for that opportunity and for being here as part of the Woodland Header community.
And, you know, we had really hoped that this year we'd be able to be in person, but ultimately we're really glad that we did decide to go with a virtual marathon, and we're glad that you're all safe at home. We hope everybody is healthy, and if you are not, we wish you well, and we hope that you have a swift recovery. Thank you for being here. We're going to break for intermission now, and we'll be back at 4:30 on the dot for the final hours of the marathon. Thank you again so much.
And we love you. And just again, thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Bob Hansen, U.S. Navy reservist, Vietnam era, 1967 to 1976. Served the Marine Unit in Milwaukee, Fox Unit, and Great Lakes Naval Training Center. Terrible events often happen. The 60-some tornadoes have done their job. So many places, small villages and towns. There has been a tragic loss of life. Suddenly, they say it took less than a minute to destroy, rearrange, ruin people's hopes and dreams, economic losses beyond numbers. It's very sad. Many dear lives have been lost and injured, both physically and emotionally. Yes, they are saying we will rebuild, and they will. Neighbors will step up and serve. Local, county, state agencies are already present, giving, serving, helping. And FEMA, the feds, are already showing their magic. The spiritual beliefs and practices have been challenged. Imagine praying for your husband to come home or a baby that will make it and they don't. It seems like there is unfairness here. Why did some die and most did not. It's an eternal question, isn't it? One that I personally can't understand either. How about you? But there's hope, isn't there? Well, at least I hope so. People, strangers, neighbors are pulling together as best they can. Life will go on. Life has to keep going. I'm heartbroken, sad, confused, wondering. Did you ever see a picture of Hiroshima or Nagasaki, those sacred grounds in Japan? A picture of what it looked like the day after a powerful colonializing nation dropped 2 atom bombs on mostly citizens, not military camps or armies. Mayfield, Kentucky looked like those pictures. Have you seen what happened when the most powerful country in the world uses Agent Orange on small Vietnam villages and destroys all the rice paddies and livelihood of a nation, and poisons the lives of millions of Vietnamese and even our own soldiers? What's wrong with me? After seeing picture after picture of the suffering of the people in 5 or 6 states over and over again, and hearing the truly sad stories of loss of families and friends, I turned off the news today. My mind was rattled and upset, wondering, do we realize in our name the kind of destruction of life and limb, home and shop, field and garden, loved one and strangers, neighbors and others is the international foreign policy of this loving nation? Let me say that again. Is the international foreign policy of this loving nation. If you don't agree with us, if you don't want our broken kind of so-called democracy, if your nation or party does not want to play our game, then, oh, you don't see this. Sorry to have upset you. Yes, it's tragic, terrible what has happened. A pre-Christmas storm that usually comes in the spring. I am deeply moved by this tragic event and the hope, compassion, and peace, comfort, and love. I hope that hope and compassion, peace, comfort, and love touches everyone in this tragic event. But I ask you to join me. If not now, sometime. To tell our damn government to stop doing this to others in our name. Will we ever learn? Ever? When nature speaks and destroys, we respond. When we destroy others, it seems like we just keep doing it. Will we ever learn? I doubt it. But I hope so. Bless Woodland Pattern. What a wonderful place. Thank you for being here.
Douglas Armstrong, Fort Leonard Wood, on November of 81 through January of 82. The family, November 80 through January 81. Fire that forged the already forged. The spirit of the Corps brought us together. The strength of our interaction forged us. The camaraderie of our friendship tempered us. This is in all life's journey. It is a venture of give and take. pain and pleasure, beginnings and endings, to growth and mature. It all began in a Seattle bus. One forester, one from India, one who likes Roxy's relatives, one who left one at home, one who had been to the Holy Land. The Fellowship of Prometheus's food. Some new members were added, among others, world traveler, a mother with a new outlook, a stranger, a waitress, one who visited Poseidon's home. It was said that they were as a family together, would keep together no matter what happened. Then the day of things, transported halfway around the world, yet the family was close. If trainees were siblings, friends, and confidants, then the staff were teacher, confidant, and friend. There seemed no difference between what was left and what is. Day of gifts. Inner feelings of joy and grief came. Our feelings meditated in thought. Gifts given in tradition and feeling. As the first gift. 2 months of such gifts is never expected. To mention but a few of the other parts of the family, the big cheege, the newlywed, the moving song, one in love, the folk song with a modern beat, the flowing music, one that went to war, the counselor, and one who had taught, not to forget the rest of the pantheon. Hope and bread is as the wheat. As all families, we've had our hard times. Two are on separate journeys. Though separate in space and time, our quests are of kind. We must be true to ourselves and creation. As a fellow child of is, be as careful as possible. Feelings overwhelmed. Inspired by some of Poseidon's children huddled around a Navangath hearth.
Jim Conway, Vietnam vet, in the U.S. Army, Tonen, 45 miles northwest of Saigon, 68, 69, a little over a year. Clouds, a simple poem. They are made by the best and are none other like the rest. Have human names, but are far-reaching to the stars. They look like fluff, as if a field of down waiting for your resting body. Cumulus, nimbus, and the rest, God's best. Striated lines in the sky, and really no direction to go. Just there, but sometimes moving everywhere. Here, there, most everywhere, every waiting moment. Waiting for admiring exploration and thoughtfulness. Flying through them above and below makes you realize how small we have become not to share with all. Like a blanket of fluff to enjoy, just something simple but complex. A reason to enjoy and admire for all to see. By CSD. Invented, copyrighted, and open for discussion.
My name is James Hackbart. I was in the Army, 1st Cadet Division, Vietnam, 68, 69, Army, 68 to 71. This first poem I'm reading is called When the Darkness Calls. The walls are closing around me. I can't think, I can't breathe. My head wants to explode. It fills my body and soul. It squeezes out the light and then I hear it. I can feel its power. That's when the darkness calls. There's no escape from it. It overwhelms me, every emotion. It feeds off my fear. I tremble at the very deepening horror. The darkness closes in, my breath becomes heavy, my blood runs cold and my skin is alive. First heat, then cold, the prickly hair down my neck knows it's coming. I want to face it, I tremble at the very thought. It's a long surround, it's like a fog surrounding me in a sheer terror. The darkness is calling. Do I venture in or run screaming to reality? I close my eyes and I can smell it. My skin becomes clammy from the heat. My body is exhausted and I haven't moved an inch. Somewhere in the darkness I can hear the screams of those waiting for the death to come to take them. I want to tell them to stop. My guilt that I am alive still stops me from helping. I can't go into the darkness. It won't let me return to the light and my reality. I went to war a young man with a young man's dreams. I went to war with a young man's heart. I returned older than my years and darkness inside. I have a hole in my heart, not from a bullet, nor from the shrapnel that pierced my chest. War tore a hole in my heart. I let the darkness in. I sleep the restless sleep you know, the one. So I pray to God that darkness stays awake another night and another day. First one. The second one is called Emotional Gauntlet. Sitting perfectly still in a deafening silence, listening only to my heartbeat and my steady breathing. I feel the pressure building, my mind is reeling from the emotional gauntlet of thoughts flooding over me. I looked into the eye of the storm, looking for the calm where the pieces of my life swirl around me. Fragments, pieces like they had a life of their own. Where did the young man go so long ago? Sometimes it seems like only yesterday. A moment in time, a blink of the eye, a fragment of time. Fragments of my life. So where did the time go from here to there? Someone stole my life and I don't know why, although the question lingers floating in my mist. It's hard to see clearly into the past life. I can see their faces, but I can't remember their names. I can remember the missions. I can remember the red and green tracers, the explosions, the smoke, the adrenaline pumping, the blood and body bags. I can remember crying, but why? I claw my way through the gauntlet of emotions, trying to make sense of it all. Anger, rage, don't lose control. They say sadness, loss, body bags. How do you add up the costs? I survived, and I don't know why it had to be another guy whose turn it was to die. I sit perfectly in the silence. I'm screaming in my brain, and no one can hear me. I try to calm my soul to find me again. Somewhere, one of those fragments, pieces floating around in my emotional gauntlet contains the pieces of me, my life, my reality. Sitting perfectly still in the deafening silence, I sit here listening to my own breathing and my heartbeat. I look into the eye of the storm looking for the calm, while pieces of my little life swirl around me like fragments. They have a life of their own. 40 years and too many tears, struggling to be rescued from this hell. Finally, nowadays, people say, thank you for your service. I say, welcome home, brothers and sisters. It's been too long.
Roger Quindell, Vietnam, U.S. Army, 1967-68. Different is just different. This was a great place to be. It was so different being around families and their children. Rich, my newest buddy from Waukegan, Illinois, had been a plumber's apprentice when he joined the military. He was originally from Iowa and grew up on a farm with 9 other brothers and sisters. John, from the state of Washington, was a newbie with only 3 weeks in country. Rich and I had a lot in common, but what we both really liked in Hoc Mon was all the kids. When we weren't doing our communication jobs, we would talk to the Vietnamese kids who hung around our enclosed area inside the military compound where they lived. The kids taught us how to count to 10 in Vietnamese. Mot, hai, so, bai, bon. Don't remember past that. I'm pretty sure we had a ball of some kind. We would play catch with them. Sometimes there would be as many as 20 kids surrounding us because we were friendly GIs. In return, we learned some words and taught them some English. They also would tell us which little restaurant in the compound had the best food, or where to find the ba mui ba beer, or bom de bom beer, as we called it in our butchered Vietnamese. After a long and ugly 4 straight months in the field, military life had just gotten a whole lot better. None of us had been in combat alongside our South Vietnamese ARVN allies, so we didn't have any like or dislike towards them as soldiers. They were just a smaller version of us. But unlike us, they actually knew their country. The practices of the Vietnamese people were at times very different from ours. For example, almost all Vietnamese chewed betel nut. Betel nut is always coupled with areca nuts and lime. You get a little high from chewing and it eliminates bad breath. But with the long years of use, you also get dark stained teeth. Not a pretty sight as Mama San or Papa San smiles with dark stained teeth. Another activity the Vietnamese do very differently from us is going to the bathroom. We would take our dumps on a toilet made from a 55-gallon drum, cut in two with 2 boards to sit on. The Vietnamese did their toilet work very differently. No Kohler toilets for them. They would simply do a deep squat over a hole in the ground. Now, a lot of American soldiers found that disgusting. Rich and I, we just found it different. And when you really think about it, their way was a whole lot more sanitary. Their butts touched nothing. Our butts would be parked on boards or toilet seats when in our base camp that hundreds of other soldiers had used. Their way seemed a lot more civilized and sanitary than ours. And how many Americans do you think could squat down to take a break from toiling in a rice paddy when they're 80 years old? Different is not always bad. It is just different. Speaking of different, Vietnamese food was far, far better than the too often disgusting sea rations we ate every meal. Several weeks passed by quickly. No war, no rain, no guard duty, no humping ammo, no listening post. This was the life. The best of times, the worst of times. March 17th, 1968, St. Patrick's Day. We're now in our 3rd week at the ARVN military base at Hoc Mon. All remains quietly, and I remember nothing of this day. Our work day consisted of 8 hours in a communication truck. I was on the 2nd shift for that week. We rotated shifts between the 3 of us. When incoming teletype messages were going to be sent over our secure cryptograph radio teletype system, the central operators at the Cu Chi headquarters would contact us first and tell it by radio that a teletype message was coming. We would roger that, and then the message would be sent. It was late at night, and I had just done that. The teletype message had just been printed out, and I was ready to tell the operator that I had received the message. I heard an incredibly loud noise, and it felt like I had been hit with a baseball bat. Not that I know how that really feels. I looked outside and saw that Richard had been hit. I put on my flak jacket and my helmet and crawled in a nearby bunker that our medic lived in. I told him Rich needs help. He sent someone to Rich while he tended to me. I was bleeding profusely, but I don't think I realized it initially. He bandages me. A medical chopper is called. It will arrive in about 20 minutes. I really started to feel woozy as we waited. The medic was holding my hand. Later I realized he probably thought I was going to die. At some point I say something like, I wish people back in the States would see us now. They would realize that we were all in this together. Many soldiers in Vietnam really hated all the racial tension back in the US. Me, I wanted a medic. I sure didn't care about the fact that he was black. I wasn't about to say, let me bleed. I want to wait for a white medic. The chopper arrives. Rich and I are placed on it, and we end up back at the Cu Chi Air Base. He's alive. He's KIA, says the chopper medic after we land. I'm loaded into an ambulance. He's dead? He's actually dead? Oh man, this is so effed. I should have known this, but I just didn't want to believe it. I'm taken to surgery area and put on a gurney. I feel sick, I said weakly. They bring a bucket. I throw up blood. Not once, but twice. They bring another clean bucket, and I throw up again. I am the exorcist, but this is not a movie. Then I pass out from the drugs or the injury. I never know. I wake up about a day and a half later. I'm awake, but I can't see anything. Something's wrong, I scream. I can't see a thing. Use your hands to open your eyes, my nurse says. You've been injured. You have 8 facial fractures, lost a big chunk of your scalp. I have to use my hands to open my eyes as my head is grotesquely swollen. I look like the 600-pound man. What is the first thing I see? 2 little Vietnamese kids, maybe 10 years old, all bandaged up into beds across from me. They had triggered a booby trap and had been severely injured. Next to them is an NVA lieutenant. I later learned that he has valuable information and has been rescued from death because of it. In the next few days, visitors come to check on me, and I learned that another round incredibly hit the mouth of another bunker, and all 8 soldiers were inside were killed instantly. I later learned that these 2 rockets were fired from 22 miles away. This is the total randomness between living and dying. 9 people dead, and I get to live. Had my head been up a quarter of an inch, shrapnel hits my brain, not just scrape an indentation in my skull and remove some scalp. Had I been down a quarter of an inch, the shrapnel that ripped through my jaw muscle would have been in my temple. For the rest of my life, I will continue to pull small chunks of metal from my skull. But I get to live. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I didn't understand that then, but in less than 2 years I would. Happy St. Patrick's Day? I don't think so.
Sa kapwa kong Pilipinex dito sa Manhattan, Queens. Mi ultimo adios ayon kay Original Brown Boy. The words each operate on their own swerve, from music that would play in the background and from overheard conversation outside my window, on the subway, at the local Korean deli.
Does your teacher teach you about poetry in school?
No, never.
What's your favorite subject in school?
Is PE considered a subject?
PE? What sport do you like?
Ultimo neighborhood's already open learning. Each someone shorn Paolo to name. Else heard swollen have make like million. Garden, way, time, electric, beautiful. What in heaven?
It's 8:25 p.m. and the name as it appears on my death certificate. Rene pare, if you can hear me, talaga. Pogi pricks my ears up.
Oh, thank you.
This was my ear.
Oh, that's so cute. Is that a protractor? Or that kind of looks like a protractor.
I know, it looks like, I love it because of that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's supposed to be just kind of cosmic.
Yeah.
sniveling dog-eater caught in mist, of Raphael meals, lunch, and cities long loved publicly. Anything to eye the child, save for when, if one my shade feel, darling showed.
Already imposing, 5'6", while E Coyote
Sun and moon chili.
will settle for near, all said, been, should, and dreams of.
Incoming.
That's what soul.
Train.
Been good, all script refused.
With your solid state.
Just so you
Don't
know
reel
harm
around the
from
savage.
Sendo BB.
Can I have the fresh pineapple fruit tea, please?
Anything else?
That's all.
You want the regular ice and sugar?
Yes.
In our and sun moonlight things of chili.
26 candles on my last causes to say each short for the original brown boy.
Caught up in mist.
We could free emptiness. Dream what's its share. Spent expectation, not descrying feet, fall, sunshine, gazette. Feet, sunshine, fall, gazette.
Emboggled minds may puff and blow and guess.
Keys to the new break and keep, though Bretzels take the doles from boardroom drum. The best of all things must come.
Keep someone all unexpected. It's I, OBB. Animal, yours, need, quietest, heart like morning dew.
Been drunk and in love so much with someone, it made me throw up.
Some kind of wonderful Chardonnays. Burn emptiness as ever the rain. On kitchen block wooden bat, here comes. Sleeping wind, where Paolo partings to unknown thoroughfare. In R, and sun moonlight things. If Chile, caught up in mist.
Can I get a grilled pork sandwich, please? Two grilled pork sandwiches.
Okay, thank you.
Anything to eye the child, save for when, if one my shade feel darling showed.
Else heard swollen have make like million.
Already imposing, 5'6", while E Coyote.
Garden, way, time, electrify, beautiful, adjust.
Near all said, been, should, and dreams of, that's what soul.
What in heaven?
Ang aking bahay sa Las Piñas at ang nakaraang panahon ko sa Paranaque at sa Maynila.
Space for seeing only Moon Manhattan. Graces spread their light, wear up in eyes, but I cannot say from the start. Give, love, want, fight. Adore your endless monologue.
You work so hard on something and suddenly it's apart from you.
Hello, my name is Melissa MURSCH-RODRIGUEZ, and I am the founder, editor, and curator of Moody the Zine, which is a monthly turned bi-monthly zine publication ran out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I feature creatives in every issue from not just Milwaukee, but all over the country, all over the world, and they are all either BIPOC and or queer identifying. I welcome creatives of all sorts in Moody. I love to see a little bit of everything: visual art, creative writing, poetry, even musicians putting QR codes to their music, digital art, video artists putting QR codes to that work. Whatever we can put in a zine somehow, I want to see in it. This curated hour is featuring 5 different poets and also interdisciplinary creatives who have been featured in Moody in 2021. They are some of my all-time favorite poets and creatives in general. All of them are Milwaukee based with the exception of one who I met in Milwaukee, previously lived here and moved away. But I really encourage you to look them up, see their other work, because like I said, they're not just doing poetry, they're doing a lot of great stuff. So I hope you enjoyed the hour. I know I will, and talk to you soon.
My favorite coffee is speckled, splattered across the counter like Irish freckles, the kind that blend into your skin and remind you to defend yourself from the sun, that things beautiful deserve to be nurtured, and precious moments deserve to be protected. My favorite coffee fills my vessel for energy every morning like clockwork, and I am sure of the comfort that comes with ritual and self, with that same assurance that your hands possess when they grab a hold of each uncertainty, each thing that wants you to break but does not let it. My favorite coffee is ground down to glittery dust that clusters in constellations only your mind could envision. My favorite coffee is ground by working hands, fingers resiliently crank the molcajete with the determination of an aspiring guitarist, and turn the overflowing beans full of dreams into perfectly fine, tangible responsibilities that you carry gracefully inside your stomach. My favorite coffee must be brewed sacredly. Water has to saturate each particle with the same patience your mom used to braid your unruly hair. My favorite coffee has steam that stretches towards the sky with the independence of a woman who knows what she deserves. My favorite coffee makes the kettle whistle, like a song that is sung in private, the kind that sounds like fuchsia and violet. My favorite coffee is always the same. It is accountable and secure and everlasting, just like the 2 buttons on your head. My favorite person can drink a whole pot. 1 cup a day makes a typical blood jump, but you are not typical. You carry oceans in your nerves, you carry power in your voice, you carry strength in your silence, and you carry enough for your sister, for your mom, and you carry some for me, even when there is not enough room. And you keep it in the part of you that protects from the dark energy that tries to eat at things that are special. My favorite coffee would not give a clue to their capacity for knowledge, for perseverance, for iridescence, for pain. It is only understood by a select few to see why it is so easy for you to bring people down to earth, because you are so full of heavy, heavy coffee.
Psychic Fissures 2. Glass moon, feed me, kill devils until I die. Quench me in a stream of chartreuse. Strip my blues, it's October. Crescent, melting sickle, an ocean of you and I, the dry porous earth, unable to hold you for a blink. My mouth a salt gradient, thirst for melancholy, memory bank heist, wiped clean, left radiant. One can hardly blame her, she's stuck in phase. Pushed to pale exile, unknowing sliver, who has betrayed who? Humanity wanes. Meteoric myrrh alters us in ways unforeseen. Years morph to quicksilver days. Come autumn, trees, no matter how mangled, hold their filigree. The sylphs by winter listless, allow snow to collect freely. Isolation shapes our limpid mazes, lurid truths. May litanies re-enter, spring from your lily-pad lips, disinter the moon's corroded name. Accepting new form and willingly left to decompose, learn polarities like evening primrose. Amid the spirals of the Guggenheim, what strange comfort, paintings from the past preserved for a future. Pastels remind me of past hells, and the personal geometry we shared, structures of a helix, limbs in all directions. How annoying, even in the most delicate spheres, more organized straight lines. If you only listen, lines are lies hiding behind one letter. What or when is letting go? Everyone strikes that thoughtful pose, ponders, then moves on. Amid the spirals of the Guggenheim, what strange comfort, in knowing that I'm on the top floor, watching myself come in. On the floor, I feel my own eyes on me, and as I look up, I shy away, feigning disinterest. We live in monochrome thoughts, blue and green, justly bound as one. Both vexed with spectral vanity, grounded on alien soil, your hair is my breviary. Leafing through lifetimes, a reminder of what one can learn from the patience of plants. Our nature is epistolary, confide into my pistol. Trace your initials on my petals, string me along, I am your garland. Distraught over how swiftly the past has engulfed you, feverish for the future, we molt mineral lethargy. Natural currents. Enamored by fresh winter white, the balm of muddled fruit lingers fertile. Among rows of crabs and tropics, honey blonde echoes, you stand prismatic. Removed from actuality, we harvest flavors. Plummy, acid, brim, itch. We note the difference in flesh. Thumbprints pressed to lips, my neck resting on the warmth of yours. Unsheathed, pulled apart. A parasol caught in cloudburst. Marooned on the island in the speck of your eye, you ask me, do pools of water see themselves reflected in each other? Your words variegated, I watch your ornate breath. Last one is called Poem by Frank O'Hara. Light, clarity, avocado salad in the morning. After all the terrible things I do, how amazing it is to find forgiveness and love. Not even forgiveness, since what's done is done, and forgiveness isn't love, and love is love. Nothing can ever go wrong, though things can get irritating, boring, and dispensable in the imagination, but not really for love. Though a block away, you feel distant, the mere presence changes everything, like a chemical dropped on a paper, and all thoughts disappear in a strange, quiet excitement. I am sure of nothing but this, intensified by breathing.
Lost time is a sudden pull. My body pinched at the head and feet, stretched from both ends like putty. I'm a limp rope of matter, an arrow gone slack, miles long from root to crown. It aches, the distance of me flung apart. More than anything, it aches, the creeping truth that sore as I am, I've not actually moved. I am aged, exhausted, but as fixed as a line, and numb, save a prickling heat at my fingertips, phantom twitches of plans lost in the stretch between then and now. How do I mourn the burgeoning promise of everything? Where do I channel the lingering spark of things I didn't know I could lose? Can I take the misplaced energy and light a fire anyway? Can I take the absent touch, the food uneaten, the people unseen, and their words stuck tangled in memories unmade? Can I take the lost warmth of kinship that I move to embrace but feel nothing but the fossilized potential of it all, the choked scream of it all, and let it burn anyway? Can I pluck the atoms from experiences denied and let them create and rage anyway? The odd feat of time is the lie of a line, a point set alight and extinguished at the end. But what if I am more odd, and in my grief, I do not stop, but spread?
Hello, my name is CJ. If ever there was a raging storm, there we would be, hand in dirty hand, gazing in wonder at the flames of everything, engulfing the golden curtains that once hung in your bedroom. And you would weep, oh you would weep, until you realized the flames roar melody and rhythm, in harmony with the changing of the seasons. And then I would take your face in my hands and we would dance, oh we would dance to your liberation. When your hair started thinning, you shrunk inside of yourself, yet you never disappeared. When he took what he took from you and you realized all these years later, you thought there was nothing else to lose, yet you never disappeared. When the last sunflower wilts in your parents' backyard in the bitter October air, you wept. Yet the sunflowers came back and the tears dried as diamonds on your cheeks and you never disappeared. When your grandfather's eyes started to glaze over and his hands hung limp, limper than you wanted to see, you laid in bed and stared at the high ceiling, aware of how untouchable it had always been. Yet you never disappeared. Yet you cut those sharp curls into a mullet that glinted more dangerous than a knife. And yet, you and I, we realized he could never take all of you, if you had yet to grow into your final form. And yet you still paint sunflowers with tender hands. And yet you page through a lifetime of memories and art and music and joy with him. And yet you, my dear, can never cease to exist, no matter the loss. Sometimes you come to mind on a downhill slope on my ratty bike on a Tuesday afternoon and steamy August night, and I remember that you always gave me permission to scream. And so I let that sound bubble up until it stings my eyes and my tongue gets red hot with anticipation. And then it comes out, babe. Got a couple more. The way dark roast coffee swells with bitterness and familiarity. How it simultaneously reminds me of my grandfather's corduroy lapels, baby's breath tucked in his buttonholes, and of the Oregon coast in early January. The sand whistling across the salty air and bitter cold red-rimmed eyes gazing into infinity. The strength of chaos and coffee stains on the top book of the stack next to his reading chair. A collection of 12 years New York Times stacked unforgotten, yet untouched in a corner. Egg salad on marbled rye, and the knots of his wooden walking stick, a peculiar thin man, taller than the chestnuts and wiser than any encyclopedia. His eyes held these too, frankincense and myrrh around each cuticle, applied by my mother's adoring hands for the angels. Every flavor of sherbet the store had before the stars and the skies and the tides and the trees and the Great Lakes called him home. A watch in the rain cannot possibly look at seconds with more wonder Then wet pavement looks at the sky while glistening. So we must not judge it as the seconds grow longer and the rain falls slower and the gray makes itself known. Your eyes are the fermata of daydreams, and no conductor's baton will signal the end of our harmony. At least not until the 29th hour. But time moves slow, like the leather belt of passing through your loops. We may never get there. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Nikisha Roberts Washington, owner of Genre Urban Arts, a Milwaukee-based publishing company. We publish anthologies of visual art and writing by creatives from all over the world. I am also a board member with Woodland Pattern, very happily. Make sure you are purchasing books from Woodland Pattern. If you're looking for an organization to donate to Woodland Pattern. Everything Woodland Pattern, okay? We got to take care of the gems in our community. Today, I'm really happy to be hosting an hour and curating an hour, poetry hour for this poetry marathon for you. I guess I should introduce, this is Fred. So we have several wonderful creatives who will be part of our poetry hour. Fatima Laster owns 5 Points Art Gallery and Studios here in Milwaukee. Some of her art has been exhibited in Woodland Pattern, and she just is an outstanding revolutionary person. If you do not know Fatima, and if you have not been to 5 Points Art Gallery and Studios, you need to make your way there. Another gem in our community, someone who is very focused on making sure that our community is taken care of, and also she does a lot of work, a lot of good work with fighting gentrification and other things that we should be concerned about as a society. She's also a visual artist, and she'll be sharing some haikus today. Thank you, Fatima. We have Aisha Monet. Aisha is a writer, a student, and a teacher. She's based out of New York. I met Aisha, I want to say, I don't even know how long ago, but she's been to at least 3 of our open mics over at Bowery Poetry in New York. And she and her friends are delightful, and we miss them, and we can't wait to get on stage and turn up with you guys again soon. We have Lynn Patterson. Lynn Patterson is a brilliant creative. I won't even say where she's from because I feel like she's from all over the world. She's a great traveler, and she's lived in so many different places. So she is a being of the world. She is a poet. She is a performance artist. She is a visual artist as well. She makes several zines. Lynn Patterson will be here tonight, so I'll make sure that we put her information for her zines in the chat during our hour. Shantiri Skinner is, I don't even know that I have words, but she is one of my favorite people. She really is one of the people who helped me to structure and design the vision for genre, and just bounce ideas off of early in genre's creation. She is a writer. She is a media mogul. She is brilliant, a beautiful, lovely soul. Her writing focuses on the Black experience, and she is very interested in creating spaces for Black women artists. And she's just lovely. Like, I adore her. She's one of my favorite people in the universe. Justin Johnson is born in Jersey, and Justin is a writer, a poet, an author, performance artist for sure. You'll get to see some of his live performance today. Justin was published twice in Genre Urban Arts, and that's where I got to meet him. So it's been a wonderful, wonderful, supportive relationship since, and I was very happy that Justin is able to read today. What else do I want to say? I'm reading notes on the side. It says here that Justin, when Justin is not writing, Justin is at the gym playing a board game or loafing around in a park or beach. I know right now it's very cold here and in New Jersey and in New York, so I wonder if Justin is lounging and loafing around in beaches right now, but we'll get back to that soon. We got about 3 months. We also have Gwendolyn Robke, who is going to be sharing hot fire for you today. So I hope you are ready for that. They are a brilliant writer. When I was organizing this hour, I hit up my people who I know are gonna follow through and who I know are gonna spit fire. And I had a couple of new people who I met through connections, whether it's just genre, urban arts, or other connections. And Gwendolyn is one of the people that I met through other connections. And so I'm like, okay, let me see your work. And when I tell you, honey, I said, send that on over. We're going to just have to need you to be part of the Poetry Marathon. So I know that you will enjoy Gwendolyn's work. Gwendolyn is a poet, is a performance artist, a thinker, a creative, a sweet, kind soul. And then we have Samiha Pargas. Samiha is a beautiful, brilliant person. I can't just limit them as a writer because they are so much more than just a writer, though a brilliant writer indeed, a performance artist, a model, photographer, singer, dancer, just really brilliant, speaks so many languages that like I'm not even gonna bother. And very humble, very brilliant and too humble, in my opinion. Samiha helps me with a lot of things with genre. As an assistant, they help me design books, develop curriculum, think, and so many things. Lastly, I just want to thank you for your time. I hope you enjoy the creatives that I have curated for this hour. I want to ask you to make sure that you sign up for the newsletters for Woodland Pattern and Genre Urban Arts, and also follow us on social media, on Instagram, on Facebook, Twitter. Make sure you're following Woodland Pattern and Genre Urban Arts. Thank you so much. Hope to see you out soon in the real world.
Hi, my name is Fatima Laster. I'm a visual artist and owner and operator of 5 Points Art Gallery Studios here in Milwaukee. I am participating today with haikus. I've always loved haikus. I've always thought they were romantic, and they kind of align with my affinity for abstract visual arts. And so the succinctness of haikus and that challenge of fitting some poetic imagery into a very tight frame is what I'm up for the challenge for. And so hopefully you can pull the messaging from my haikus that I've made for today's event. Cyclical slave, your dignity color can't afford. Uprising ensue. The price to lose the world to gain one soul by Fatima Laster. Body defilement, Beelzebub abandons, bearing birth passage. Beelzebub abandons by Fatima Laster. Southern Magnolia, genes of strength and wisdom, roots tethered in love. Magnolia by Fatima Laster. Up in Neverland, Caucasity in thine vein, I pass to ascend. Passing Neverland by Fatima Laster. Ready. Integrity nig, righteous glint front stabs front back, indebted smiles white. Informant by Fatima Laster. Urban gentry gain, life, liberty, justice not, modern trail of tears. Gentrification by Fatima Laster.
Hello everyone, my name is Aisha Monet, and today I'll be performing with genre urban arts. Thank you so much for having me once again. This is my second year in a row. Truly enjoy being a participant in these events, so thank you so much. Today I'll be performing 3 poems, and my first one is actually untitled, but it goes like this. I used to write poems about you. Every chance that I got, I would compete with all of them for a spot. Little did I know that that was just a thought. You were the first erotic poem I ever wrote about. I read it sometimes. I read it so I remember what I loved about you, what I enjoyed while being so intimate, so close to devouring your skin. Hand in hand, that is what I feel within. I counted my heartbeat because the silence grew so loud. I would cheer myself on when I felt brave to put my foot down. You had pink cheeks, a red nose, and yet you called me a clown? I dreamt about you more times than I want to admit. You would be so proud. So proud of the obstacles I overcame, just as I am. I shed tears sometimes when I think about our memories. It's normal, I suppose. My second poem is also untitled, but it goes like this. I thought this was all love. I laugh. And I continue to laugh because I felt my love climb mountains. I felt like it reached the sky, then it felt it yank to the ground. I was out of breath by the time I fell. You made me feel tall. You made me fall. I will never forget that one evening call, January 23rd, 2021. I had to put myself all together like a mannequin doll. I haven't seen you since. And it's for the best. I know you still keep up with me, but I'll leave it at that. And my third poem is called Mi Pajón, which in Spanish actually means my fro. Walking up to mommy, asking her to straighten my hair at the age of 8. Bottles rustling and boxes opening of a nauseating stench. The relaxer. Mommy combed my luscious fro, or pajón, as my grandma calls it. Rest in power, my fro. A part of my ancestors were diminishing as I begged for my hairs to be uncoiled. In uneven sections, my curls deflated. They became waves, which then turned straight. I wanted to be like the rest of them, no matter the cost, the illness, or the phlegm. Mommy said to cover my nose and mouth and not breathe in the toxins. Little did I know I was already living in the toxins. Sitting in grandma's living room with a plastic bag on my head waiting for my perm to fixate, I sat like a statue. Frozen with the poison that would make me beautiful. What a closed-minded way of thinking. Sinking in my seat, wondering if my hair could take the heat, I wait until my perm could fixate. All at 8 years old. Shit, how cold. Cursing God for giving me curly hair, thinking it wasn't fair. I didn't have the look that would make it into a book, the look that wouldn't make me look like some type of crook. 25 years in the process of trying to slay and pave the way for the upcoming generation. I was filled with frustration. I looked in the mirror and realized my coils were not meant to be in foils. I started to love myself again, picking up my hair, strand after strand, threw my straightener into the garbage as if it was a command, loving me the way I should be and letting go of the ideology of looking like a Barbie. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoyed.
Hi everyone, as Nikisha said, my name is Lynn Patterson, and I am going to be reading a poem from my upcoming poetry collection. It is currently untitled, but one of my favorites, and so I'm going to share it with you now. Woman will be earth, and you will call her your gardener, as her dreams be seeds and her hands be the shovel. As the world may give her nothing but dirt to sow and nurture, come spring, even the flowers will lovingly refer to her as their mother. But woman will not be an island, nor will she be your warrior, for woman shall never vanquish at the palm of any who would seek to subjugate her. And to those who cast stone, and to those who try to destroy her, I hope you never forget that she is also wind and water. Woman will be universe, and you will call her your totality, as her heart be moon or sun, and her intuition be their gravity. Her patterns sustain new life as her mind shapes an infinity, for she is both matter and the absence of, fertile space full of limitless possibility. She does not fear the death of stars as their soot gathers in her galaxies, for her blood is their fallen ash, and their existence is her legacy. But never forget that woman will be also more than dust lingering on top of books, clocks, or written history. And although her name may be lost to the worship of words, she will always be her ancestors' glory. Woman will be a god, and you will call her your creator, as her breasts be daily bread and her womb humanity's shelter. She will teach her children to flourish through her care and her nature, to bring balance to our delicate web, for that is her purpose and her power. Man shall call her his supple goddess and praise the ripe fruits of her labor, but woman's body will be more than artist's muse, decorated in tiger claws and battle scars. Because though our torsos may be home to both flesh and ichor, it is our souls that truly make us ethereal, for they house entire ecosystems. Thank you.
Hey there, everybody. I'm Shanteri. I'm so honored and so grateful to be sharing this space with you. Thank you for receiving me. She is a descendant of the edges, reminding you of a rainy Saturday evening in New York City circa 1988, admiring surroundings from a four-door sedan atop a steep and distant valley groove, rhythm and blues softly playing in the background, a city view just before sunset, light blue sepia hues, windows fogged, a plethora of bridges, pauses and interludes. I can tell you how I feel about you night and day. Anyway, she lived among the creatures who made occupations of recklessness. No one gave her a proper introduction, so she disrespectfully came through bucking, speeding from around the corner in a low rider. They didn't even recognize her, and oh my God, it's impossible for them to recover from her. They didn't know how to prepare for her energy. She lit up that whole city and cooled down at the arcade right after. Then after that, she flew on over to the pool halls where she built the card tables and invited her enemies to the liberation party. She drew those cards, stripped the jokers of any influence, waited her turn, and smacked some sense into those scared-ass numbers who felt too small. With each play, she whispered to them, "You control the flow. You control the tone. Just be patient." Indeed, she made this her own game to win. She draped the heat she packed with knowledge, so they thought she was only a thinker, just a speaker, only making speeches, no riveting, impactful action, no collected data, just mimicking sounds, regurgitating master jargon. But no, baby. She was on some whole other shit. A victor, crafting peace used to adorn the community, manicuring the nails of the beast in her. You can never outwit the twinkles of her eyes. The truth spitter, the certified go-getter, the wig splitter, the headbanger that gets you to and through work, the reminder of your self-worth, the grounding of your inertia. She meditated at breathtaking gardens often, made homes of ocean fronts across the globe, stopping by the cascading waterfalls to replenish her flow. She comes alive when she trusts the environment. She was a refreshing spring breeze, the definition of improper, unconventional, bodacious, enigmatic, balanced with no need or desire to seek permission. She literally lives on the edges of thought. She exists just enough for the city, in the cavities of hoods, on the outskirts of suburbs. There's no political correctness to her being. She was a new classic in constant rotation, the top recommended herb for ailment, true and trill in the community, forever seeking unity among the blood and the chosen ones. She is nuance, fluctuation, dimension, depth. And when she shows up, she brings plenty of peace to share. She believes that every second is a special occasion. She's a hood spiritualist, instantly detecting bullshit, consistently clearing the path for abundance. She is silk, she is leather, a woman with a keen awareness of her power, a slick talker with good intentions, a lover of all things loving, a teacher of beings worthy. She bore the vast ranges of possibility. She cusses through her lips and her fingertips. She comes back around just like karma to remind you just to be more like yourself. They thought she was sedity, but she just likes sitting pretty. And she ain't with your shit either, baby. She is spirit, she is a sprinter. Man. They speak as if influence is a new metaphor, these perceived and blindly accepted forms of dominion. Where could we ever fit in? Freedom is our birthright? How can we ever be free? Oh, y'all asking me? Oh, gladly. First off, I won't ever fit in, and that's my flex. Try it. And yeah, maybe I can show you what my free is, and nah, you can't buy it. And before you ask, it's impossible to share a location. Nature is my stage, my home, my space, my own. The city is my teacher, my friend, my partner, my mentor. I remain closest to the spirits of my origins. I create to provide energy for the movement, to help refocus on the best in us. This is my liberation story. I shot down the vultures, collected my belongings, and claimed my breath. Reached deep into my utterances, pulled out all I could use again to spread the message of self-love. It is I who lives on the edges of the city, taking comfort in the fact that I don't have to be seen unless I want to be. And I can only show up as myself wherever I am. No mixed signals, no power trips, just me, just being me. This point of her life required fierce dancing and hard, deep loving. They couldn't catch her beat. She already shifted the wave again. She was just refining her find. She is an endless rebel, authentically created, bursting through the terrestrials with confidence. She set the paces across the plain. She negotiated saving graces. She only spoke of liberation, coded new languages so the people could finally meet their true selves in a comforting space absent of walls and ceilings, with no more devastations, distractions, or ultimatums. No more compromising their souls. No more risking their entire legacies.
Most new content is boring. Can we make art again? Back on like I never dropped the pen. Let's keep it simple. Typically don't write to instrumentals. My thoughts don't follow patterns, but find comfort in pictures taken by cannons. Can't pirate if I never wrote it, right? I mean, they copyright. When I babble on, try to parrot my parables, use me as a study guide to be less terrible, even though I am a terrible, aka a beast on earth who's otherworldly. I pick apart grammar like I'm feasting on shellfish. Never clam up if the wordplay don't stay afloat. I muscle through. I drop drowning for flying and still getting used to the heights. Life's contradictions constricting me of reasonable decision. Flesh feel like a prison. Death looking more vibrant than a woman in a sundress. Is there peace in this dirt rest? Or do I need to keep squeezing the lemons for the zest? So morbid on the notepad. Ain't I only supposed to speak on what I know best? Cause if death ain't certain, I'll close the curtain and work on a new live performance. I'd rather this. Some artists' greatest pieces reside on their tombstone. I'm not working to be the best when I'm long gone. Tell me I'm terrible while I can still answer the phone.
This last piece I'm gonna do is called Golden, and it goes a little something like this. Yo, I love women. A lot. Black
brown, tan, or white. But if you made me choose my favorite ethnicity, it would probably be authenticity, mixed with loyalty. She has to be fluid in confidence. Insecure is a language I have trouble understanding. As far as shape goes, I have no bias. Whether her skin is choked by her clothes or she's as thick as a hose, as long as she smiles beautifully and smells fresher than a rose, I'm content. Although I am a maniac for women that are brainiacs. When I call her, she teaches me something new, keeps me up until the lawn is covered in dew. When faced with defeat, she never forfeits, always positive. She loves a challenge. Adversity makes her much more gorgeous. Watching her maneuver through life so easily, she needs a slot on syndicated TV. I think this is who Wonder Woman aspires to be. Yo, I love women a lot. Y'all are great, greater than great. I had trouble flipping through the dictionary finding the word. None of them come close to what y'all do. Y'all are glue. Without y'all, I'd be in a lot more pieces. I hope y'all are never undervalued. Even when the monsters leave you black and blue, remember your real hue is golden. Unearthed buried treasure. They could never take that from you. Yeah, that's it.
Hi, my name is Woodland, and I was invited by Genre Urban Arts to share a couple of poems from an untitled poem series that I've been writing. I recently published my first full-length collection of poems with Really Serious Literature this past fall, but I'm actually super excited to keep speaking poems, as I think that's how my poetry is written and meant to be. So without further ado, I'm going to pull up these poems and perform the first poem in the Untitled series for you. 1. Prophetic backaches, each twinge a misplucked guitar wire. The sound of concentration hunched reading, dark circles under strangers' eyes. I taste of honey dreaming to go rancid. Tell me, what frightens you? What you have seen under eyelashes that causes you to flinch? We do not have to be bound by foretellings. Determinism isn't all restraint. Is the freedom of eternity made gentle? 2. Oh, at last, Lorca's beloved, Ignacio Sanchez Mejias. I can be steady through my condemnation. Glad for the unzipping of your chest by the bull's horns, whom you had taunted too many a time. Cultivating a garden in your shattered skull, beautiful as the lore of masculinity that teases death as dismembered before the masses. They will write of you, gorgeous hero of antiquity, back when being sightly was man's pride, to be splattered across an audience with solidified legend. All that has changed in this ritual of instigated grief is the arena and the costumes. 3. How many unique love poems can you write in a lifetime? The unique is important here. Does love begin to fold in on itself, an indiscernible reverence attributed in the same fashion and quantities to all lovers, and those to be loved, and those to be forgotten, special? Once the dizziness of strangeness sits in the belly. Isn't that the word we want to be conjoined with love? Special, unfathomable, and selfishly all ours. Possessive of hearts and their glances, is there a healthy sameness and difference in our learning of love? I want love to be ugly, stretched thin, peppered with worn patches and tears processions. Well, an idealized love I do not know in reality, I lump all my love together. Let it settle to the bottom of my soul, sugar sinking, clumping at the bottom of a coffee, where I drink up all the bitter, anticipating a rich sweetness. At the end, that is almost too much. And here's the second and last poem I have for you from the Untitled collection, and it's number 8. 1. I've seen you try to lick glory off the boots of better people who would crush you if you didn't cower. Pretend to be ally when the sun rises and the animosity is fresh face value. is different for those with many that oscillate only between expressions of submission, deceit, and hunger. 2. I cut machete into my gums with a butter knife. Protection stings my upper palate to attempt to make real a low-grade sacrifice. Maimed as I am, there is a time to be untamed. Move, to hunch shoulders, knuckles on browned grass late summer. Feeling for rustles of a nearby rabbit. The body that jiggles when I dance, flexes when the hunt begins. 3. But my stomach lives in the city. I cannot break down wild game or the other things my ego catches during its bouts of unleashed savagery. And it fasts at intervals when premonitions are imminent, as it always seems the so-called uncivilized tend to know what's coming. Those are the 2 poems I have for you. I'm extremely grateful to be invited to this event, and for all of you who are participating, thank you so much, and it's appreciated.
Healing doesn't have a pretty face. It isn't consistent or casual. You're more apart than altogether. Redoing, rebuilding, pulling yourself out of skin too tight to wear any longer. Dragging your body away from what kept hurting your heart. Reshuffling the pieces, breaking down and rearranging. Maybe it'll work this time round. Maybe there are still a few thoughts out of place. Necessary things still needing to be done in time you don't think you have. Healing doesn't have a formula. It gives you back to yourself one piece at a time, or many pieces all at once. Sometimes you're so focused on how much more of yourself you must reclaim. You don't notice how much of yourself you've already found. Healing is like an oil lamp that runs on patience before its fire finally burns at its fullest. And it will stun you every time. How softly the light seeps into your darkest hour, before you even think you're ready. There you go again, with your renewed faith. It will stun you every time. How it must undo your breath until you are able to breathe again. It will lull your heart back into its place with its hope. The moment that has you recognizing the feel of happiness when it touches you after a while. Healing needs time. It walks little footsteps that you never see yourself taking. You never see it coming. You are so busy waiting for it to happen in front of you. You don't notice when it starts inside.
Hi, I'm Nikisha Roberts-Washington. I am the owner of Genre Urban Arts, a local publishing company and educational consulting company in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Today I'll be sharing with you a piece of creative nonfiction entitled Finding Forever. Baby, you'll understand me now. If sometimes you see that I'm mad, no one alive can always be an angel. When everything goes wrong, you see some bad. I'm just a soul whose intentions are good. Oh Lord, please don't let me be misunderstood. I met George by my grandma's house when I was in the 7th grade. He lived in the Parkline projects around the corner. He was a deep, dark brown. His eyes and his hair were the blackest black. He was just a few inches taller than me, We quickly became very good friends. He was funny and sincere, and I could depend on him. For years, George and I kicked it. He was like a brother to me. We were either together or on the phone together. 9th grade, we started hanging with this new gang in our city, some up from Shy. It ended up that this gang was legit and doing much more than I wanted to be a part of. Just wasn't what I expected. I was all about fighting, known to pull holes in niggas' cars here and there, but I was growing up and I wasn't going to jail or no shit like that. Some stuff they wanted me in turned me all the way off. That shit just wasn't for me. I began to distance myself, but for George, these people became like his family, and some of them was. Like many niggas coming up after the crack epidemic, thanks Reagan. Dope got you cars, clothes, and hoes. This gang for him was a way to make it. He would finally have all the things that he thought reflected success. From the beginning, the heads of the gang were collecting money. Later, I realized it was to get dope. Everyday adversaries were getting their head bust. Niggas were volunteering for a higher status. George and I still spoke, but not as often. He wasn't at home so much anymore. He had stopped going to school all the time, and he fought a lot. He stood on the corner with the rest of them, though he knew that the corner wasn't the best of them. He came to see me at a friend's house. What's wrong with you? Shit, nothing. Fonzie just called me a bitch. He did what? He just called me a bitch. I'll be right back. He lived close enough to walk home and be back within 5 minutes, and he was. When he got closer, I could see that he was pissed. His entire demeanor had changed. Completely changed. If that nigga come down here, I'ma bust a cap in his fucking ass. I couldn't believe it. Lifting up his jacket, George was showing me that he had a gun. Ain't no nigga gonna disrespect you like that. I was in complete and utter shock. George, you can't just shoot him like that. What type of shit is that? I've known him my whole life, since the 1st grade. He's just mad because I was messing with him while he was walking down the street with his girlfriend. We'll be fine again tomorrow. Eventually, he left. I knew at that moment something had changed. Provoking fear became everything. It made him feel powerful. He wanted people to respect him, respect his gangster, literally. He thought that these things made him. I really just miss my friend. I really just miss the person that he used to be. Hard streets and a life that crested him. Dirt police, domestic beef that was festering. He knew the president wasn't addressing him, though dead presidents was undressing him. 4 months later, on a fall morning, I finally made it to 10th grade. I was getting ready to school. I was getting ready for school. I had to switch schools because my mom was afraid about retaliation from the gang after I left. She wasn't wrong to be concerned, but my cousin took care of that problem for me. I turned the television on. George's face was on the TV. I turned the volume up and heard the newscaster say, "Last night, police say Tommy George Bell, a 15-year-old male, has been shot by an officer in a drug house. The police say that they saw a shadow of a gun in his hands while he was standing at the top of the staircase during a raid. Shots fired in the chest. He was pronounced dead. The officers involved in the shooting are... The boy's mother has requested an inquest. She believes her son was shot unjustly. He was allegedly a part of the Black Gangster Disciples. The police say that this organization is new in Milwaukee and has its roots in Chicago. He on the ground, he could feel God touching him. He heard the sound of his mom saying, trust in him, at heaven gates saying, Lord, please let me in, or send me back to tell my people to be better men. And just like that, he was gone. Segments between the actual prose in this text were written by Common from the song Misunderstood on Finding Forever in 2007.
We knew nothing. Where we were, or upon what land it was we were driven. Whether an island or a main, whether inhabited or not inhabited.
Hello everyone, my name is Chelsea Tedeschi and I am half of Pity Milk Press. Pity Milk Press was born right here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, a little over 10-11 years ago. And we've been hard at work publishing and supporting queer and femme writers ever since. We are so very excited to be represented in such an extraordinary event, Woodland Patterns Poetry Marathon, in conjunction with an organization that we admire greatly, Woodland Pattern. Huge shout out to you and all of the community that you cultivate around the world. So without further ado, we have some amazing talent prepared for you. All of these readers are either current or future writers represented by Pity Milk Press. We have for you readings by J.C. Holborn, Kamal Kimball, Jesse Knowles, Elise Johnson, and Edie Roberts. Again, thank you so very much for tuning in to our segment, and we look forward to seeing and being with all of you very, very soon. Thanks again.
Hello, this is JC Holborn. Thank you for letting me be part of this marathon. I'm going to be reading from a chapbook called Dribs. Thank you to Chelsea, Edie, and Nellie at Pity Milk Press for collaborating with me on this and for being such a pleasure to work with. I will begin with a poem called From. From one who has lost their edge to another, foregoing punctuation, the readiness drills keep me awake as I distribute myself broadly across 12 torments. Look, I know who I married, okay? Give me a fucking break. I had 5 seconds to stop logic and Christmas can wait. You know the stock market has a mini flash crash every hour. I used to have a protective glow. I make do with what I have. I can't relate to people who keep saying they are blessed as though it was some kind of karmic reward. But anyway, I take full responsibility for all the vows. I would get married every day if I could, if there were more than traps on offer, if I could refrain from yawning in churches. I'm susceptible, I'm invested, I'm centered like prophet. I'm committed to being a victim. My leader says I have blow-up potential, but I'm blowing it. Everything I do is a ruse. I tell him I feel enslaved. He says this is the first step, but I'm not consistently joyful enough, and I always dislike team sports. I'm only in on this for a free trip to the countryside and daily walks among pine trees. Instead, I've been assigned benchmarks. I am a recruiter, a student on a path. No, see, look. I am delineating appropriate boundaries and observing sets of standpoint respecting practices from now on. I gave up on levitating the Pentagon. I'm more into tepid centrism these days. You can blame me for everything. The next one I'm going to read is called They. They are coming, the angels, the archons. Angels are being dispatched right now. They have come to collect. They have come to take your money. They will steal your jobs. They will rape and duplicate endlessly and spread their cheap imitations around. Yes, they are coming. They are already here. The vast minorities of the flickering district rippling along the pavement. They know that attention is revenue, always seeking, sought, besieged, crystallizing into powder. They see how each day brings dismay and horror in tandem with ineffectual platitudes. Some are overweight, others dehydrated, others on the brink. They have done their research, they have the receipts. Their wings flutter excitedly as they plot their revenge. Deed after deed, they circle back to feast. Look at them over there, having a dignified time of it at the expense of others. Proponents of free speech, free markets, relentless learning systems, competing for resources. They are often tyrannized alongside highways. The drivers run them over and over again in their gated thoughts. They will destroy separation. They leave so they can say they came, saw, delivered, going from home to home, animus to animus, country to country. None of them are great. I have 1 minute to spare, so let's do a quick one. Can you send this out everywhere? Every time you flush, successfully live streaming as we go about freezing you, pseudoscientifically filing you in a digital archive, planning your legacy, filling you up perfectly in cylinders. You make a place, a holder. You deserve fretless harmony. Unlike the body and the surplus soul, only one of you gets to disappear. And with 15 seconds left to go, that's all, folks. Thank you for listening or watching or whatever. I look forward to seeing everybody else's stuff. And yeah, thanks. Goodbye.
Hello, I am Kamel E. Kimball, and I wanted to share a few poems with you today. Thank you to the Woodland Pattern Poetry Marathon for having me, and to my editors, Chelsea and Edie at Pity Milk Press, for inviting me. so I'll just share a few. Stars, did you see me in the street? Dirt-nailed, blood-kneed, wild. No one taught me how to pray, but if I could, stars, tonight I might. I'm younger now than ever. Not a single thing is wrong. Taco Bell in a parking lot, a shot of bullet, the hot interior of whatever I'm able to tongue. My desire is the same red fluttering as anyone's, obsessive as a nightingale in the bottom of a well. I will give you these roses, yes, and rainstorms, extra thunder, all my gaudy days of nameless grace. Take them quick as quarters into a wet cup or the gut of a Wurlitzer. Take them pure before I fuck them up. Take them now before I feel ashamed of the sentimental moon. She's still got some juice, and you, stars, enough light to pawn. I'm in the shop with a fistful of celestial vapor, quicksilver streaming down my wrists. Suckle. When I was a child, scouting my tiny desire, I peered through the windows, the longings of others. I knew that I would jaw some open, knew that I would someday spread to the limits set by skin. My hands knew what they wanted before I knew the weight of want. Then I knew throb, the struggle of unbordered night, eagerness that fogs. Desire purled in on me, beaded, feathered. I practiced desire, gave her a name, and forgot it. Grew pale-faced as the stars that I would soon reject as shining aberrations. Later, I listened at other windows, more and more and more for the beating of something urgent, wing-like. I desired permanence, but just got off instead, growling into the dusk with mistakes of flesh. I strained against the limits. I understood little of the wild, growing glutton heart wrecking along and catching sometimes an acceptable light. I have desired the kiss of everyone, thirsted to trap forever, to merge into gunpowder mist. I have been alone since I can remember, since before I bulleted from the other into the body made. I've desired only what can't be had. What I have is my hunger. I have it. It's mine. And I have stumbling, begging for a mouth to make me. Inside the pouch of what will be another day, we cling. Love makes her parody of us. Most orifices we close in sleep, as we do the window, the envelope in the pocket of the desk. On the other side of closure, cluttered music, notched with silence. Some doors we'd locked are opening. Volition surrounds us now, hot in the hinges. Before day, I think, my needs, all their moist appendages, are painted with an obvious quaintness, like a barn on a hill on the side of a milk carton. Why must I be latched to another as a burr in order to open? What if I were as much the field as the seed, as much the act of planting as the rain that follows? That's all I have for you. Thank you so much for your attention and being here and being part of this. Please, I'm open to connecting. I'm on Twitter and Instagram, Kamel E. Kimball, or you can check out my website at my name. So thank you so much.
Hey, my name is Jessie Knowles, and I'll be reading some poems. Let's see. Family reunions. My grandma has a fidget spinner. I started my period just now while sitting on my mother's couch. The thing about being at home is that my parents are hoarders, even their ketchup expired months ago. When my mom and I watch a movie, we sit separately scrolling on phones. I'm consistently thinking about words I'm not writing, or texts I'm not receiving, or the eggs that fall out of me each month, what they would have become, how they probably feel better this way smeared onto cloth. I feel better this way too, except I actually don't. I think of my grandma sitting in her chair at night, fidget spinner spinning between thumb and index finger. Untitled. The first night in our new apartment in our new town, You laid on our coats and our sweaters while I laid on your chest. We were two piles of sticks in the corner of a studio. The cat didn't know where to go, he just made circles. We didn't have a bed or pillows or towels, we just had you and me and the cat. The first night in the home that would become my childhood home, we laid in sleeping bags on our new living room floor. My mom, my dad, my sister, and me. We mapped out the house, and that house is still our house, but my room isn't really my room anymore. I wonder what the rest of my homes will look like. I wonder what each first night will be like, or who I'll be with, or what kind of person I'll be while I sleep there. Poem about mattress. On our last morning in Washington after 5 years, you woke me and we hurried and carried it out, just as the dump truck pulled up to the back alley, my body heat into the dumpster. Respite. I dream of a future love, feel myself holy, only weep into the carpet when absolutely necessary. I dream of sun again, pour milk into sink, no longer reach for bottle, look into the mirror and the stranger is gone. I dream of fullness, grass stains on elbows, unexpected human touch, sweat of walls like caves, a brain that thinks good again. I dream of thinking good, loving good, moving good, eating good. I dream of relearning how to walk and talk and think and love. I dream of rebirth. Once in winter. I drank 2 mugs of coffee and then a mug full of clog. And we went for a drive and found the snow geese. And on the other side of the road, there were trumpeter swans. So I looked at those and you watched the geese. Then we listened to Neil Young while we drove home, and I took a nap and woke up and made more glog and put the rutabagas in the oven 425 degrees. Daily conundrum. In the morning when I stretch my body, I trick myself into believing I treat me well. And it's true. Each morning I light the fire inside me, but then I'll be at work for 8 hours and go a little bit colder and darker. Io. We saw Jupiter through the telescope and memorized her 3 moons. On the stairs we crawled up to the top of the observatory. September heat and cicadas lined the campus streets. It is in these nights that we smoked hand-rolled cigarettes and sat on porches drinking gas station beer. After 2, I'd hand you kitchen scissors and tell you to do whatever. The moon always watched us on that porch. We changed with its cycle, my hair waxed and waned, waxed and waned. Last one. Family trips in your mid to late 20s. My sister dragged me into a speakeasy, and here she takes a million selfies, a million photos of herself. And my drink is $15, and soon they played the song that was my first ringtone, which my dad helped me buy for $1.99 on the internet, from my first phone that was still flipped, and this was 2005. My sister went to the bathroom, so I'm writing this poem and hoping that no one notices my new haircut, the way that the person closest to me would never notice. And okay, I ordered a Manhattan instead of an old-fashioned. I always confuse the two, forget one or the other. And yes, soon my head will be in a toilet. And yes, my sister has probably found a stranger to talk to because she is good at that. And I'm good at feeling uncomfortable. My father is good at keeping his brother in present tense. He died last week. Now the animals are playing. Now the animals are not playing. The truth is I am ready for bed. I forgot to pick the oranges, but there are oranges inside an old-fashioned, but I didn't order the old-fashioned, did I? Anyway, I wonder which face my sister will come back wearing. Thank you.
Last night, I dreamed a witch bit me on my left wrist and a bat bit me on my right. And when I wake up, my arms are marred by concert wristbands, hard plastic, unforgivable paper, over 21, again and again and again. I mark the spot. I measure the distance between my house and the liquor store, and I cut a stretch of rope the exact same length, and I take it everywhere with me, coiled up under my arm like some kind of Indiana Jones, tying one end to bedposts, goalposts, lampposts, an anchor of my own design, a golden cord, a secret power, a photo of me in the newspaper. Headline reads, "Once there was a way to get back home." I watch a video about flat earth theory and I don't like what it does to me. I'm starting to think that they're onto something and I don't like what that says about me. I bought a car from a fisherman and he said, "Oh yeah, come back next week. We'll get you the title." But when I get back, all the fish are floating upside down and he's nowhere to be found. I open up the trunk and start calling around for surety bonds. I'd rather be on Google Image looking at the mugshots of beautiful women. My anger dries up like a sponge and I walk outside, dehydrated as tourist-shop coral, woken up by the constant helicopters over my house, vying for the best aerial photography of the sinkhole in my front yard. And I stand there with my arms outstretched, burning embers landing in my open mouth. Once there was a way to get back home. My credit card debt is all in angel numbers. I send the PDFs away to be printed on holographic paper, and I file the originals in a bathtub filled with rose water. I blast off Friday I'm in Love in every room of the house, and then I remove the electrical outlet covers with more care than I've ever done anything. The walls pause and hold their breath, and under this blanket of sound, I ask them if they realize how fast they were driving. I let them off with a warning and whisper the secrets of high-risk auto insurance. It is so important to be able to work with someone who knows what they are doing and who specializes in this. In this place, I'm only acknowledged by my employee ID, a bastardization of my own name. I'm starting to forget how to talk to people. I'm starting to get tired of the song. You can see in some lights that you may have been a normal woman. Under certain filters, you can almost see someone else inside of you. An angel or maybe a persona. Feral and in a world without movies. Praying to centipedes. Once there was a way to get back home.
All of a sudden, it doesn't matter who laughs last. Everything wild is suffocated in the vacuum of decorum. Life in a freezer bag. Life in a city full of shrinking space. Birdhouses for rent on a tree with no leaves decorated with balls of aluminum foil. It will get better is a thing we tell ourselves so as not to die right then and there. I admit to having a crush on everyone, and it makes everyone feel like I'm using them to do my laundry. Rats shit wherever they want. Sometimes we call ourselves free, then forget to take our vitamins and spin out sleepless for a week. Telling yourself to calm down almost never works, even though they tell you it will. I can't trust people who would prefer sunshine all the time. I'm so icy. I hope I die on a country road, like a martyr for the queer agenda.
All of a sudden, the little light is all there is. Bumping into things, acting annoyed. Can't remember what without felt like. Used to talk to myself instead of waiting for someone to talk to. I'm losing the words. The worlds of maybe strained through the binary sieve. Maybe. Something expands, finds new feet, new feeling. Or maybe it's bit crushed the lizard brain back into fashion. Rows and columns consume or be consumed. I want slender enough to fit a long and perfectly quantifiable data set. My body against the wall and relaxed to look like dripping. What is lapping me up through the cracked glass I can't feel? Imagine an actual hand print itself on me and complete the circuit. Then throw the brick into the lake and ask someone what time it is, which way to home. For as often as I'm here, I've never been anywhere. I wonder if anyone said anything adoring to me. I wonder if anyone saw.
Every day is the same.
Except a little bit worse.
I keep forgetting how old I am.
I'm having a hard time. My sleep schedule is all fucked up. I never know what day it is.
My mom told me to take a deep breath.
I watched my friend's funeral on YouTube.
I have made several irrational purchases.
Should I get Invisalign?
I miss my dog every single day.
I never take photos anymore.
I am usually too sad to play video games.
I drink too much coffee.
I'm sick of going on walks.
Last week my phone told me I averaged 24 hours of screen time per day. I think that was a glitch, but maybe not.
I miss my friends, but I never reach out to them. I'm always tired no matter how much sleep I get.
My vision is starting to get very bad.
I get a lot of things in the mail.
I'm afraid to go to the dentist.
I bought some plants and I think I want to learn how to grow mushrooms.
I think I'm going to start meditating again tomorrow.
Every day is the same.
Except a little bit worse. It's been a weird year.
I remember entering into a fit of vivid dreams. It's very strange to have your world flipped on top from your normal status quo day-to-day operations to a lot to take on for an individual to embrace these things. They have to become more resolute with themselves and spend more time with themselves and question the things they didn't necessarily want to question before, but also to somehow regulate light and dark feelings, which are both abundant.
Hi, my name is Tiffany Babb, and I'll be reading excerpts from my poetry book, A List of Things I've Lost, which is published by Vegetarian Alcoholic Press. Growing up. I cannot count the summer spent, nursing the few moments of freedom from school. Sitting on prickly grass, picking at weeds, the gnarled bark of a pomegranate tree. Above me, birds swirl, trying to mimic the weightlessness of the clouds, though I give them no notice. Instead, I long for a friend, certain that I will be alone forever. As the sunlight fades and shadows grow long, I place my hands on my head and watch my silhouette transform into a large, unblinking eye. The forest and the lake. To run among the trees, to see the sky fractured through their branches, bare feet firm on glossy water. I could find peace from the gnawing feeling, free to revel in aloneness, to race after danger, and then to find someone to share this mirror to another world. Midnight. Summer heat refuses to give in to the expectations of night. Under flickering street lamps, bugs gather in glittering clouds. Cockroaches scuttle across still warm sidewalks, careful to avoid encroaching footsteps. In the gutter, molten gold runs into black. I wonder if this feeling lasts. On the Denali Star. Paying too close attention to the uncertainty blooming, I miss the changing of seasons, the conjuring of yellow-green leaves, tufts of grass poking through warm soil. Persephone. I think back to home, where the sun was too bright and every day was a warning. How many times was I told to be careful where I walked? I slip pomegranate seeds into my mouth, wait until the world is watching, and bite down. In an instant, the world turns and the sky is beneath my feet. Above me, the ground closes in, the cool darkness of relief. I feel each shovelful of dirt as it settles against my skin, even before I can taste. I think back to home. As I rise, I'm overcome by the blinding light of a brilliant red sun. A brief memory. Before returning home, I duck into Central Park to savor a rare hour of temperate weather. The trees loom like fat nurses, towering over their charges, heavy arms sprinkling pollen over the path. You used to sneeze in the spring. The simple prayer. Dirty dishes wait in the empty kitchen. Outside, blades of grass dip under the weight of dew. A humble offering to the silent hours. Distance. The wind whips at our faces while we pass around a cigarette on the brink of extinguishing. The hood of the car is still warm. We sit on it and pretend the thermos isn't empty and that the cold isn't already unbearable. When we tilt our heads back, we can't see the stars. Tonight exists between now and tomorrow, and we are afraid of tomorrow. November. The 1st of November is marked by the unearthing of last winter's wardrobe. Dusty coats, cheap gloves, temporary replacements for the ones you lost years ago, and a scarf, newly knitted in a cream-colored yarn. You duck behind it, like a turtle who retreats into the shell she claims will protect her. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Samantha Fain. I'm a poet, and I'm very grateful for the chance to get to read with you all tonight. The first two poems I'm reading are from my chapbook, Coffee Nut Planets, which debuted with Vegetarian Alcoholic Press. Atheist at the Creation Museum. I am as tall as God here. He looks smaller in person, no longer the colossus that rocks me to sleep. Notice how I only come to God when I need rocking. Notice the tears on the sculpture's cheeks, or maybe they're in my eyes. I can't tell which one of us cries. I can't tell if I'm of my body, but one of us witnesses. A tree of life stops breathing. Sound reels click. I trek through my ruins, all the temples I could have built if only I had not given up my blood to another. The first time I slipped into her, I saw cling stars on the ceiling. Now I study carvings on the door. The world's not safe anymore. I touch the knob. The body brushes truth until it feels unfamiliar. When was the last time skin felt like shelter? She held me so close after that I imagined us in the same skin. Google search. Am I too holy to house goodness? Am I one doubt too heavy? Why don't I feel it? Why don't I feel it like they do? The ark's roof leaks. The Starlab blips, holographic. The body wants to feel it but can't. The body wants to faith harder than it has ever faithed before, wants to capture God the way dogs try to eat butterflies. But all the body can do is exist. Keep searching for a God who will love it tenderly, the way she did. After the International Astronomical Union 2006, my mother chops the rot out of tomatoes and tells me I am beautiful as I am. On the news, scientists demote Pluto from the planets. Not giant enough. Not heavy enough to demolish the debris that cross her orbit. A shame, my mother says. She cooks while I imagine tomatoes with bones. Orange ones, heartbeatless. Red ones that howl, I am scared. Sunspots that bleed black from her raging blade. I am beautiful only in light that eclipses my face so you cannot see my craters. My mother chops the rot out of tomatoes and I orbit. She cooks. Scientists erode Pluto with math and size. I belt my stomach shut to make an asteroid enough. Who preserves the fat and the small? Who lets us live? My mother chops debris out of tomatoes. I moon around her, too heavy, I howl. My mother chops, demolishes, spirals. I am scared of what is enough. The last poem I'll be reading is from my other chapbook, Sad Horse Music, which debuted with The Daily Drunk in May. It's a free PDF online, so feel free to pick it up. Sonnet for BoJack Horseman. So much of us is lost to the dark. Blame cosmic forces at play, planets in retrograde, because no one would be washed up if they could help it. No one would shatter glass on purpose, right? What even is forgiveness? A bad moon phasing, a sunflower in bloom not knowing where to gaze. There are places for people like us, but we can't all fit on one spaceship. Besides, who would shepherd? We unfold like enzymes, irrevocably damaged, motorcycling without helmets just to see who stops us. The horrifying truth. We fuck up and people still love us. We could nudge them off water towers and convince them they slipped. Either way, they'd thank us for one last good look of the city. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jane Rebecca Canarella, and I'm going to be reading my piece, In Case You Go Bald or Stop Loving Me, published by Vegetarian Alcoholic Press. When you're old or gone, I'll still be wondering about the color of your hair and how it's one color and all colors at once. Or maybe it's one color and no colors at the same time. And I'll question whether or not a person can be a pirate ship and a cruise ship simultaneously. I wanted to learn about colors so I could develop a language for your hair and how it falls into your eyes in the same way the boys in books that I liked were described. I don't think you swoop it back, but you do something with your colorless hair to get it out of your lashes that deserves to be described. I did research, but all I found was stuff about cones and rods, and your hair isn't a shape. Or maybe it's a shape that doesn't have a name yet, like that time we were walking in the rain and your hair hung in loops and lengths with bits of ice stuck in between, and how later on we made pirate hats out of newspaper and your wet hair blurred the headlines. We examined a strand that I yanked out, pulling it taut. You asked if you could use it to tell me a joke that you had learned in 6th grade. And when you delivered the punchline, "Where's the hair?" we laughed like idiots. After, having given up on colors and jokes, we lay on your furry carpet and pretended that the cracks in your popcorn ceiling were constellations. You fell asleep with your head on my shoulder. And when you're old or gone, I'll carry the memory of how after you woke up, I found elusively colored follicles on the pillow of my shoulder and wrapped them around my fingers like rings.
Hi, my name is Adidaya Garao. I'll be reading from my book, The Arrival of Rain, published by Vegetarian Alcoholic Press. I'll be reading The Regency, or Dr. Alabi's voice writes with the wind. 1. You shall receive power when the Holy Ghost comes upon you. My body is an empty house, a chimney of nothingness. I am cold flames in blue fire, and you shall rise like dust, and your laughter shall call water out of rocks, and your house shall no longer be empty. My mother sings to me in my dream, brings a candlestick to light the dark tunnels in my vein. I saw the Lord riding a chariot of thongs. My mother was with a host of good news, all of them decked in white. Erujeje, Erujeje, Erujeje. 2. I am son of shackles, a blond line of shadows and might. A tongue is nothing but a compass on the map of the mouth, and there I was too, a lost boy crumbled by his own fear. For light, for absence, for love, and a kiss does not mean an actual death. My mother kissed my father and stayed, kissed him and turned our body into a miracle of children. I am son of bondage, hear the glass cracking in my body, hear the rising of sea. Adaba mimo, emioro. I am son of sky, blue with sin, red with names owned by the ground. The serpent came to teach me how to speak, the sun turned. 3. My tongue into a knife, cut himself for Christ's sake. Bled out the boy crumbling in me. A woman with an issue of blood was made whole, while Jesus walked through the old walkway. I touched him. I wear a crown in this poem, not a coronet for slaves or a thorn, not a brass holding my wings back to the ground. I wear a son, not a child.
Franz est un Bavarois d'âge mûr. Il ne s'est pas marié. Au cours de son périple touristique, il a déjà fait étape à Venise, Vincennes et à Florence. Les galeries des offices exercent sur lui un effet particulier. Il reste debout pendant de longues heures à admirer tableaux et dessins, avec la tête et le cœur en flammes. Ses yeux voient des couleurs jamais vues, et, dès le premier jour, il se sent bouleversé, déconcentré, désorienté par le flot des impressions chromatiques. Il a l'impression que sa vue ne fonctionne plus, comme si elle ne parvenait pas à assumer la confrontation avec les choses à voir, et qu'elle était aveuglée par un excès de lumière. Joie et panique. Les tableaux vont et viennent devant lui et autour de lui en une constante invitation à les posséder. Il respire comme des êtres vivants. Il s'est arrêté devant le Bacchus de Caravage. Il a dû sortir de la pièce, puis il y est revenu, vaincu par une attraction de plus en plus semblable à une intime excitation sexuelle de nature ambiguë, qui l'envahissait et lui faisait ressentir en même temps bien-être et malaise. Il s'est réellement senti mal, une oppression cardiaque, des sudations et l'impression de s'évanouir. Kamil, jeune tchèque, est peintre et a fréquenté l'Académie des Beaux-Arts de Prague. Il est allé visiter la chapelle Brancaci. La visite a été particulièrement intense et émouvante. Plus intense et plus émouvante que toutes les visites précédentes. Lorsque nous sommes ressortis sur les marches, nous étions vidés, complètement privés d'énergie. Comme si en sortant de cette église, nous étions aussi sortis de nous-mêmes. Et je crois qu'à ce moment-là, je pouvais avoir bien 42 fièvres. Je ne me souviens pas de ce que j'ai vu après, ni d'avoir vu quelque chose. Je me suis étendu par terre, et l'impression de sortir hors de moi, de me perdre, de me dissoudre, a persisté. J'étais en train de sortir de moi-même, et la seule chose que je pouvais imaginer, que je parvenais à voir, c'était mon lit dans ma maison à Prague. Brûler toutes les étapes, et me retrouver tout à coup à Prague. Je ne sais pas ce qui est arrivé ensuite. J'étais là, sans bouger, sans parler. Je ne pourrais pas dire pendant combien de temps. Je sentais que j'étais absolument incapable de marcher. Ce sont des choses auxquelles on ne peut rien ajouter, c'est tout. Je sentais que je m'écoulais hors de moi-même comme un liquide. Une sensation corporelle, pas intellectuelle. C'est-à-dire que je ne sais pas si c'est Masaccio qui en a été la cause. Les choses sont comme elles sont et arrivent ainsi. Masaccio se trouve au sommet d'une pyramide. Tout ce qu'il y a eu avant fait partie de la pyramide. Le voyage apparaît comme une pyramide qui mène jusque-là, qui arrive à cette chose qui permet de comprendre que c'est de cette masse-là qu'il s'agit. De cette masse que se constitue la pyramide. Cette masse qui est l'accumulation de tout. Masaccio faisait partie du voyage, et je sentais que j'étais arrivé. Ruth, 20 ans, est à Florence pour visiter les offices. Selon l'accompagnatrice, Ruth s'est longuement arrêtée devant les œuvres de Bronzino, de Pontormo et de Raphaël. La jeune fille a d'abord ressenti des douleurs à la tête et à l'abdomen. On a cru à une appendicite. Elle répète sans cesse « Please, help me, help me ». Récemment, j'ai effectué une consultation à domicile chez un peintre d'origine israélien de 47 ans. Je l'appellerai Ariel. J'étais venu avec ma femme et des amis, mais j'étais seul au moment où je regardais ce tableau. Je m'étais isolé pour vivre ce moment-là dans la solitude. J'allais et venais d'une salle à l'autre sans me soucier des autres, comme j'en avais envie, sans avoir à échanger des réflexions ou des idées avec mes voisins. C'est à ce moment-là que je me suis évanoui. C'est un trouble physique qui est monté en moi, a pénétré au dedans de moi, m'a pris à la gorge. J'ai senti mes forces s'anéantir. L'Arche de Noé, les couleurs bleues ont sur moi une résonance particulière. J'aime ces bleus, cette force de la couleur dans le rêve. Ces couleurs avec des touches de rose. Ces personnages sont typiques de Chagall. L'émotion continuait à monter, et je ne pouvais plus la contrôler. J'étais là, face au tableau, et je sentais que je commençais à pénétrer à l'intérieur. Je suis alors rentré moi-même dans le tableau. J'ai eu un peu l'impression que les animaux de l'arche étaient un peu des compagnons d'aventure et de sauvetage. Noé aussi, je le connaissais bien. Alors, j'ai eu un peu l'impression de m'envoler, moi aussi, en même temps que ces personnages qui se détachent de la terre en une légère lévitation. Je voyais la lune plus proche et j'avais l'impression de pouvoir l'atteindre. Diverses personnes que j'ai connues ont éprouvé des émotions extrêmement fortes lorsqu'elles sont allées à Jérusalem. On peut en comprendre la raison. Pour nous, il est écrit « L'an prochain à Jérusalem ». Et pendant des milliers d'années, nous nous sommes répétés « L'an prochain à Jérusalem ». Lucie est une étudiante de 22 ans, à l'allure d'enfant. Elle affirme voir des anges et entendre leur voix. Elle a visité de nombreuses églises pendant son séjour et, aux offices, elle a surtout été attirée par les salles qui, avec cette accumulation d'arts religieux, scène de la vie des saints, crucifixion du Christ, Vierge à l'enfant, ange doré de l'Olympe chrétien, lui ont semblé autant lieux sacrés. La jeune fille semble apeurée. Elle garde les yeux baissés, fixant un point sur le sol. Elle ne lève pas la voix lorsqu'elle parle et ses mots se confondent avec le souffle de sa respiration haletante. Elle porte un ensemble de lin tout froissé, vêtements de couleur claire qui semblent s'ajouter encore à la pâleur de son visage. Elle dit être le fruit d'une réincarnation. Elle affirme qu'une religieuse s'est incarnée en elle et que celle-ci est enterrée en Italie, dans un petit village d'Ombrie dont elle a oublié le nom. Elle est sûre, dit-elle, de pouvoir arriver là-bas si nous la laissons enfin seule, en paix. Martha, 25 ans, voyage avec une amie. Elle fait des études et travaille comme programmateur. Elle est hospitalisée en proie à une bouffée délirante après une visite au musée de San Marco, où elle s'est longuement arrêtée devant les fresques du Beato Angelico. Après cette visite, elle a commencé à exprimer une grande inquiétude. Elle dit avoir appris à la radio que le diable devait apparaître ce jour-là à Florence. Et c'est ce même jour que les anges et le diable du Beato Angelico l'ont fait pénétrer dans un monde de conflit entre le bien et le mal, entre la lumière et les ténèbres.
Hi there, I'm Mikey Swanberg. I am a Midwest poet and longtime lover of woodland pattern. This hour will be featuring a lot of poetry from the South and near South. So we'll have amazing poets from Kentucky, Virginia, Missouri, Tennessee, Indiana, and a few surprise favorites from closer to home. I hope you enjoy these poets as much as I do. We'll be providing links to see more of their work or buy their books in the chat. And as always, thank you for supporting poetry and supporting Woodland Pattern.
Hi, my name's Lila Quinn, and it's a pleasure to be part of this poetry marathon. Thank you so much to the Woodland Pattern Book Center for hosting this. And thank you to my dear friend, Mikey Swanberg, back from the Edge, for inviting me to read. Shout out to the Mikey Swanberg crew. I love you all. I'm going to read a series of short poems, beginning with Self-Deceit number 3, which is after a photograph by Francesca Woodman. I know that room inside you, where you go to hide when you're scared and don't want to be seen. Where your back is turned away, eyes lowered, if they're even open, shut against some shame. And I'm beginning to think shame is always a lie. To leave the house without mascara and not have to say anything to anyone. To know the make of the wall of that room inside us tells me as much as glass set against a dark back. I have a thing for backs. I can see where you shoulder your heartbreak, can guess where you feel cracked concrete maybe poured over your heart once. And I can take your hand while your other reaches for the hammer with which to chip away, gently, gently. This next poem is the oldest of the bunch. Mikey, you'll probably know it. It's useful being top banana in the shock department, which is after Audrey Hepburn's performance as Holly Golightly. Time passes quickly outside. Inside, there's only saying prayers, trying not to fever infinite. Times my faces force the water. Who said I needed to be saved? Who said I needed to be cleaned and groomed? I've got enough man in me to last your lifetime sentence. I don't have to say always yes, though I'm glad I got good at playing dress up. Is it the sweetness? Why we drop liquid acid onto sugar cubes? I just play and play hard, which I'm sure is something that's said by many people doing evil things in a game they only half create. What I want is simple, to live without comment, unless I ask. We can talk if you taste the nodes at your temple, if your cry and your laugh sound essentially the same, over windows screening you from the crane-draped world. I can do most of my own heavy lifting. I keep throwing a book at the ceiling just to see how it lands. I'll say yes if I want to. You'll say you owe me, and let's agree we agree to let it sit that way without you shooting anyone over oil or a sandwich. Let's not force the sandwich into my mouth until I shoot you for what I will say to be instead, and I'll eat when I'm hungry. Let's just light a cigarette, gather around the fire, tell stories until we fall one by one asleep, before we again wake up someone else. That's all I want. This next poem's one of the newer ones in the bunch, and it's titled after a Greek word that I'm sure I'm mispronouncing, so apologies, but kliniky. I talk myself into more space. Can't resist noting the orchid dropping those ladyboy blooms. And I joke with my friend Diva about waxing our faint mustaches, how my OB noticed the bruises on my ass, asked, "Did you fall?" And I told her the truth. No. I consented to being hit by the smell of lilacs and a Loki's Knot cable paddle, both striking the same place in my heart in the end. She laughed, knowing a lot about pain's weird mark on bodies and psyches. I knew I liked the look in her eye when I picked her out from the internet lineup of gynos. We call it clinical, which roots in the Greek as bedside. And I remember the poet's job, sometimes, is to keep track of these things, to nestle into the dark little places we all come from and often go back to. For what is it? Comfort. Relief. And finally, I'll close out with a poem called After the Harvest Moon. Sunning myself naked, snake tattoo blazed onto my bare back, there for any stranger walking through the pines. Hello, friend, I mean it. Let's not prove each other wrong, smiling like flowers at the sky we could lift like a helium balloon my unborn daughter has let go of. Don't you see her there? In a little orange sweater, hands tucked in 2 long sleeves. She's not yours, stranger. She belongs to me and my love. Then again, she does to you, doesn't she? Really none of us at all. For the sake of this poem, we'll say she belongs to the world, and my love and I care for her together. Our genes snuggling like a snake to warm stones. Everywhere we look, many pasts have yielded to radiant futures, unfolding now as love notes. How sweet to think of it this way. How sitting across from you feels like a forest going gold. We will have fire through winter. We will hold each other close. Stranger still, we will meet people walking by, smiling with us. I want to believe it, I do. We will.
Hello, my name is Sienna Rouse, and I am a poet here in Nashville, Tennessee, where I am fortunate enough to get to poet alongside so many incredible humans here in the city. And I feel very lucky and fortunate today to be able to join this poetry marathon and poet alongside so many of you from all over. So thank you for allowing me to share the stage with you. And thank you to those of you who are here to listen and view and be a part of this language parade that we're doing. The poem I'm sharing with you today, I actually wrote in 2016 on Election Day. Before we had any results in, I had already voted, but I decided to go to the Waffle House, naturally, have some food, and just to be present. And as I was there and eating alone, I just started noting everything that was around me, and it's become a poem, and it's called America's Place to Eat. This is the Waffle House, the gray puddle on the floor behind the counter, the chime of the tapping fork when the server occasionally steps on its teeth in her hospital shoes. The soaked towels no longer white, crumpled and tucked under the chrome sink basin, and the garnet witness of ketchup gone wild. It should all disgust me, probably, but the Waffle House is this. The dreadlocked man tucks his dress tie between the window of 2 buttons of his shirt. The man beside him, not with him, lifts his MAGA hat every once in a while to wipe his brow. It's not hot in here. The woman with her hair coiled into tiny fists, pulled into a bun, has a hole in her smile. A teenager with Down syndrome orders just a bit too loudly, and nobody stares. A family of 5 walks in. We're all actually thinking about what everyone else is thinking of us, which is to say, all we do is think of ourselves. Maybe it should disgust us on this election day. America as fragile as that mug just before its apparent suicide. Or was it murder? I'm not a witness. It happened before I arrived, but a woman whose yellow badge says Melissa just now finally scrapes its pieces into a long-handled dustpan. The Tabasco and Heinz 57 and Pace Picante stacked in the cubby are obedient soldiers, falling in line. Fall. That's different from the season outside, different from descending into sin, not the same as Rome in shambles. I consider being disgusted as this cup who meets more mouths than I could ever kiss lifts to my lips, but instead I nod yes when Sue asks if I want more coffee. I prefer tea, Earl Grey. But America's Place to Eat deals only in a few preferences, scattered, smothered, covered, chunked, diced. It's like they serve up murder at the Waffle House. I close my eyes and say grace, which feels right. Are we all disgusted? Is that why we've come here together to be disgusted, to eat comfort food that poisons our gut? Are we all here wondering if tomorrow we'll know how to smile at our neighbors, which is to say, how will we ever go back to ignoring all the grime in this place? How will we move again without stepping on all the debris? Thank you.
Hello, my name's Clay Spencer. I'm a poet from southeastern Kentucky. I'm reading to you or talking to you now from Henry County, Kentucky, where I'm a member of the Wendleberry Farming Program. And I'm thrilled to be a part of Woodland Pattern Poetry Marathon. Really grateful to have been invited. Thank you very much for tuning in. I've selected 4 poems to read today. Yeah, they're all pretty new. One's slightly older than the other, but relatively new work. Yeah, including this first one, which is extremely fresh and also very, very short. It's called Meditation at a Confluence. You were my water. I was your earth. A bridge. An empty house. The second poem is about moving, or was written when I was moving, when I was packing and leaving an apartment. And yeah, I was experiencing a pretty specific, smaller form of grief. And I wrote this as a way to sort of take the reins on that experience. It's called Once My Apartment is Empty. Do I cry? Hang my head against erased my life and cry? There it is again, waving, the field I call my own. But nothing is one's own. The walls blank, not burned but emptied, not forgotten but pushed through. My life here undoubtedly lucky. Sunlight through the fragile blinds, and laid so still, and so did you. This third one, it's written directly about dreaming and sort of how dreams can overwhelm your emotions in the waking world. It's called The Furious Person. You wake up madder than hell in a full-sized bed with no one beside you. It's a black metal frame, minimal design, pictures of flowers stuck to the wall over the pillows, and right there, under a soft illustration of roses, you're furious and you don't know why. It's Sunday morning, mountain gospel on the radio while you shower, filled with a fury that you don't understand. You dreamed about dogs all night, wild dogs, maybe coyotes, dogs the color of cold beer or new pennies, slow drops of paint in the dark. The dogs were in the forest and it was easy to see them, even though the impression was one of no moon. A syrupy darkness and smudgy brown trees, dogs weaving between them, formless but bright. The dogs were looking for something. They were looking for something that they wanted but didn't have and wouldn't find, patting black dirt and sniffing the grasses, but it wasn't right to call it a hunt. They were looking. They were just looking. They took pleasure in it, so they took their time. It wasn't anything to be furious about, was it? So why did it happen? Not a slow tension, but anger anticipating your body, like a shitty roller coaster. And while you brush your teeth, swallow your vitamins, the furious person in the mirror wants to reach out and grab you by the collar, wants to reach out and touch you, but won't, because now you look too much like a dog in the dark, a bright dog, like a dog in the dark of a dream. This will be the last poem that I read tonight. Thank you again very much for Woodland Pattern Poetry Marathon for inviting me, and thank you for tuning in. This poem is called Forward. You woke me up with gentle throat singing. I thrust my hands into unknowable dark. It was cold. The moon rose. Oak shadows splattered on the gravel drive, night leaves burning red. You said look at the stars, and I wanted to kiss you. I got sleepy. I spun around in my tobacco barn of fears. You made plans for a quilt, which you'd sew and embroider for the rest of your life, and I wanted to get inside you for good. I touched all the walls. I built a door so that I might crawl through it, quietly singing, into the bright land of love with no restraints. Thank you all.
Hi, I'm Ashley Kaiser. Thank you, Woodland Pattern and Magee Swanberg, for having me read. I'm going to read a poem that's called Bisexual Lighting, and it is inspired by this trend in movies and TV where the lighting will suddenly become very bright neon, pink, purple, blue, to suggest a character's queerness or bisexuality. Because the bisexual flag is pink and purple and blue. And I thought that this trend was a little bit silly, and I also really liked it. So here's bisexual lighting. And sorry, I think my upstairs neighbors are doing chaotic tumble salts, but hopefully they'll settle down. Bisexual lighting. The hour between the dog and wolf is purple as the words for it. Dusk and gloam, crepuscule, eventide. Day straddles the night, like dogs in alleys or wolves. All cats are gray when genus and gender bleed to ombre. The light, a Slurpee nozzle's impossible fruit. Raspberries, blue raspberries, or bees fed on maraschino cherries and antifreeze. What's the color of my raging thirst? Two girls love struck in the cities of the plain, exchanged a sort of phosphorescent train. Boys pollinated each other as the translator typed all his flowery adjectives one-handed. A phase like a super blue blood moon passes wearing a chandelier chainmail veil and glasses, red-blue 3D lenses. A phrase cracks its wit, which tastes sweet, but Sugarland folded. The club I danced in once with Stephanie. A glitter-littered staircase, bulges in leather, and a straight couple on an ill-conceived date. The Wells Fargo made a crack at a queen's tilted wig, the girl also tilting, probably also a shade lavender, meaningful eye contact, snickered, so out our romance guttered. In a fit and flare, I looked like an umbrella weathering the wreck of a private Gomorrah, but looking back, I'd gladly crumble to salt on the rim of Stephanie's marg, Schiaparelli pink lipstick on it. The words we exchange in her room afterward are too blue to print. The sky was off color too, crushed like velour over the first rounds. Did we really stay awake so long? Of the garbage trucks. Thank you.
My name is Dani Cantos, and I am going to read a few poems from my forthcoming collection, Two Brown Dots. This first poem is The Oil Painting That Hangs on My Lola's Wall. My imagined Philippines takes place in a painting, orange sunset mirror on the water, straw huts and carabao, something about rice swept in its hulls on the tile floor, a pot of rice over an outdoor flame. Salt, fish, heavy air and accent, dusk and itch, sweet diesel and smoke. This landscape is a feather caught in the float between bird skin and concrete. I do not really know this place. I imagine my Lola's stories in this setting, mudfish scales glinting in the cracks of floors, and the burning smell of work and gasoline. The youngest of 3 sisters, their names so full of poetry. Crescenciana, Marcosa, and Remedios, a girl worn down by all the things she has to bear, this dim world and all the others before her. This is Rosa de Rosario, 1929. The only photo of my Lola's mother, Rosa, sits in a gold curved frame on her dresser and always has. Rosa's round face looks like mine, like my Lola's sisters, like my sisters. She holds a bouquet of white roses and wears a dark terno with butterfly sleeves, a pendant necklace, and rings. She stares straight into the camera's eye, but I can't quite tell if she's no nonsense or about to crack a smile. A crease in the photo divides her in half at the waist, and as a girl, I always thought it was a waterline. That somehow this photo was my great-grandmother in an impossible aquarium. A spiky urchin sits at her feet, and anchovies circle her ankles. She is half submerged, and a fish-like tail could be covered by her long skirt. This next poem is called Possible Reasons My Dad Won't Return to the Philippines. 1. It was different when he could teenage around in a riot, blow smoke with cousins, gulp tall yellow beers. He has never been an adult there. He'd walk into a house full of new relatives, glassy skin lechon on the table to celebrate his return. Cousins, nieces, nephews requesting manopo would line up to press foreheads to his hand and bless. 2. He might see a ghost, a father he hasn't seen in 47 years, a familiar face in a stranger, the man who delivers warm and sweet pandesal on his bicycle with the same long, straight teeth from my smile, or an old man slouching smoke into thick air on the curb. What if he asks this man for a match and sees my sister's eyes looking back at him, a face he once saw in an old photograph? 3. He has half-brothers, but that's all anyone knows, not their names or what their laughs sound like, if their teeth are gapped, eyebrows thick. If the half in common is a stranger, are you still brothers? 4. What if he forgets how to do or say something? Tagalog stale on his Kentucky tongue. The people who raised him have disappeared into a neighborhood of mausoleums. He has one aunt left. Last winter, she taught my sister and me how to eat an Ilocano bean, its fibers pulled through biting teeth. 5. What if he remembers everything? The rice balanced on a greasy thumb and scooped into a mouth. The sour bite of pink burro from a jar, pig shit swirled in dust, house slippers slapping tile before dawn, the little boy in him left, here with all the cousins, no one to call nanay or tatay, alone, the shape of him on a mattress, the version of him that stayed. Thank you.
Hey friends, it's Meg Wade. I am streaming in from Nashville, Tennessee for the Woodland Pattern Poetry Marathon and Benefit. I hope y'all are donating, and I want to thank Mikey Swanberg for asking me to join in the fun. So I'll be reading 3 poems from my book Slick Like Dark, and that's from Tupelo Press in April 2020. So this first one is called Almost Refrain. The whole messy thing unraveled like a horse belly, split open and spilled. A wasp nest, gristled angels. It's strange how scared I am. Quick, write down Ferris wheel. Write down ceiling of bees. Carefully mark the lever pulseless in the middle of a very long, high road we never see the end of. My throat falls right out of my body. A moth's wings before the dust knocks off. This next one I'm going to be reading to y'all is called Young Cotton. I flood as there is no one left to swim to. Chipped polished, skirt lifted, my soft shoulder pushed hard against the dead hemlock tree. Please God, don't see anything besides flesh wet purpose when you float your thirsty hands around my trusting neck. I tell you I want them. There. Yes. Don't stop. Harder. The light finally breaks when I open my mouth. Hose ripped in 2 different places. A sinful woman washed Christ's feet, dried them with her hair. Imagine all the ways a pair of country knees can worship their way home. Witness the black earth of my eyes, my violent fanfare. This young cotton all red stemmed and blanketing the field. Deliverance begins with the body and sweeps outward. Please don't let me go to heaven alone. This last one is called Bleached Acoustics. Thanks again for having me. We left the old swing unpainted. Cast spoil rinds off the porch for the deer to let clean through. All night long, I heard something crying and surrendered myself to the invisible ropes of smoke left in his song. My love, sometimes we can't choose what we save. We just can't choose. Sometimes we pull young lungs from the water, capsized, already drowned. Were we too soon? Not yet. I should have let you fuck me, but instead you watched me pack. My hands on the headboard, no longer a steeple, but a bomb. Boom. One last wave goodbye in a cornflower dress. In terms of identifying guilt, this suitcase is pretty useless. But I pride myself on being a woman with a dress for every occasion, and there's a pocket in the seam here. A list of all the things I can carry. A mirror, a matchbook, my own muddy voice howling bleached acoustics. There are good ones of us who disappear, who pay no attention to the sign behind the bar reading no sex on the pool table. Too many cigarettes stamped in the wood grain. This wrestling beneath our shirts, we hush with our hands. When I first kissed you, I had a soft, bright heart. Please remember, I did not ask for this. I did not ask to be a reliquary of dark purpose. My darling, this is where I leave you. Like the greedy little songbird I am. Thanks, y'all.
The habit of maintenance is its own purpose. Inhale. Smell the long dead season in the windowsill after the first pop and thump of opening. Somewhere a white weight knocks inside these walls. A seed sits there in webs blown in from when? It's the seed of knowledge, and I ask, who is your vessel? You, of course, silly girl. A forgotten filament lights up inside my cupboards. Remember when, after 100 years sharing a body, a sentence made us strangers, and your inner thoughts were lost to me? The next 100 years we spent ignoring the sentence was the worst part. But I learned something, and I will share it with you on the equinox. Burst through every door in life, like you're beginning a number in a musical, tits heaved chin high. Try it, you'll feel better. I shoved the seed way down. I'm too lazy for it right now. The stray cat in the bathtub needs dealing with. The green globe's broken, and the blue one too. Remember, the furnace filter, the foot scrub, the quarterly taxes, the in-laws' birthdays, the medicine, the fertility cycle, the tomato plants, the medicine, the exoskeletons in the lampshade, the medicine. Exhale. 3 people said, I love you this year, and none of them were you, and none stuck around very long, and none wondered what I was thinking about anything. I had felt the animal rising in me. Then one refused a blackberry off the vine, and I recoiled. Then one shrank and shrank in soul and vocabulary, and I recoiled. Then one was just plain boring. Oh well, they wouldn't have liked the mossy down of my body grown over the long, bad winter when jobs were lost, cities fell, and people died. I can't seem to bring myself to beauty. Now that we know we will live another day, I think we should press our scratchy, ugly, fuzzy parts together in the salty springtime deep end. Inhale. God, the light is a god, orange and horny, coming through the window all the way through space to me, in my dirty PJs, in my dirty apartment, on my dirty planet. Yes, I do want to know everything. Please fill me with all the knowledge and burn me until something starts to grow. My hand on the sill is a kind of god to the spiders, dust, flies, and mold. But I think I will let it all lay, give in to the gifts the wind has brought, and will take away eventually, me included, if I've been a good girl, been enough to enough people. I was born in debt, indebted. Exhale. I'm tired of breathing deeply, of meditating, of sleeping right, eating right, moisturizing and exfoliating, of layering chemicals on my skin and then using other chemicals to wash them off, of being gazed upon and gazing on what I can't have, of having everything and being a little brat about wanting more. I'm tired of maintenance. I will be easy or nothing at all.
CO, my name is Franklin K.R. Klein, former member of the Board of Directors at Woodland Pattern Book Center, the institution we all know and love. And, you know, whatever you gave this year, give a little bit more if you can, because they give it their all every day, man. I'll read 2 poems from my new book, The Beatles' second album, available at that fine institution, Woodland Pattern Book Center, and also through the Vegetarian Alcoholic Press website. And then I'll read 2 poems from this new project I'm doing. All right. Citizen. What does it mean to be a citizen? What does it mean to be a good person? I ate wings today with Paul. I ordered 10 and ate 6. We went there in a car. Let's build a big old bridge and I'll walk across it to wherever. If the world ended today, would you love me? Olivia. Sorta, some sorta, impossibly permanent, like desire, the opposite of death, more like a flower reaching up towards the sun, or the way a can of soda hisses happily at you, knowing you're about to drink it. Sorta, some sorta, like the ground is there, but not really. You're walking on something pleasantly spongy but still steady, as if you could walk with certainty on one of those moon bounces that children of well-to-do parents have at their 9th birthday parties. Sorta, some sorta, a hand reaching out from the opposite of a grave, reaching for sleepy breathing in the darkest part of the evening. Sorta, some sorta feeling that your heart is a mixing bowl getting filled up with all kinds of ingredients, some familiar, some not so much, that trust it will all turn out fine, in fact better. Sorta, some sorta sound of pure joy, the sound of the body, the sound of goofy intonations, a secret language developed and maintained and refined. Sorta, some sorta language of two bodies. Sorta, some sorta, no way to say it really. It's beyond what can be said. Again, those are from the Beatles' second album, my new book from Vegetarian Alcoholic Press. And these are 2 poems from a book that's almost done, doesn't have a home yet, called Prayer. And kind of like my first book, So What, all poems are called prayer. Romans chapter 6, verse 21. But what fruit were you getting at that time from the things of which you are now ashamed? For the end of those things is death. Prayer. On God, the woman at the grocery store says. On God. JB says being honest with yourself would maybe help me go to whatever might be heaven. I suppose here is where I begin to pray. I pray for everybody. I don't know whom to pray for specifically, and it feels selfish to pray for myself. JB and I stood in a parking lot near Jimmy John's sign and talked about a creator for like an hour and a half and looked up at the dead stars and down at the dead concrete. Prayer. For the squirrels in the neighborhood getting barked at by backyard dogs. Keep track of their tails. There's a lot of them scampering. It's beautiful. Look after them as you would look after yourself. That is, if you are, anyway. I still am not sure about this, but it seems like maybe I'm on to something larger than myself, I'm hoping. I love you, Woodland Pattern.
How it sounds. Who said that all great literature begins 2 ways? You're on a journey, or a stranger arrives in town. Did the characters ask themselves before departing, what do you carry that is not really necessary? That first journey was in 1977, and you picked cotton on Kibbutz Yiftach near the Sea of Galilee. Don't ask why. It's complicated and as far from Montana as you could get with a Ural pass and $5 a day. It was also the year you fell hard for Patti Smith. How it sounds? Like the song Horses playing on a cassette tape. Lebanon launched rockets into Israel during that entire year of living dangerously. How it sounds? Like sirens and clanging rusty ladders as we descend into the claustrophobic smell of a bomb shelter. A stranger from Canada came to town. Andy became a pilot, moved to Alaska, and still calls your mother's house every Christmas Eve and asks about you. How it sounds? Like a smoky voice, like bourbon slurring your awareness as it narrows and vanishes like whispers in sleeping bags. Sleeping bags in an underground bomb shelter where you listen to Patti Smith singing Horses. Katyusha rockets launching nearer, and the only thing you could control was the volume of a boombox. How it sounds, like the decibel level rising as you negotiated your peril, music masking the vibration of sirens and bombs. 40 years have passed. How it sounds, like a question. What did you carry that was not really necessary?
Okay, so Freddie, my dear Freddie, just put out this wonderful book for me, On Earth as It Is. And as you can see, there's two covers because I called him and I said, Freddie, the poems are so small, I want to just print them twice on every page so you can cut the book in half and share it with people you love. Which directly cuts into Freddie's bottom line. And he said, sure, let's do it. So that's what we did. Esther Kim did the cover art, which is absolutely beautiful. And I beat Gina Tron to putting a croc on the cover of a book, but just barely, I think. So yeah, so I'm just gonna cut this in half. If I'd have been in person, I'd have been able to sort of do a showing of it, but as you can see, you sort of just follow the lines that Freddie put on the cover, and there's lines on the inside. So yeah, and then you have one and your friend has one. And so it's easy. So I'll read from the croc version. It's up to you which one you want to keep. That is none of my business, but if you want to write to me and tell me about which one you did keep, I'd love to hear it. Okay, so great. So the book itself, oh geez, I'll speed this up, Freddie. The book itself is called On Earth as It Is, which is, I was watching a movie where they were saying the Lord's Prayer and the movie froze with On Earth as It Is on the screen. And so I started to wonder what would a modern sort of prayer look like if it started there instead. On Earth as it is, the tax havens will soon be underwater, which in business means bad, but in scuba diving sort of means you're in business. On Earth as it is, in the mega facility where I last got medicated powder for my undercarriage shipped in 2 days, a robot explodes a can of bear repelling spray, which it turns out repels humans in about the same way. On Earth as it is, a human heart is found on a plane, which leads one flight attendant to ask, does anyone know whose heart this is? On Earth as it is, when announcing the new phone, the tech giant reminds us that our old, now crummy phone can be used as a flashlight in the coming climate disasters. They suggest a $12 tool which charges as you crank it. On Earth as it is, we charge as you crank it. On Earth as it is, we watch a video of someone pouring a large beer from Applebee's into the smaller sized beer from Applebee's, and all that's left is a single sip. On Twitter, Applebee's finally responds to let the poster know that they poured it wrong. On Earth as it is, the gender reveal bomb rigged in the desert does exactly what it must and explodes. The damage, all told, is 182 square kilometers burned, 8 million in losses to announce the arrival of another boy. Skipping that one. You buy the book and you can read that one. On Earth as it is, we sometimes kiss like we never came out of the sea. We see one another clearly and refuse to close even the smallest seam. On Earth as it is, we play a game where we are ruthless train magnates, a few miles from the church named after ruthless train magnates. On Earth as it is, in the disaster movie we are watching from our faux leather reclining AMC Stubbs Premiere A-list seats, the animals look up from the lake's edge and are the first to flee, which reminds us we haven't heard birds in a week. On Earth as it is, we pluck the single hair from the mole and 2 grow back in its place. After the 2, 4, and after the 4, 8. We are in love with this doubling, but things simply can't go on this way. On Earth as it is, we learn technically that crocs are edible, but that the team at Crocs does not suggest you eat them. On another site, a one-line post says, boil them first. On Earth as it is, I take a short walk to get coffee and to feel the sun on my big body. There is no life waiting beyond this one loves. No chores more important than keeping kind no matter what. On Earth as it is, the Marine Corps sniper is accidentally a poet when he tells the young snipers not to worry about being the bushes and to instead become the space between the bushes. On Earth as it is, sucks. On Earth as it is, we remind a coworker not to honeymoon on the beaches near the scene of an active genocide. We suggest instead the beaches near the scene of a decades-old genocide, which are also quite lovely. On Earth as it is, the ladybug finds the light glowing off of Pornhub in the otherwise dark home. Aren't our houses on fire? Our stepbros alone? On Earth as it is, the newspaper says we need about 10 hugs a day, and that 6 seconds would be good, but that 20 seconds is even better. We think, yeah, that seems about right. On Earth as it is, we drive along the highway named after the ocean, which we can see from our rental car does look like 1,000 diamonds strewn across a blue blanket, just like Incubus said it would. We say, I'll be damned. Earth, well, this was a Halloween one, so I just missed it. On Earth as it is, in the Amazon, we learn first that the fish are singing, and then that these songs are a type of fighting. On Amazon, I order glow-in-the-dark Dracula fangs because it's that time of year again. On Earth as it is, a bumblebee lands on our finger as fat and happy as an engagement ring. We weren't planning on marrying, but we find ourselves again opening to anything. On Earth as it is, some of the things I like best about myself I bought. My boots, my bright red coat, but other things, like tying a cherry stem into a knot with my tongue, I learned the old-fashioned way, by getting used to looking dumb. On Earth as it is, the hot young novelist explains that they do not believe in the individual, which we read while eating an individually wrapped piece of Laffy Taffy. We say, maybe I don't believe in the hot young novelist, but of course we do. We can see him right there. All right, I'll just read just a few more. On Earth as it is, we love this world, its rot and ruin and Rumpelstiltskin, its tag-alongs and thong songs and indigo buntings. But how can we tromp the downtown promenade and horseblind the suffering? On Earth as it is, The succulent begins to pink on the sill, and still we don't know if this means too much water or not enough. But it's a season for changing anyway. So I too turn pink as an unripe plum. On Earth as it is, the makeshift protest sign is pulled from the wall at the discount furniture store. And as soon as we see it, we know everything must go. Thank you, everybody.
Humeur de janvier.
Warmer? Yes. Well, I have on my knees at present. I wear socks and I cut the toes out of because the toes were worn out. Yeah. I pull them up and they're over my knees and they stay. And it works? They're fantastic. So you have created a knee warmer. Person looks familiar. Is that Ariana? Hi! Oh! I can't believe it! I didn't know you were... Oh! It's been a while for me. I haven't been there in a minute. What's going on over there? So just headed over to Paul. Chilly. I didn't bring anything. No, you're bringing it up. Yeah.
Come on.
Let's try again.
Hey! Oh, it's cold out. Come on in. I'm in process keeping the stove going full on, and I just realized, check out my newly organized
very
spice drawer.
organized.
Little pandemic project.
Like a Martha Stewart project.
But I'm roasting up some root vegetables. I got some soup. I am preparing a feast to stay warm, and I realized that I'm out of aluminum foil. I was just gonna go run and get some.
Он заставит вас работать. Я знаю этот эпизод.
You could chop some potatoes, carrots, Brussels sprouts. I've got some applesauce going.
Yum.
Yeah. It's like old times.
Yeah.
I think you volunteered to chop that up.
Okay.
I'm gonna go for the
Okay. It's this looks like a purple Japanese sweet potato to me. Oh yeah. Oh god. It's so nice to be indoors after being on that trail. I think I'm supposed to peel this first.
What is he doing with it? No, that needs to be cut up, don't you think?
And what about his applesauce? Maybe into...
What would you do?
Some finger slices? Did you guys hear me about the cinnamon and the applesauce? Nope. Okay.
Where do you get your Jordan?
It's my... Who's that?
I'll get it. I'll get it. Yes, hi. Hi. Let's go. No, but come in. Come on.
Oh, it's freezing out there. Thank you. Hi. Hi, I'm Carenzo. I just brought over some rosemary we harvested from our garden.
This is perfect. I'll explain. I'm Flora.
Oh, hi, Flora. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Come in.
Carenza, I'm Marcy.
Hi,
Glad to
Marcy.
meet you.
I'm Ariana.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Paul went out just to get some tinfoil.
Oh, right on.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you grow this?
I did, yeah. I have a couple of rosemary plants
It's
in my yard.
beautiful.
And this still looks good in this cold day?
You know, they're actually, I think they taste a little bit better after they've been subjected to the cold.
硬い霜のローズマリーとローストポテト、そして鮭。
I have vegetables.
Oh, yeah.
To roast them.
Oh, yeah, maybe with the potatoes.
Oh, my Lord, yes.
Especially
They're delicious. Well, come in.
Well, it's
Thank
nice
you.
to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you
If
too.
you want to help, he asked us to cut this winter squash in half. Are you game?
Oh, yeah, I'd love to cut the squash. Let me just wash my hands.
I think we're making a roasted medley.
Paul said he was cooking just to stay warm, and so we jumped in.
Perfect day for it.
I know. It is. What do you do today?
I am a flamenco dancer.
Holy mackerel. You are?
I am.
Do you do that professionally?
I do.
Hi.
Hi, come in.
I'm from Paul.
I'm not Paul, I'm Flora.
Hi, nice to meet you.
You too.
Oh, it smells great in here.
Letting strangers in.
Absolutely. We busted in on Paul, so I figured he doesn't mind.
Of course. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Welcome.
Hi.
Howard and Chelsea.
Marcy.
Ariana.
Yes.
Carenza.
Carenza, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
More the merrier. Is that a purple
Thank
yo?
you.
Have you ever had one?
No.
I've had them in
Yeah.
a few
Cut like
prepared
potatoes.
sweets
These
and
potatoes
things.
I'm cutting up like that because that's the way Paul
Okay.
Paul started, so I'm assuming that's what he's doing. Bunch of potatoes.
Well, I can do this.
That knife is not very good, but it's the best I got.
Thank you, Flora.
Vérifiez le tiroir du haut pour un autre couteau bien aiguisé.
How is for sure?
Whole, right? Or halved. You might want to try
Yeah.
this one with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Should I give it a stir?
Flamenco's kind of percussive.
Yeah.
And we think of ourselves as musicians.
Did you bring castanets?
I don't usually travel with them, but they don't perform well when they get cold.
Кто хорошо работает в
Yeah, so we
холода?
have to keep them quite warm, and it's freezing out today. So, flamenco dancers often have rosemary in their travel bags or at backstage because it's considered good luck.
I think rosemary is the best smelling spice in the entire world.
I love to cook.
It shows. So you cook and do
I cook and I flamenco dance. Sometimes I dance while I cook. In fact,
Simultaneously?
I might start dancing. at
Let's,
people.
okay, bring it.
Gneen Demon.
Is this space?
Yeah, I dance in my kitchen all the time.
Oh, why not? So we could just move out of the way.
Sure. Yeah, I'll trick is there. How about that? Okay, yeah, fine. That's right. All right, perfect.
I'll go over here.
Coming home is never going to be the same. After that.
That was so
oh,
good. That's fantastic. You raised the temperature about 5 degrees.
I know, yeah. It's boiling over now.
I'm trying to warm up your kitchen for you.
I'm getting all the vegetables cut.
Corn squash, yes. Lovely, lovely.
Corn squash is cut, and check it out.
Oh, I can smell it.
Isn't that great?
Where did you learn?
I learned in Spain. I lived there for almost 10 years.
Which part of Spain?
I lived in Madrid.
Oh yeah, let's see what's in
Flamenco's
there.
really from the south, from Andalusia, so I studied there a lot too, but I was based in Madrid.
What's in the oven? Yeah. It looks very good.
Love for that.
Yeah.
The uplove was a gift from Stacy Blue.
I got one
キ
too.
ッチンギフトは送り続け
I'm
ます
just surprised at how clean yours is compared to mine.
You could turn up the heat a little bit, yes.
Thank
You could let it go to applesauce.
Okay.
But you could also have some with potatoes. I bet that would be good.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
How did we become 7?
You did a great job with getting those veggies stuff.
Well,
Thank you.
particularly since there weren't any instructions. Of course. All this is delicious.
Sahibus poprosam gornvus gans purnata.
Easiest way to cut your hand off is with a dull knife.
You are so right.
I'm glad we stopped in.
They're glad we stopped in. Did you say you have to go?
I do, yeah. Thank you.
I'm sorry that I missed you.
I'll be back. Yeah.
Thanks for the performance.
You're so welcome. I can still feel the reverberations.
See more.
Good. This is the right way to eat. This would be an easy way to make a meal, wouldn't it?
Hello, this is Sue Blaustein, and I'm going to read a few poems from my chapbook, The Beer Line, which I'll be releasing in the spring of 2022. The first one is Still on These Acres. I've walked past Balance for so many years, going to the co-op in Goodwill. Today I see the windows aren't the same. The meandering aloes, dozens, were moved to a table, leaving broad ledges bare for the first time. It's July, yet peering in, I see winter fun. Sleds and happy polar bears on the oilcloth skirting the table. No holiday decorating, no customers. This is deep cleaning. Enough to pause the succession of tavern seasons. On the Walmart-facing ledge, there's one thing only, a lawn statue of St. Francis, which wasn't there before. Why hoist him to the window, a statue made for gardens, to mop from wall to wall? That's my guess. See you on the other side. Even last summer, it seemed Valence was set to close. Then the Rona moved things up. In March, management taped an autographed picture of a young Aaron Rodgers in the window. Number 12, with his dimpled smile, virile stubble, cute. In magic marker, in a dialogue balloon on the right, it said, closed due to the Mar-a-Lago 19 virus. Stay well. And Valence say, thanks for the memories. On his left, see you on the other side. Is the other side an after, a future, a time or land or country without the virus? With our quarterback and a Sharpie, a tavern keeper, as he retired, conjured a wilderness ahead. Crossings, things foreseen or not, fares for silent ferrymen and tolls, maybe many. Where we sit now, Aaron Rodgers will host Jeopardy for 2 weeks. Aaron Rodgers isn't sure about his future with Green Bay. SARS, COVID, AKA Rona, thanks for the memories. We were all there. Aaron Rodgers played at his all-time best in 2020, even without fans in the stands. Thanks for the memories. On Richard Street, in December 2020, I saw 8 geese, 2 on the snowy ground and 6 in flight. They were on a card that lay in the street facing up, a picture fine and haunting as a waterfowl stamp. The snow so fresh, it covered each blade of grass. The sky, literally sky blue, and the pair in the foreground, fat and ready. It wasn't soiled, hadn't been stepped on. Who dropped it? That evening, I saw a bandwagon too. A van pulled the flatbed onto the street carefully, turning easy so the musicians wouldn't lurch. They wore Christmas outfits, and it was a mild night. There's no one to play for north of Keith. They were headed to the River West bars. So very long since they played inside. When I passed, they were quiet, making small adjustments, thinking ahead, hoping. Their Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal painted on the side. I'll be back. Roth's isn't Roth's now either. It's being fixed up. No Budweiser logo, no the place to be in lovely cursive. No bare-chested, weapon-cradling Arnold. It's April 2021 and there's particle board on the windows. Did you know the Terminator was dispatched for the year 2029? That's soon. In any case, the temperature soared to 75 degrees today. My feet are hot in socks as I head home with potatoes from Aldi to see a wonder on the newly surfaced lot. A dark-skinned man stroking a dog? More like an expanse, spread out like a bull sea lion with subcontinent-sized brown spots. Nice to soak up some sun and spoil your dog, I say, and he agrees. His bulldog rises. I could praise his jowls every day for the joy they brought me. Simple joys last the best. Everyone loved it when Arnold said, "I'll be back." Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm so happy to be here for the 2022 annual Woodland Pattern Poetry Marathon, and I'm glad that you're here as well. Now, last marathon, I read from my book about the year alone I spent inside of Woodland Pattern, titled A Year Alone Inside of Woodland Pattern. And that's forthcoming in March from Adjunct Press, local press here in Milwaukee. So I'm hoping that you forgot those poems and that you'll buy the book when it comes out in March. I'm going to read some poems from a different manuscript. The ancients had Achilles. Who should we have? A heel, a hulk, Hollywood or Hogan, hungry, hungry Hippocrates. Dear one, you are tasty, nostalgia toasty. My brain, recording space has been filled. I probably crook in the two main settings. I tend to do a lot of experimental work. Look at those tendons. Yum. I have a small influence, a golden confluence of terrariums and tears, hips and environmental disaster. Eco leads to ego, ergo, defining the architectonics of areolae and lemongrass aeolae bits. Definition. I'd like to spread mayo all over your chest. Let the beast get the best of me, the better of you. Eating Eden. Belgium endive is the older brother of Brussels sprout. Are they the babies of bok choy? I thought of gardens all day. I couldn't bring myself to pull up radishes, much less vine tomatoes. I would like to grow everything that rots. Can it rot on the branch, or does winter just kill? I think winter is a murderer. He did it in the greenhouse with the hose or the hoe. No, wait, stepped on a rake. Yeah, no, that's suicide. I can't decide. Cucumbers are survivors. Metamorphosis leads to immortality. The fountain of youth spurts pickle juice. I know it has to be true. It's kosher. I'm no mortal. I won't lie. Half-eyed gray of morning. I was naked, de-peanutted, flesh clanging against flesh. It had been raining since noon, and the way in which you vomited earlier was so sweet. You called for Deus e machina. Oh God, just let me get this done and let me go back to sleep. While pulling back your hair, I took notice of the kettled out moraines and drumlins of your skull. This one means that you worry too much. What? Why? I didn't eat any dairy. Oh God, watch your feet. You heaved and spattered, buzzing your esophagus green. You heaved, coughed out a little butter packet parcel of your lungs. No, love, there's a divot in your skull. It means you worry too much. You pulled yourself up, grabbing me where my belt should have been. Before we went back to bed, I opened the windows and let the mist tickle our skin. The nowcast. Rain. And then I made it a little darker than lovely. Horse blasphemy. It's half and half. I broke fame. I'm pus out of pores. I'm poor down the street with that little so-and-so's cheeks. Cup of beans. This is a hill world. The fool feeds, farms their fills. Fuck off, fire fawns can't feel. I'm burnt out. Rage, filaments, foil, Philistines. I'll toss the tables you're dancing on. This olive patch smells of skull. Gentile Samaritan, carry away my drink on a sponge, on a spear, this hill of plasticity. I wear this fucking crown for you, Iscariot. 40, 40, 40. Scourges, whips, and tips, stigmata. Forsake Peter, brother, mother, father, homicide, ink on the shroud. Throw the dice, take it anywhere but Turin. Split, split, spilt wine, buried in garlic, in rose, in thyme, a stage, a stigma, arrow, asymptotic, devil's hour, devour, devour. Dawnflower. This is based, this is an ekphrastic poem based on Sunrise by Arthur G. Dove, which is housed in the Milwaukee Art Museum. Dawnflower. Leptic sunrise into rainbow sunset. Sounds seem a bit brighter when the moon lies beyond the green. Everything is quiet, beaming as it should. Tight owl eyes are waiting, beaks upturned, following at dawn. That karma, the owl hoots, as if knowing the way we die is always great. Where the sea meets the spry. One more day of mayonnaise. I can't make a sex, can't I? Super, no. I have so much cake left over, I'm beginning to use it as an ashtray. Recycle my batteries, no quips in bed, settle, siren, settle, tender loin because of the shake. Tabernacles vibrate with Jesus, aroma of I can obsidian, can you? Trixie, my street credit has been declined, believe me, bleed me, just don't breed me, breathe. This is an era of emptied bottles of sweetened swine. Very glad to bookend this reading. Mayonnaise on both ends. Have a great marathon. Bye.
Hi everyone, I'm Steve Tim, and I'm happy to be participating in this year's marathon. I'm going to read 7 poems from a work called Gliha Glue Time. Gargulus limboed into Walla Walla Wishington, where whence varnishes a self and envy one eats vicious schwas. I'm the of us, blows Gangula, trus lovula. I either at vubya or buvya. Sank enough so far as it stoppered, but told old Gangrenus hained a secret. He was the wuzzard he was after. Ornly nebody winked the wiser. So that's a that, and a town full of tridentary hay-tossers. Gregis splanked himself down the bunks of the rivular, spelled unk and cried candy. Halted them slovery slaver welders just the length of a pea-second, and swanked the flow enough to the tethery saw of Saffioti. Of all the albums to think of, New Thing at Newport. Of all the shows, Mingus at Teddy's, Milwaukee, 1976. Of the beauteous of Bananaquit dancing at the passenger side mirror, Cosmel, 2019. Your hair lofting in the wind. Of sky, whichever you stand beneath, reversing the uplifting images, but bearing ever higher the hawk soar of my heart. Gladahan stroked a mite good deal with the beers that pow. He schlemuzzled the appendagers, scolds widdershins in the pineapple perfusion, and suckled duct tape between the triples. Sands and bars, he freaked. I slanted a whopping crank, but it was ornery a pier henna, and the sludge feast was on. Back and forth they wended, brick and mortar. There wasn't until in there, but it got lost. And to this day they say the mighty rivers of Venus are filberted with their ethics. The band plays on a swell and shells noodled raptures where the growing grog groans. And as for old Galley de Dingle, he's a bloat to prawn the sweat of Damascus, who mighty prodded of his sown feet once swamped the misty mighty Nai, through which side of it never could be foreskinned. Entablature with a pond, a scheme, a sow, Supranas warb the mist sphere in angel doubt. My allelic future, my allial fantasies, upon possession, dewy trakes, more sways. Visits are the warm bellying of nows. Memory just enough to found the next one, needs all. Morgan, a wheat field, 2 bits, catchy, innit? Mongronesian hacklefront huntback in divinatory recess. Empress Civ was a sniv with a shiv who knew how to live the snoods which rhymes with goods, so the snoods aren't snoods, and hide not no monkish visage behind drapely folds of worsted. And where's Grail thump, you be maze your nogginy malflexion? Doffed and unfounded like, the ap in apathy, the up in upholstery does he never risk? Define enough, death snuff, dental praxis, orphan lard. Big ode he swoth, 'tis a fiendom I abjoy, tills he meant thy wreck. Horizons of gullery, enthusians of charmor, will circle there the number of whiles as it takes, till the death-settled paraturn of our hiero. Denizenry and remoral oratory is most like itself too. Splung gobes or bites of auroral gravitines. 's human in that, ain't he? Lips as shot as knees, shod at, stone where intersect aughta, blutters. Bus out so fast the wrens miss notes. Who oughtn't to be so north as dead of winter as it is? Or is that the waxwings and tanagers, and the wrens perched all along on denned bears? And I want to end with a poem that I wrote after hearing Louis Friedman read at Woodland Pattern on November 3rd. Elef Wantley Lund, self beyonder, goes by anaphorically nothing's else that's something. Shined from sun signed to sound. Apres scutchens lu, irreplica to scutcheon. Anvils for ample to match. Forge of nature, you may know him by. Forge nurture. Thank you very much.
From all of you. You, and you, but specifically you. I am calling to you, your name, a pop song chorus. You were my mirror then, I'm sorry. You should try to pose, then try not to pose. Still feels like a pose, doesn't it? You are lost in there somewhere inside your self-awareness. You are somewhat different to each of us, each of you. You are entertaining this evocation. You make little quote marks with your fingers in the air. You can be whoever you want to be. You and you alone get to choose. You hear us saying to each other simultaneously in our heads, you secretly wish this was really about you. The exact same goes for you. You are exact. Now you could pretend this was your own voice over your reflection. You could speak to yourself as me. You question this source of representation, and rightly, you do this solemnly. You were previously hanging ornaments on a tree. You always appeared on that same corner, asked for 2 cigs. One day you vanish. Whoever you are to yourself, you are this person now. You are not a need, but a need is how you first appear. You remind me more of myself than I could possibly consider out loud. You look the same and you look different. You look both. You should know that neither matters much. You might consider even this image of you will remain in our memory. You trust your senses. You walk into a gas station, you walk out of a gas station. You do this for years. You laughed extra hard, so very extra loud we could hear you from the break room. You are no other. You are not any nor every other. You won't remember me. But I will remember you so that you can remember you exist. Your sole memory is my entire existence. Your tangential existence is my sustenance. You're impossible. You own that impossibility. You own what happens to you. You look up at this screen seeing your own reflection, and your face says, you are thinking, wow, the act of reflection has come quite a long way. You want to put your hand up in front of the camera, like you were swatting at paparazzi, but you are compelled to imagine this voice as it speaks to you, as if it is your own, you. You are a fact. You are not facing me, but I can feel you there. Do you know that feeling? This is betting on the fact that you do. You are beyond words. Your understanding exceeds even your senses. You move me. So do you. All of you at once and one at a time. You recognize yourselves differently in both instances. You take stock of those. You see me seeing you, only you as you hope you would recognize yourself. You know how sometimes you can feel someone looking at you, just feel it? You ever wonder what your face looks like when no one is looking at you in the food court or at the DMV? Do you? Just keep looking at your own face. Now hold that. You don't have to answer. All your memories right there in your head, behind your face. If only you would allow us to guess who they are. You asked me what part I was really good at. I tried to show you how to draw hands, only you pointed out I couldn't do that very well either. You were chuckling and someone walks in with a video camera. You can still see me in the background erasing something furiously at a table by the window.
Hello, Woodland Pattern. It's a thrill for me to be here again to read some poems as part of another poetry marathon. I'm David Wilk, zooming in from Connecticut. Here's hoping we can get together in person again soon. Thanks to all who have worked so hard to put this event together. Hello to old friends who are in the audience. I miss Milwaukee and look forward to visiting again sooner than later. Today, I'm reading from a series of recent poems that have come together in a group I've called Songs Out of History. This one time I can see across the dark sky, and you are waiting for me everywhere I look. In time still to sing. Believing in death imminent, or at least the possibility of, hurried up to record final words in moment of disbelief, having then just listened to poets now past. They were speaking about breath, passages of time, whereby moments were memorialized so that death itself might disappear, and did, and then as quickly to realize, waking from dream state, leaving behind memories of the same dead poets, now alive and well, their breath pushed out across time, and laughter as bells pealed to carry words into space unending. Continental divides time, this portion of my own, song sung, abiding end, yet will come, we know, some other time than this, when bells still sing. Biology is history. Divination is projection, completely accurate to the occasion. There is no such thing as false hope. Humans are inexplicable beings expressing angst, power, hope, despair. Intellect is a late arrival, evolution incomplete. It's as if our emotions once in some long distant time could have been enough, but somewhere a path was taken, brain cells rampaging into all the spaces available, and took on these bodies and all their fears as vessels for a mysterious experiment in time and space. Every bit of history tells this story. Confusion reigns. We are unfinished business, out of control. We are doomed to spar with ourselves while the world around us burns alive with our projected fever dreams, impossible memories of an impossible world. The dreamlands. When memories mix with dreams, fragments of stories, songs, images of long-lost projected scenes, all without soundtracks, why this silence hovers overhead, dark angel waiting to speak, now lost in miasmic fantasies, word games playing out fool's errands, random myth-like narratives generating anger, fear, anxiety, never joyful and still so silent. impending disaster, willing self to speak against strength of magical force, pull down these walls surrounding dream state history of sleep, forbidden cities, deeply shrouded mysterious animals, shredding time with elephantine demands. Darkness falls aside, memories abide, no distance between fear and flight, helpless in heart's desire, sleepless in the heart of fire. Our Lives for Daphne Marlett. A book, a trundle, a tranche, a life, an aspect, a form of being, a motion, an emotion, a trip across the ocean, a likely story, an ending, an afterthought, a burgeoning faith, a trust, a watchful eye, a form of music, a cleft, a parenthetic, an establishment, a notion, a song, a bird's life, no, a hummingbird, a swing set, a sunset, an empty set, a null field, a sleep, a seraph, a point in time, an exhausted beast, a truthful sorrow, a ball of string, an eaglet, a swollen heart, a ring, a ladder, a soft toss, a room, a bloom, a sorrow, a plan, a star. How this could become absolution, physics, stolen moments, good speech, breath, song, stillbirth, all in all, all in all and all and all. Remember? This one is called Out of History, Out of Fear. It's dedicated to John Moritz. Asphodel, the flower, tells me stories as I sleep. Noise outside my window reminds me not to weep. There is just this small thing I am left to keep, rubbing shoulders with the devils and the stars before I leap. And this is the last one, A Walk in the Night. Walked across the road to find another storyline, but how was this sideways glance idea invented anyway? There is no closure here nor there, no two ways of seeing the same thing twice. This was no ordinary day or night, but a bomb cyclone framing the future and how to find it, which means as much to me as a piece of cloth fabricated by elves hard at work in a distant factory in a dimension that lies beyond my ken. So yes, I went for a walk across this dark road. It was a different story than I had anticipated. The element of surprise is not on any chart, yet here it was, and my eyes know better than this. It was a lucky dance, and no, I did not fall over myself, but came away with just a bruised heart, an understanding how darkness imbues time and the pleasures of error and happenstance. This is where we're headed now, dreaming of uncertainty, just hoping to get across the road unscathed. Thanks for listening. Stay safe. Be well all.
Hello, hello, it's Brian Cherry coming to you from the ultimate Hot Wheels Garage dinosaur version. These are some poems from my manuscript Death Moan. First one is called, You're Gonna Make It After All. Iron framework, needless to speak of the voices spun out on death. There was a certain amount of captivity invoked, arcs of bit characters hallucinating in and out of the head, stratification of nearly invisible sex, expertly sweatshop manufactured, shoe stores burning, I'm flexing out front, this convenient circus crawls, it lets me keep cozy gentrification, chimera perch, Minnesota nice upside your head. Always heard you ain't gotta be scared to get your ass kicked, but I was one for and with the ghost, the one who convinced me to burn, the one chained to my clammy comfort. My skin is apocalyptic. My skin is war helicopters over protest cities. Apparitions do not fear, they do the scaring. Apparitions systematically pop and lock to the rockets, red as glare. This is called On a Boat, July 23rd, 2021. You will foresee the moon in burst blood. Then you will see the moon in full blood bloom. You will understand the gloom, yet you will still have no way to logic out of the sadness. You will birth thoughts and pine for the way it never was for us humans. Those revelers on the party boat will not will themselves to see that the pregnant red orb is due to raging wildfires thousands of miles to the west. The earth is death. It will feel good to say that out loud on a party boat where the band is playing party talking heads tunes, on a party boat where no one is listening to you. The earth is death. Again will drift from your soon-to-be dead lips, and no one will hear you say it again. Because they are each busy getting shaky, blurred images of the evidence of the death in the form of soaring smoke, suffocating the unknowing, glowing moon. It will be beautiful. It will be beautiful. This last piece is called Good Ass Intro. I've attained a heart like a rock, a stop, drop, hatchet, rocket, glare on red. And it is at the bottom of the deepest sea. I feel like a muted symphony, all kinds of resonance deferred, a signal from marbled maze noise. The hum of extant ecstasy trembles in dust steps, the battle hymn of the Banana Republic. Fireflies drip, drop, drip, momentary luminous glimpses at the stillness in the somber night as we gasp for seconds of pleasure, as we gasp, pulling in a breeze that might take us, help us forget, maybe even forgive the greed deaths and hollow crops born of fallow, grieving fields. God shed his grace on thee, so forcefully so, in fact, as to break the covalent bonds, the chains, the lynchings, the broken land promises, the abject fear, the heart-wrenching notion that perhaps this can be better. Those oh so very human tillers, they have/are tending to these bloody beatific acres so that it could someday perhaps perish and thusly be reseeded upon new entangled collage collisions in a fashion that could be thought of as the only comic tragic culmination where closure shows itself to be a smirking plateau on the way toward apparition, artifice, acclivity. Hey, thank y'all so much. And thanks for being a part of this. Everybody who's doing this for Woodland Pattern, we appreciate you. Thank you. Love you.
Welcome to 2022. Every year I write a poem from words that people send me, and they all make donations to Woodland Pattern. I did the same thing this year, and I'm going to read the poem for you. I want to thank all of my sponsors for sending in their words and their donations to Woodland Pattern. Contingency theory. Silent night. How can there be silence if the people are singing? The song is all about you. Listen. Today in the town of Kerfuffle, war broke out when somebody broke the soul karaoke machine. and as snow intervened in moist munificence, bucolic response to an ardent call. Without the screen, the people slipped into a kind of glossolalia, telling the affectionate to hug a tree till we're pandemic-free. They meant to say, when somebody extends a hand, it is okay to hold out hope, but hold your breath when caroling. Come to my door, I'm questionable. I can't sing, but I will sign petitions for a national park along the coast of Bonaire, a scenic route to bring the people into your backyard, and yes, the new voting maps to put an end to gerrymandering, inspired by the paintings of Robert Colescott, who transduced the founding father into George Washington Carver crossing the Delaware, bands of rebellious freedmen rowing in jubilation. The new world calls not just for a different cast of characters, but a different cast, one deserving of joy. To get the machine to play a song, it takes compassion, an inspiring air, lungs, and a vacuum, pulmonary action. It helps if you can levitate. When Nancy Griffith left us, someone said, don't quote me, she always knew who she was singing to. I should be singing too, but the choir and I are asymptotic lines, running along but never crossing. When I go, don't quote me, it's okay to rest, procrastinate, or even wander, indolent and incomplete. Just set me in the boat and breathe. I'll get there. There is still some light. Just don't let me forget.
I want to acknowledge the loss of 3 friends to start this. Richard Mahan and Paul von Drasek, and lastly, Carolyn White-Travani, who was a longtime friend and used to be on our board. So, settlers moved to the country, freedom, where, unlike in the kingdom, land was freely stolen, and the stealing persisted as the land passed from one thief to another. Freely, the myth of freedom, conferred for the taking, being taken, a bargain, like horse trading in honorable lies, well versed. Freedom and kingdom, who'd have thought synonyms? Well, I never, my grandfather said. When blood falls on the ground, it doesn't stay, remain blood. It is used, changed. It becomes something else entirely. No use crying over spilt. The ground we walk on is charged with blood. Charged the walk with ground on blood is we. Walk is blood, charged with we on the ground, in it blood. In reason, land cannot be sold, only things to be carried away. In blood, the minerals of the rock, things to be negotiated for, to carry away, timber and minerals, schoolcraft, and later immigrants, the great and misunderstanding. What and who valued it, for what and at what cost? Sandy Lake carried children home. What else to do with them? Already dead, so far from home. Refrain, variations to come. It was no accident we stood there, instructed, bidden. L.N. She sings counterpoint, contrapuntal. No one so subtle with so few words. The Veery song in 2 voices. Sand, lake, completes L.S. blood circle. Smooth black stone, the geological time circle. Maybe a 3rd circle would be their trip, and a 4th would be ours. Of course I noticed it. Now I walk impotent with a stick. the great likening. It takes less time to go away than you think. Only the idea of the infinite makes realism possible. That's Emmanuel Levinas. Rocks, details, pebbles, boulders, the exact, intricate, and indifferent increments. Mountains lichened, fell, boulder fields frost crushed, rocks tumbled, washed to pebbles, to sand. Hard to defend against arguments you don't know exist. Thinking critically is empirical, an effort to discover something like truth. Thinking not an act of opposition, but something like tenderness, something like love. Together here, ashes linger, live, love, a little wonder. So be it.
Something always comes up from deep. I can't always Thank you so much, Woodland Pattern, as always. We love you. We hope you're there forever. Bye-bye.
I'd like to close the marathon by reading from James Marshall's children's book, George and Martha, Complete Stories of Two Best Friends who happen to be hippopotamuses. Story number 1 is pea soup. Martha was very fond of making pea soup. Sometimes she made it all day long, pots and pots of split pea soup. However, if there was one thing that George was not fond of, it was split pea soup. And as a matter of fact, George hated split pea soup more than anything else in the world. But it was so hard to tell Martha. One day, after George had eaten 10 bowls of Martha's soup, he said to himself, I just can't stand another bowl, not even another spoonful. So while Martha was out in the kitchen, George carefully poured the rest of his soup into his loafers under the table. Now she will think I've eaten it. But Martha was watching from the kitchen. How do you expect to walk home with your loafers full of split pea soup? She asked George. Oh dear, said George, you saw me. And why didn't you tell me that you hate my split pea soup? I didn't want to hurt your feelings, said George. That's silly, said Martha. Friends should always tell each other the truth. As a matter of fact, I don't like split pea soup very much myself. I only like to make it. From now on, you'll never have to eat that awful soup again. Oh, what a relief, said George. Would you like some chocolate chip cookies instead? Said Martha. Ooh, that would be lovely, said George. Then you shall have them. Story number 2 is called The Experiment. Martha was in her laboratory. What are you doing? Asked George. I'm studying fleas, said Martha. Cute little critters, said George. You don't understand, said Martha. This is serious. This is science. The next day, George noticed that Martha was scratching a lot. She looked very uncomfortable. George bought Martha some special soap. After her shower, Martha felt much better. I think I'll stop studying fleas, said Martha. Ooh, good idea, said George. I think I'll study bees instead. Oh dear, said George. And the last story was called The Hypnotist. George was trying to hypnotize Martha. Your eyes are getting heavy, said George. I believe they are, said Martha. You are getting sleepy, said George. That's true, said Martha. And in a moment, Martha seemed sound asleep. Success, whispered George. Ever so quietly, George tiptoed to the kitchen where he kept his cookie jar. Aha, said Martha. George was ashamed. He had broken his promise. Would you like a cookie? He asked Martha. Yes, I would, she said, and she ate them all. I would like to thank you for supporting Woodland Pattern, and have a good night.